Shadow Prowler. 1. Night. Night is the best time for my kind. When I appear in the street, ordinary people have long been asleep in their warm, soft beds. Old drunks out drinking late won't brave the city's impenetrable darkness. No, they would rather spend an uncomfortable night in a tavern. Night. Silence. Only the hollow echo of the municipal guard patrol's footsteps bounce off the walls of the old houses and ripple on along Avondune's dark streets, dead and empty until morning. The soldiers hurry along, walking quickly. In the darkest alleyways they break into a run. I can easily understand how these valiant servants of the law feel. No, it's not people they're afraid of. Any madcaps who might summon up the impudence to attack the guardians of public order will be given short shrift with their heavy battle axes. What makes them afraid is something else. There are other creatures lurking in the shadows of the stone buildings. Creatures that creep out into the open at this uneasy hour for their nocturnal hunt. And may Saget help the men of the watch if those vile beasts are feeling hungry. The shades of night are a refuge for all, for the good townsfolk, fearfully hiding themselves away from dangerous men, for the petty thieves whose one wish is to clean out the respectable citizens' purses as quickly as possible, for the robbers just waiting for a chance to make use of their knives. And, of course, for the demons living in those dark shades, who are only too happy to prey on good citizens, petty thieves, and robbers alike. Fortunately, I have yet to run into the demons who have appeared in the city since the Nameless One began stirring in the desolate lands after centuries of calm. And that's why I'm still alive. Shortly after they pass me, the watchman's footsteps fade into silence on the next street. On the orders of Baron Frégolantin, the head of Avondune's municipal guard, all patrols have been tripled in strength. The rumor is that the artifact that has until now held the Nameless One in the desolate lands is weakening, and soon he will burst through into our world from that icy desert covered with eternal snow. War is approaching, no matter how hard the order of magicians and the multitudes of priests try to put it off. It's simply a matter of time. 6 months, or perhaps a year, and then all those things they used to frighten us with when we were children will be upon us. The Nameless One will gather together an army and come to us from behind the needles of ice, and the horror will begin. Even here, in the capital, you sometimes come across devotees of the Nameless One. And I'm far from certain that the wild hearts of the lonely giant fortress will be able to hold back the hordes of ogres and giants. Once again I have gone unnoticed. My thanks to the shadow of night. The shadow is my helpmate, my lover, my companion. I hide inside her, I live with her, and she is the only one always ready to shelter me, to save me from the arrows, from the swords that flash balefully in the moonlit night, and the bloodthirsty, golden eyes of the demons. No one else cares for Harold, maybe Brother Four. Shadow is the sister of darkness, says Brother Four, Saget's kindly priest. And where there is darkness, the Nameless One is never far away. What absolute nonsense! The Nameless One and the Shadow? Entirely different things. You might as well compare an ogre and a giant. The Shadow is life, freedom, money, and reputation. Shadow Harold knows about such things firsthand. For a shadow to appear there has to be at least a scintilla of light, and to compare it with darkness is stupid, to say the least. But of course, I don't tell my old teacher that. You don't go teaching your grandmother to suck eggs. It's quiet. So quiet you can hear the moths scrabbling at the coolness of the night with their fragile little wings. It's a long time now since the watch patrol passed me and it's high time for me to be going about my business, but somehow I'm feeling extra cautious tonight. Some premonition makes me remain in cover, beside the wall of the building that is submerged in gloom. There were no suspicious sounds to be heard in that narrow little street with the old stone houses that could remember the old quiet times. Nothing but a painted tin sign above the baker's shop creaking in the faint wind. The slow-stirring grayish-yellow mist for which our capital is famous lay thick across the rough stone paving of the road, chipped and battered by the cartwheels. They say the mist was a trick played by some half-trained wizard back in the distant past. But ever since then not one of the kingdom's archmagicians has been able to rid the city of the consequences of his innocent prank. The silence alarms me. The only place that is ever this quiet is a rich man's vault after a visit from one of the city's bands of petty thieves. The signboard creaks, the light wind swirls merrily, clouds drift lazily across the night sky. But I stand there, fused with the shadow of the building, trying not to move a muscle. My intuition and my experience of life compel me to listen to the night silence of the city. No street, not even the most deserted, could be as dead as this. There should be sounds in the night. Rats rustling in the garbage. A drunk snoring away beside them, his pockets cleaned out by thieves who are already sheltering for the night in some dark, narrow hidey hole. The sound of snoring from the windows of the grey houses. A dirty dog sneaking through the darkness. The heavy breathing of a novice thief lying in wait for his victim, clutching his knife and a palm sweaty from excitement. Sounds from the shops and workshops. Even at night the laborious work continues in some of them. But there was none of this in the dark little street wreathed in its shroud of mist. There was nothing but silence, gloom, and a thickening atmosphere of danger. The carefree, roistering wind ruffled my hair affectionately, but I didn't dare raise my hood. Some insistent hand seemed to hold me back. Sagat. What is happening on this quiet little street of artisans? In answer to my prayer, the glorious God of all thieves seemed to make my hearing keener. Footsteps. Hasty footsteps that even the creeping yellow-gray froth of the mist had failed to deaden. In a recess in the wall of the house opposite, I spotted a momentary flicker in the darkness. Had someone else decided to hide here? I peered hard into the ink-black night. No. I'd imagined it. I was too much on edge, anticipating non-existent problems. I must be getting old. Meanwhile, the footsteps grew louder and louder. The sounds came from the street into which the municipal guard patrol had turned only a few minutes earlier. I froze and tried to merge even deeper into the shadow, while the phantom of danger circled indolently above my head. A man came round the bend at a fast walk, almost a run, and made straight for me. He had to be a fool or a brave man to be roaming through the darkness alone. Most likely a fool. Brave men don't live long in our world. But then, neither do fools, unless they work as jesters for our glorious king. The stranger was coming closer. Tall and well-dressed, even wealthy-looking, his hand resting on the hilt of a rather good sword. Once again clouds crept across the sky, covering the stars, and the gloom that was already total became absolutely impenetrable. Even when he drew level with me, I couldn't make out the stranger's face, although he was so close that if I'd wanted, I could have reached out my hand and lifted the bulging purse off his belt. But I'm no small-time pickpocket, I won't stoop to that. The impetuous years of my youth are long since over and gone, and in any case my instinct has already hinted that this is the wrong moment to twitch a single muscle, or even take a deep breath. In the niche opposite me the darkness began swirling again, eddying chaotically, and welling up into a dark flower of death. An ice-cold terror froze me to the spot. From out of the gloom, darkness burst forth in the form of a winged demon with a horned skull for a head, and fell on its victim like an avalanche from the mountains of the dwarves, pinning him down with its prodigious weight. The man let out a screech like a wounded cat and grabbed vainly at his useless sword, trying to draw it, but the darkness crumpled up the nocturnal wayfarer, sucked him in, and devoured him, and then the creature, whatever it was, soared up into the sky, bearing away its fresh meat, and perhaps his soul as well. I slid slowly down the wall, trying to calm my breathing. My heart was pounding like a mad thing. The demon hadn't noticed me, although I was directly opposite it all the time. But if I had made just the slightest movement, if I had even started breathing a little more loudly, then I was the one who would have been his prey. I had been lucky. Once again I had been very lucky. A thief's luck is a fickle wench, she can turn her back on him at any moment, but as long as she is with me, I can carry on plying my trade. In a dark corner of the next building a rat squeaked, followed by another. Up in the sky a bat flew past, hunting the late June moths. The danger had passed, now I could carry on along my way. I detached myself from the wall and set off, trying to stick to the darkest sections of the street. Moving rapidly, but with my boots making no sound, I dashed from building to building, from shadow to shadow. I left the street of the bakers behind me, turning into the alleyway on the right. The mist was thicker here, it welcomed me into the soft embrace of its clammy paws, deadening my footsteps, concealing me from the eyes of humans and non-humans alike. The dark alleyway came to an end, and the dark walls of the houses that had seen so much joy and sorrow in this life suddenly parted sharply. The wind scattered the clouds and the sky was transformed into a tablecloth across which some rich man had scattered bright coins. Hundreds and thousands of stars started twinkling at me out of the cold summer night. On Grok Square there were occasional street lamps burning. After all, it is one of the large central squares, and even if they were afraid, the lamplighters had to do their job. Encased in its glass armor, each flame cast a spot of flickering light around itself, and chaotic shadows danced in silence on the walls of the sullen buildings. I wish the wind would drive its herd of gray, fluffy sheep back out across the sky, but for the time being I'll have to stick to the shadow, huddling against the walls of the tall buildings. Only the shadow has turned pale and timid from all the light all around. Grok himself stared at me mutely with his all-seeing eyes. I think he was a general who saved our kingdom from an invasion by orcs, or some royal advisor back in the hoary old days of antiquity. And there, right behind the plinth of his pedestal, is the goal of my nocturnal outing. A large house, surrounded by a wall with battlements, built out of immense blocks of stone quarried in the mountains of the dwarves in the times when that race was still on friendly terms with our kingdom. To my mind the building is in barbarously bad taste, but the Duke Patton who lives here would hardly be interested in my opinion. A cousin of the king who was in charge of the treasury is a very big wheel, and so people turn a blind eye to his whimsical taste in architecture. The king tolerates his relatives' other caprices, rich aristocrats can get away with almost anything. But rumor has it that just recently he discovered a certain sum of money missing from the treasury. And that means that heads are bound to roll, since His Majesty is not very well disposed to individuals who expend the state's money too liberally. Fine by me, one less fat cat. The high wall of the house was buttressed at each end by a tower with a truncated pinnacle. In the left tower there was a gateway 7 yards wide with heavy wooden gates clad in iron sheeting. 4 horsemen could easily enter it riding abreast. But that grand formal entrance was only for the invited, and it would be best for me to forget about it. I ran quickly across the illuminated square and took cover in the shadow of the columns of the Royal Library, a place of pilgrimage for magicians of the order and for historians. Sometimes even nobles came here to improve their store of wisdom, although more often the so-called gentlemen preferred to go straight to Ronning, the city of learning, for their studies. From my shelter I have a clear view of the Duke's residence. It is as if the house has died. I can't see any guards at the gates or on the walls. They must be huddling in the watch-house with their teeth chattering. I can understand them. I would be hidden away in my den myself, if not for the commission. A certain individual made me a generous offer. He was interested in a rare little item in the Duke's collection. The fee offered was excellent, and all I had to do was get into the house, take the trinket, and leave. Not too difficult, especially if you bore in mind the fact that his lordship and his retinue had gone off hunting deer in the forests around the city and there would only be a very small number of menials left in the house. Of course, the risk of stirring up a hornet's nest was considerable. But by the time the hornets realized what was what, I would be long gone. I ran my hands carefully over my equipment and clothing, checking for the 100th time that night to make sure I had brought everything I needed to carry out my plan. A dark gray jerkin with a hood, gray gloves, black trousers, and boots. A large double-edged knife, firmly secured to my thigh by 2 leather straps so that it would not hinder my movements. That knife had cost me a whole stack of gold coins. It was a little less than a cubit in length, almost a short sword, and the mounting of the blade was covered with a strip of silver, so if you wished you could even risk a fight with someone who had risen from the dead. I could quite easily be lucky enough to walk away from such a skirmish, even if my arm had been torn off. And with the same knife, or rather, its heavy handle, I could easily knock out any idiot who couldn't sleep at night and happened to get under my feet. The master thief is not the one who slits the throat of the watchman roused by the alarm, but the one who enters silently, takes what he wants, and makes a quiet exit, leaving behind the smallest possible number of clues, including dead bodies. Hanging behind my shoulder I had a miniature crossbow that fitted comfortably into one hand without hindering my movements. It fired short, thick bolts with heads that had 4 barbs, and with the necessary skill this little toy could hit a man's eye at 70 paces. The small calfskin bag hanging on my belt contained several files for use in extreme circumstances. For them a certain dwarf merchant of my acquaintance had stripped me of all my earnings from a robbery at a reception in the home of one of the city's notorious rakes. But the effectiveness of those magic baubles more than justified the price I had paid for them. That was all. No more time for delay. I went dashing toward the Duke's house, all the time keeping as close as possible to the wall of the library. If anyone had taken it into his head to look down, he would have seen nothing but the grey stones and the wind-shredded mist playing tag with the shadows in the square. I ran fast, close to the right side of the house, with the grey crenellated wall flashing past my eyes in a blur. There it was, almost invisible to people passing by on the street, the small wicket gate for servants that led into his lordship's inner sanctum. As ill luck would have it, there was a street lamp burning opposite the gate and there was no cover. I might have been standing on Sagat's palm. The light fell directly on the wall, and there was not a trace of shadow. Fortunately, the narrow street was empty and the patrol was not due to pass by there for another 2 minutes or so. I had enough time. Reaching inside my belt, I took out a set of lockpicks made by dwarves to my own specifications. Only ignorant Philistines think that being a master thief is easy and cheap. That's rubbish. If you want to steal anything worth stealing, the most important thing is your equipment. I maintain a modest silence on the subject of experience and talent. You can't steal much without them. Completely absorbed in scrabbling with my pick, I felt for the spring of the lock. Aha! A quiet click. The first line of defense had been overcome. But just at that moment there was the sound of hoofbeats at the end of the narrow street and I started working faster. A click. The second secret solved. I spun my pick in desperation, feeling for that final spring. That's it. No more time left. I jerked the pick out of the lock, all the springs were already free, and dashed across to the other side of the winding street. Into the refuge of the shadow. Just in time. A group of horsemen appeared from round the bend. 2, 3, 5, 7. Oh ho! 13 of them. A lucky number. They were riding tall horses of the Doralitian breed. Dark silhouettes against the grey background of the night. I squatted down, pulled the hood over my face, and screwed up my eyes, hoping that they hadn't glinted in the light from the stars. 10 of the soldiers were wearing the grey and blue uniform of the Royal Guard. The 11th turned out to be a woman with her face concealed by a dense veil. But even beneath that veil, I could see the sparkle of her eyes. I thought, isn't that something, sparkling eyes? The two men riding on either side of her had their faces hidden under the hoods of their cloaks. I wonder what the king's guardsmen and a mysterious lady are doing out in the street at night. I think it's none of my business. Only 3 minutes after the strange cavalcade, another detachment of horsemen came galloping by. They were dressed in ordinary uniforms, not gray and blue, but I spotted a purple stripe on the sleeve of the last man. Oh ho! Wild hearts! Just how do they happen to be so far away from the lonely giant? I waited until the riders disappeared into the next street, loitered for a few more minutes, and went back to the wicket gate. The courtyard was quiet, dark, and deserted. In the whole of the Duke's grand nest, only 2 windows were lit up, one in the kitchen and one under the roof. The grass that was shrinking from the chill of the June night completely muffled my steps. It was too cold for the crickets, and the heavy hand of silence hung over the inner yard. There was the door into the kitchen. The timid, trembling flame of a torch was blackening the wall beside the door. I turned the bronze handle, and I was inside. The stoves and fireplaces in the kitchen were long since cold. The tables were stacked with dirty dishes and there was a young scullion sleeping on the floor. I stopped in a corner and began checking everything against the plan that I was carrying in the most reliable place of all, my head. That door over there will take me into a dining hall with a high marble staircase leading to the 2nd floor. But I don't need to risk the hall, there's another way round. The oak door on the right leads into the servants' wing, and from there I can get to the 2nd floor, avoiding the guard. Of course the hour is late and the guardsmen, if I know anything about their kind, have been asleep for a long time, but even so, there's no point in asking for trouble. I set off, treading carefully, the dry floorboards creaked under my feet. In the dark corridor only every second torch was lit. From behind a door on the left I heard the snoring of someone in good health and clearly well satisfied with life. That was definitely a guard, no one else could be so recklessly carefree. Chuckling to myself, I moved on. Forward. And quietly. The most important thing is not to hurry. I walked to the staircase leading from the servants' wing to the ducal apartments. Climbing the steps took no time at all, and there in front of me were the heavy double doors of oak. Locked, of course, but we can deal with that. The corridor was as gloomy and deserted as the rest of the building. But I could see that from that point on the floor was cunningly paved with slabs of Icilian marble, which makes footsteps sound unnaturally loud and clear. A deaf man at the other side of the city could hear them. And I had to walk the full length of the corridor to the bedchamber at the far end. Curses! If only I could fly. But I can't. And so I shall have to use every ounce of the skill that Sagat has granted me in order not to make any noise. Suddenly I heard a menacing growl behind me. I shuddered and froze, with my foot suspended above the black and white marble slabs. I turned my head gingerly, and there was a Garanch, devouring me with the insane glare of its white eyes. A shudder ran right through me. That swindler Gosmo, when he gave me the commission there wasn't a word about the Duke having one of these brutes in the house. Garanches live far away in the south, in the steppes of Angeva, almost on the borders of the hot sultanate. The creatures are magnificent watchdogs, especially useful against lads like me. Getting hold of a live Garanch cub is incredibly difficult, almost impossible, because the price is simply sky high. They say the king's treasure house is guarded by 2 of the beasts. What a Garanch resembles most of all is a huge rat, the size of a well-fattened calf, covered with snake scales instead of fur, with a magnificent set of teeth that can saw straight through a knight in armor, and 2 white gimlets for eyes. Killing one is extremely difficult unless, of course, you happen to be a magician. The creature snorted and stared alertly, probing the shadow where I had thought it best to hide. There was nothing I could do but pray to Sagat to protect his humble servant. I was drenched in cold sweat. After thinking for about a minute, it began growling again. It sensed a trick, but it couldn't understand where I could have gone, so it was trying to flush me out. Eventually the beast abandoned its thoughts of an easy supper and set off at a slow, pigeon-toed waddle toward the open door leading into the servants' wing. I realized that one reason the door was usually locked was so that the brute that was let out to guard the 2nd floor wouldn't need anyone. But I had nonchalantly left the door wide open. What fun and games there would be in the morning when someone discovered a couple of servants were missing. I caught my breath and took my finger off the trigger of the crossbow. The danger had passed. But I had to be on the alert, the creature could come back at any time. There was a narrow strip of light showing under the door of the Duke's bedchamber. Strange. Could there possibly be someone inside? I set my ear to the keyhole. Nonsense. I am loyal to the master. A harsh, shrill voice exclaimed. The Duke? Why in the name of darkness was he at home and not out hunting? Loyal? The second voice sent cold shivers down my spine. It was pure malice, without a single drop of life in it, a blend of baleful mockery and the chill of the grave. Strange. If that is so, then why has the king still not abandoned his foolish plans for the horn? That's all because of his accursed guard and Alistan Markos. The king is watched round the clock. The captain suspects something. I'm not able to speak to His Majesty in private. My master is not accustomed to his orders not being carried out. And I am not accustomed to not getting what I was promised long ago. The man's voice broke into a shout. You're all despicable, lying scum. I want nothing more to do with you. Very well. Now you will receive your payment, the dead voice said after pausing for a moment, as if its owner were listening carefully to some new instruction. Wait, I was Jock Aya. There was a repulsive squelching sound on the other side of the door, then something fell and the shutters slammed against the wall as they were thrown open. I swore under my breath and peeked warily into the Duke's bedchamber. The flame in the hearth was flickering feebly, too faint to illuminate the gigantic room and only picking a few spots out of the darkness, but I had an excellent view of Duke Patton sitting bolt upright in his armchair with his face contorted in terror and his throat ripped out. Blood was gushing from the ragged wound in jolly, rhythmical spurts. I spotted the nocturnal visitor's winged silhouette against the open window. For one instant I looked into those yellow eyes that gazed at me in cold disdain, with the arrogance of death itself, and then my finger squeezed the trigger of its own accord. The bowstring gave a dry twang and the heavy crossbow bolt struck the creature in the back just as it turned and leapt from the window with its wings outspread. There was a dull thud, as if the dwarf-made steel had struck a wet tree trunk, not living flesh. The creature melted away into the night without a sound. I don't think it was bothered at all by the bolt in its back. Time to run for it. There was nothing I could do to help the Duke, and if they caught me beside the body, they would pin the murder on me. A serious crime against the crown like that means long, slow conversations in the torture chambers of the Grey Stones. I dashed over to the shelves, grabbed what I needed, a gold statuette of a dog, and ran back out of the door. The Garanch appeared again at the far end of the corridor. We spotted each other at the same moment. The brute let out a roar of joy and came hurtling toward this new promise of supper, taking immense bounds. Still moving, I tossed the crossbow back over my shoulder, stuck my hand into my bag, and pulled out a phial of phosphorescent blue liquid. The most important thing in our business is to keep your nerve. When the Garanch was only 2 bounds away, I dashed the contents of the phial straight into its fearsome grin. The brute's face was shrouded in a cloud of blue mist. It pulled up sharply, sneezed in astonishment, and then, completely forgetting about me, started rubbing its front paws hard over its face in furious desperation. I ran past it as quickly as I could, in my heart wishing the loathsome creature deliverance from the magical itching in perhaps 200 or 300 years. Tomorrow the whole city will be in an uproar, and I need to be noticed as little as possible. Behind my back the newly deceased Duke's abode is already no bigger than a doll's house. Once I get the money, I'll lie low for a couple of months. I've completed the commission and now I can go back to my den, praying to Saget that I won't meet anyone on my way. 2. Unexpected encounters. Evening twilight descends on bustling Avondum, obliging the townsfolk to make haste, with humans and non-humans alike hurrying to complete their business before the onset of night. In the cramped quarters and winding alleyways of the port city the citizens strive to make the best use of every minute before the darkness sends them all scurrying back to their homes. There goes a group of women running by, clutching baskets containing unsold food. There goes a pair of young noblemen, the arrogant bastards blind drunk, hurtling past on their fiery steeds, throwing up the mud and forcing passers-by to squeeze back against the walls, leaving them waving their fists furiously at the riders' receding backs. There's a fat shopkeeper cuffing his boy apprentice round the ear to make him get on with closing the shop's shutters. The port city guard turns a blind eye to everything, even to a man with the outline of a crossbow clearly visible under his cloak. To be quite honest, it was illegal for ordinary citizens to carry such a weapon within the city limits, and if I had been noticed by the guard of the inner city, it would have cost me more than just a simple smile. In fact, it would have taken at least 2 gold pieces to make the guardians of public order forget my face until the next time we met. I keep saying port city and inner city, but these names only mean something to someone who lives in Avondum. For reasons lost to history, the capital city sprang up on the shoreline of the Cold Sea, in the north of the kingdom of Valiostra. From the height of a dragon's flight it has the form of a huge triangle, with its base thrust against the inclement, leaden-grey waters of the Cold Sea and its 2 other sides enclosed by a high, forbidding wall with mighty guard towers built into it at regular intervals. There are 8 city gates, 4 on each of the 2 landward sides of the triangle, and on the side facing the sea the city is protected against the enemy by a powerful fort armed with cannon made by the dwarves' ancient enemies, the gnomes. Gnomes are not very fond of the sea, but in this case their liking for gold proved stronger than their dislike of salt water. And now the fort provides Avondum with secure protection on the seaward side, and the Moranu-hands in their leaky tubs no longer dare to attack the massive grey bastion and its cannon. They say that not a single gate ever fell during the 3 assaults on the capital city that have taken place during the last 300 years. But who can tell what will happen if the army of the Nameless One gathers its forces together and emerges from its centuries-long exile in the desolate lands to test our capital's valor with an onslaught of ogres and giants. And the lads from the Crayfish Dukedom won't just sit back and watch, they'll be sure to help our enemies. Well, only time will tell for sure. Extending around the outer wall are the suburbs. Immediately inside the gates, in the so-called outer city, stand houses belonging to moderately prosperous citizens. Beyond them lies the inner city, which is surrounded by an additional wall. On 1 or 2 occasions I have been obliged to climb over it, when an especially zealous patrol decided to test how fast old Harold could run. The inner city consists entirely of houses belonging to aristocrats, bigwheels, and magicians. There are good pickings here, but the chances of coming unstuck are pretty good, too. This is where the king's palace is located. The artisan's city and the magician's quarter slice into the inner city from the seaward side. Shops, smithies, tanneries, bakeries, little magic stalls, libraries, shrines to the gods, and so forth. The port city runs along the very edge of the sea. Ships from all over the world visit the port. And in this district of the capital there are also streets which it is best not to enter without chain mail and reliable guards. Especially at night. All these things I'm telling you are only a small part of the overall picture, a mere drop of wine in an ocean of mud, because our capital contains 100 other districts and areas. Some are inhabited entirely by wizards, others by the dwarves who did not fall out completely with men after we concluded a pact with the gnomes. And there is also the Secret Territory, or Forbidden Territory, or Stain, as it is also known, a district surrounded by a high wall impregnated with defensive magic. No one knows what goes on there. The Secret Territory, which is adjacent to the port city, came into being about 300 years ago as the result of a curse. The magicians of the kingdom were unable to cope with it and decided to seal off the cursed section of the city from the others with a wall. There have always been rumors about the terrible creatures inhabiting the Forbidden Territory, but no reckless daredevils who are prepared to check these stories have ever been found. Alright, that's enough. If I start going through all the places of interest in our beloved city, I'll still be listing them off when night falls. I stopped outside an old, entirely unremarkable building like many others in the port city. The only thing that distinguished it from its peers was a signboard, the Knife and Axe. There were a huge knife and an immense axe made of tin hanging there, too. I suspect that even a thick-witted Doralition would understand just what kind of men gather in this establishment. I pushed open the wooden door and plunged into the loud hubbub of the crowd. Unlike other establishments, this inn, the refuge of rogues and thieves, would be working all night. Old Gosmo, the owner of this fleepit, knew how to rake in the cash all right. I nodded to the 2 bouncers standing at the entrance with their cudgels at the ready, and set off toward the bar. Several individuals cast malicious glances after me and I heard whispering behind my back. This world is far from perfect, it contains plenty of envious people who have reason to resent my dexterity. Let them grumble. They won't dare go any further than muttering behind my back. I finally made my way through all the tables and nodded to Gosmo, who was standing behind his own bar today. The stooped old rascal, who was once fond of strolling into the homes of the rich residents of Avendoom during the night hours, had settled down now and opened this establishment, where individuals who were not entirely respectable and whose hands were not exactly clean could feel relatively at ease. This was where the lads in my profession relaxed as they looked for their next job, for buyers and clients. Ah! Harold, he greeted me warmly. Gosmo was always glad to see his clients, it came with his new profession. Haven't seen you in quite a while. Seems like years since you last visited your old friend at Bot. I've been busy, you know the way it is, I said, shoving the bundle with the statuette across the bar into the round-shouldered innkeeper's hand. Gosmo provided good information, and he was the one who had passed on the commission for a trip to the townhouse of the recently deceased Duke Patton. The innkeeper deftly caught the bundle and, with a movement as inconspicuous as my own, dispatched into my hand a purse containing the promised 20 pieces of gold. The goods were immediately seized by one of the inn's serving men, who shoved them into a dirty canvas bag and bore them off to the client. I counted out 5 coins from what I had received. Now, that's why I'm so very fond of you, my boy, you always settle your debts, the old rogue said merrily, and I frowned. Of course, I steal other people's property, but I have to pay the informant out of my own pocket, with the gold I receive for the sale of those items. I'm not exactly a skinflint, but even so, being left with 15 gold pieces instead of 20 is rather annoying. However, I still owed the old swindler for my last job, so he had a perfect right to take the amount owed to him. Have you heard that my Lord Patton up and died all of a sudden 2 days ago? Gosmo asked apropos of nothing as he wiped the beer mugs. He seemed not to notice my sullen expression. Really? I said, expressing my seemingly genuine amazement at the unexpected departure from this life of the Duke, who had the strength of all the plough horses in Valley Ostranzagari combined. Yes, yes. They found him with his throat torn out. And the garage that guarded his treasure was scratching itself and taking no notice of anybody. Really? I asked again, completely astonished. Who would ever have thought there was a garage in there? Nobody ever mentioned that to me. The innkeeper turned a deaf ear to my rebuke. He knew how to pretend to be absolutely stone deaf, and I must say that sometimes he managed it superbly. The usual for you, is it? Yes. Is my table free? Gosmo nodded, and I set off past some drunken crooks who were bawling and yelling about something or other, past the semi-naked girl singing on the stage, toward the far corner of the large room. I sat down with my back to the wall, facing the entrance to the establishment. Well, I can't help it, it's a habit developed over the years. Immediately, as if by magic, a mug of porter and a plate of meat appeared in front of me. I should tell you that Gosmo's chef was sometimes visited by genuine inspiration, and at those moments he cooked every bit as well as the lads in the aristocrats' kitchens. The food and drink were brought by a delightful little serving wench, who winked merrily at me but, catching sight of my perpetual scowl, she snorted and retreated to the kitchen, wiggling her backside angrily and drawing admiring glances from the crooks sitting at the neighboring tables. I, however, had no time for her undeniable charms right now. The whole city was seething. It was time for me to lie low. A peasant could live well on 15 gold pieces for almost a whole year, but it wasn't a very large sum for me, and I really had to give up working for the next few months. If I was unlucky, someone might just link the Duke's death to the disappearance of the statuette, and the hunt would be on for all thieves everywhere in Avondum. And then they might haul me in with all the rest. If they could catch me, of course. I had my doubts about the abilities of Frego Lanton's subordinates. In fact, I didn't think too highly of the guards in general. Before I could even take a sip from my mug of thick black beer, a skinny, pale individual suddenly appeared and sat down on the chair facing me without so much as a buy or leave. I'd never even seen the lad before. I took an instant dislike to the fellow. His pallor and thinness prompted the thought that he might be a vampire, but of course I was mistaken there. Vampires don't exist. My uninvited guest was a man. And judging from all appearances, a very dangerous one. Not a single superfluous or unnecessary movement and a chilling gaze of cold appraisal. It wasn't my first time out in the street, I'd seen plenty of his type before. I very nearly reached for my crossbow, but stopped myself. Who could tell? Perhaps he simply wanted to chat about the weather. I don't think I asked anyone to join me, did I? I asked as indifferently as possible. But my brief moment of tension had not escaped my uninvited guest and he gave a crooked grin. Are you Harold? Anything's possible. I shrugged and took a gulp of beer. I've been told to let you know that Markin is not happy. Since when do hired assassins pass on messages from the head of the Guild of Thieves? I asked sharply, setting my mug down on the table. That, Harold, is none of your business, said Paleface, not in the least put out that I had guessed what he was. Markin is asking you one last time to join the guild and pay your dues. Ah, the guilds, the guilds. The king turns a blind eye to the Guild of Thieves and the Guild of Assassins. For the time being, at least. The official authorities don't touch these dubious organizations as long as they don't overreach themselves and they pay their taxes. And it must be admitted that the sums of money paid into the treasury are huge. Almost half of the earnings of the Knight Brethren. And that's why I'm not in the guild. Why should I make a present to any one of the gold pieces earned by my almost honest labor? I am sorry to disappoint him, I said, and laughed as loathsomely as I could manage. Shadow Harold, legendary master thief of Avondum, who has never once been taken by the guards, does not wish to join the guild. I'm a free hunter. And I don't intend to knuckle under to a fat-bellied pickpocket. Very well. Paleface was not at all perturbed by my refusal and carried on staring indifferently into my eyes. Is that your final word? I nodded, indicating that the conversation was at an end. A deafening silence suddenly descended on the knife and axe. The girl stopped singing, the drunken laughter and lively conversations came to a sudden halt. A genuine graveyard, with Gosmo as the cadaver-in-chief. I looked in the direction of the door, and my eyes must have turned square in amazement if even a professional like Paleface did what no experienced assassin should ever do. Forgetting about me, he turned round to see what had happened back there. A detachment of the municipal guard was standing at the entrance to the inn, clutching their halberds and crossbows in their hands. And no one had even the slightest doubt that the lads were ready to put them to good use at the first glint of a knife anywhere. It was clear that these were no port city wasters, but soldiers of the inner city. They were too well fed and well groomed. Definitely not to be provoked. And even the bouncers, whose mothers might have been accused of intimate relations with trolls, moved aside to allow the uninvited guests into the inner sanctum of the world of thieves. Something very important was about to happen if the guardsmen, whom Gosmo paid off regularly so that they wouldn't even notice his little establishment and the public that frequented it, had actually come here. Standing at the head of the orange and black horde was none other than the commander of the municipal guard himself, Baron Frago Lanten. The Baron probed the silent room with a short-sighted gaze that eventually picked me out, then he nodded to himself and set off straight toward me. "Wine," he growled as he walked past the pale-faced Gosmo, who had finally left the perfectly clean beer mugs in peace. "Straight away, Your Grace." "The very best of everything," the innkeeper replied obsequiously, recovering slightly from the shock. After all, a man like Lanten doesn't often visit the modest rat's holes where thieves gather. The serving wenches immediately started scurrying about, and the general hubbub in the room started up again, but you could feel the apprehensive tension hovering in the air. The girl on the stage started singing again in a trembling voice, squinting sideways at the Baron. Dozens of pairs of eyes followed the short man as he walked to my table. At any moment, if he felt like it, he could stick anyone who chose not to live according to the law in the Grey Stones, the grimmest and harshest prison in the Northern Kingdoms. A few men couldn't stand it any longer and started moving toward the door. The guard didn't try to stop them. "Don't start celebrating yet," hissed Paleface. "I'll get another chance to have a long conversation with you, Harold." Then he disappeared, simply evaporating into the gloom as if he had never been there at all. I breathed out quietly and rubbed my sweaty palms together. "Harold?" the Baron asked, stopping in front of me. I gazed intently at the short, muscular man in the uniform of the Avondune Guard. His doublet was a lot richer than an ordinary soldier's. To my mind there was rather too much velvet in it. But that slim, elegant blade from Finland was very much to my liking. For that you could easily buy 3 establishments every bit as good as the knife and axe. There was no point in denying anything, and I pointed to the chair on which Paleface had just been sitting. "Have a seat, Your Grace." Gosmo came hurrying over, delivering a bottle of the finest wine, glasses, and hors d'oeuvres in person. Milord waited in silence until it was all on the table and said quietly, "And now clear off. Get under my feet and I'll see you rot in jail." Gosmo left, with repeated bows and assurances concerning his own honesty, almost stumbling into a table as he went. Without speaking, Frago poured a glass of the red wine made far away in the south, where the crest of the world meets the steps of Ungava, and drained it in a single gulp. Then he gave a grunt of satisfaction and set about studying my face. Though we were, so to speak, at daggers drawn and had reason to resent each other, I respected this man. May Saget strike me dead if I lied. The Baron was honest. He never used underhand stealth, he never humiliated his subordinates, although he kept a tight grip on them. The Baron was devoted to the king and he had earned his position for his genuine efforts, not because of money or family ties. Avondune had benefited greatly from this man's appointment as head of the guard, even though it meant hard times for us thieves. The number of crimes was not reduced, of course, but now the cutthroats looked around carefully before setting out on their dark business, to make sure that his grace was nowhere near at hand. A small, but nonetheless real victory in the eternal battle between the law and crime. "I can't say that I'm pleased to meet you," the Baron growled, glaring at me from under his thick, bushy eyebrows. "I'd be delighted to ship you off to the Grey Stones." I said nothing. I did have a certain appropriate phrase right there on the tip of my tongue, but I decided to hold it in reserve for later. That evening, at least, I didn't really want to go to prison. "Let's go, Harold." "Where to, Your Grace?" I asked. The man had shocked me. "Not to those beloved Grey Stones of yours?" "No. Not yet anyway." He glanced at me. "A certain individual wants to have a word with you. I have to deliver you to him." Although I tried not to, I couldn't help casting a glance at the bored guardsmen loitering by the door. I couldn't handle them. Too many. And there were probably just as many at the back door. All the exits are closed off. The Baron seemed to have heard what I was thinking. I pushed my chair back without speaking and stood up, wrapping myself in my cloak. "Well, that's good," the commander of the guard said quietly and, picking up the unpaid-for bottle of expensive wine in his left hand, he set off toward the door. I followed him, feeling the curious glances of every eye in the inn boring into my back. 3. The Commission. Standing outside the inn, engulfed by the twilight as thick as cream, was a large carriage, harnessed to a foursome of ash-gray horses of the Doralishan breed. The horses were squinting sideways at the guardsmen and snorting nervously. Humans weren't the only ones who wanted to spend the night behind the protection of secure walls. I suddenly noticed that the windows of the carriage were blocked off with thick planks of wood. An expensive carriage. Not the kind everyone can afford. And a four-in-hand of Doralition horses cost an incredible amount of money. We set off along the dark streets, and the only time I bounced was when the wheel ran over a cobblestone jutting out especially high from the surface of the road. The Baron didn't say anything, merely casting occasional gloomy glances in my direction, and I was left with nothing to do but listen to the clip-clopping of hooves from the mounted guardsmen escorting us and try to guess where they were taking me. Who is it that wants to meet me? It's obvious straight away that whoever the lad might be, he must have plenty of influence since he sent Frago Lanten himself to fetch me. I wonder what this unidentified individual wants from me. Payment for some inconvenience that I've caused him? I just hope he isn't one of the magicians. I don't want to spend the rest of my days in the skin of a toad or a Doralition. I chuckled quietly to myself, attracting the Baron's surly glance. It was hard to say which was worse, the body of a toad or the body of a goatman. I would probably have chosen the former, because in Avendoon they were less fond of Doralitions than they were of toads. Suddenly the driver stopped the carriage and a pair of zealous guards swung the door open. The cool breath of night struck me in the face. Even in summer it is rather cool in Avendoon, since it is quite close to the desolate lands. The blessed heat only visits the city in August, and even then only for a couple of weeks, until the wind from the cold sea brings the rains. Valiostra is the most northerly kingdom of Ciala, so the weather here leaves a lot to be desired. What's this, then? A brief recreational stroll? I asked the Baron, trying to maintain my presence of mind. Stop wrangling with me, Harold. Just do as you're told and all will be love and affection between us. I shrugged and jumped down onto the stone road and surveyed the surroundings. The little street was empty and the dark houses on one side hung over us like the Zamdamort. There was a high wall running along the other side of the street. Right then. That meant we were somewhere on the edge of the inner city. Thin, tentative tongues of grayish-yellow mist were already creeping out of the municipal drainage system. It was still timid, pressing low against the surface of the street, not yet daring to rise higher. But in a few hours' time a thick blanket of the mist would cover the city, just as it did every night in June, and hang there until the morning. On this occasion the darkness in the street was impenetrable, clouds covered the sky with their heavy carcasses, and the only light radiated from the guards' torches and the oil lamps hanging on the carriage. The guards were peering hard into the darkness, holding their crossbows at the ready. Is he clean? No weapons? Frago asked. The guards hastily patted me down once again, took the lockpicks out of the secret pocket on my belt, then extracted a slim razor from the top of my boot and nodded. Clean, your grace. Clean as a Doralition on his way home after a business meeting with a dwarf. Yargi knows the thieves' tricks. The guards on the horses burst into laughter. Enough of that. Lanten barked irritably. Blindfold him and let's get going. The guard who called himself Yargi took a strip of heavy, dark cloth out of his pocket and blindfolded me with it. Hans took hold of me by the arms, shoved me into the carriage, slammed the door shut, and the carriage set off again. I raised my hands to ease the pressure of the cloth against my eyes. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Harold, the Baron said straight into my ear, speaking very politely. Where are you taking me, your grace? Or is it a secret? A state secret, you could say. But for now keep quiet and be patient. Don't make me angry. I beg your pardon, your grace, but what will happen if I make you angry? The darkness had made me talkative and sharpened my tongue. If you don't come to an agreement with the man we're going to see, then you'll find yourself in my hands. And I'll be angry. I decided it was better to be patient and say nothing for a while. It would be no problem for me to jump out of the carriage that was dashing through the streets and try to escape. I would have a few precious moments before the guards realized what had happened. But I didn't really want to risk playing tag with crossbow bolts. Meanwhile the carriage was bowling through the city at an excellent speed. The driver was evidently very skillful and he did not wish to spare the carriage, the horses, or the passengers. Now my entire backside took a battering on the potholes. But the Baron wasn't complaining. That must mean there was a good reason for all the hurry, and I gritted my teeth and tried to sit up straight when we heeled over on the bends. Actually, just once I did allow myself the pleasure of giving way, allowing inertia to throw me against Frago, and lifting the purse off his belt. I must say there wasn't much in it, though. Eventually we arrived. I was taken out and handed over to some men who took a tight grip on my elbows. Then they led me off somewhere. There was nothing I could do but move my feet, stumbling every time there were steps up or down. All the time the Baron was snorting behind me. Corridors, stairways, rooms, halls. Sounds. My feet walked across a bare stone floor, raising a hollow, resonant echo from the slabs of Icilian marble. They stamped across squeaking wooden floorboards. I had long ago lost count of the number of steps and stairways and bends in the countless corridors of the huge building through which I was being led. Torches hissed and sputtered close to my ear. Sometimes we met someone as we walked along, but I could hear them hastily move aside, making way for us. Finally a door opened and I felt the dense pile of a carpet under my feet. Without seeing it, I couldn't say how much it was worth, but it had probably been made in the Sultanate, and that certainly meant a fair amount of money. Remove his blindfold. Frago, who was standing behind me, removed the damned rag from my eyes. For a brief moment I squeezed them shut against the bright light coming from a fireplace and dozens of candles and torches burning in the small room. Then I studied the room critically, evaluating at a glance the Sultanate carpets, the candlesticks, the costly furniture made of timber found in the forests of Isla, right beside the crest of the world, the complete set of knight's armor made by dwarf master craftsmen, which was standing in the farthest corner of the room. Not to mention the goblets and the tableware, which I think were all made of gold. I could really cut loose if only I could have this place to myself for just a few minutes. Only instead of one person, I saw several. The little old man sitting in an armchair beside the hearth, muffled in a thick woolen blanket, was clutching a silvery staff encrusted with ivory in his right hand. A magician, as far as I could judge. An arch-magician, in fact, bearing in mind that his staff bore 4 silver rings of rank. Or even more precisely, a master, since he had a small blackbird sitting on the top of his staff instead of the usual stone. The old man appeared small and puny. He looked like an old, fragile hazelnut, and he was shuddering in annoyance, as if the heat from the fireplace right beside him could not warm his ancient bones. It seemed that if you just prodded the magician with your finger, or a strong wind blew on him, he would simply fall to pieces. A deceptive impression. A none too pleasant end lay in store for anyone who prodded Artsibus, arch-magician and master, the head of the Order of Magicians. This man was one of the most influential figures in the kingdom and the king's first advisor, although many, seeing the puny old man for the first time, might have doubts about the soundness of his reason. The person sitting in the armchair opposite Artsibus and elegantly cradling a goblet of white wine was a woman, wearing the very expensive, magnificent, light blue dress of a female inhabitant of Marangrad. A rather risky choice of garment in our kingdom, especially since the war with Miranue had not actually ended, but was only lying dormant for the time being while the two sides recovered from the bloody battles that had broken off 5 years earlier. Maranuhans are like no better than the nameless one in Avondum, but I could see that the lady was not concerned about that. The female stranger's face was covered by a veil that completely concealed it from my curious gaze. And those golden eyes, though covered by the veil, still sparkled. Amazing! I had encountered this unknown noblewoman 2 days earlier, on that memorable night when I had a little job to do in Duke Patton's townhouse. Judging from her jewelry, she must be the same woman who had ridden along the narrow street, surrounded by the king's personal guards. Standing by the wall was a man armed with a sword of Cannian forgework. This gentleman examined my humble person with disdainful curiosity, as if what he was looking at were, in the very best case, a rat. Although it was he who was the rat. That was what his foes called him. Count Alistan Markos, captain of the king's personal guards, who had chosen a grey rat as his crest. He could always be recognized from his heavy knightly armor with the rodent's head engraved on the breastplates and the helmet, which itself was in the form of a rat's head. Vicious tongues had it that the rat even slept and washed in his armor, but I believe this assertion was not entirely correct. Alistan was the finest swordsman of the kingdom, the rock on which our most dear king relied. He was the head of the security service and a man of honor, defined in terms that only he understood, who hated and exterminated all who plotted evil against his glorious lord. His whole life was military routine, skirmishes with ogres and giants beside the lonely giant fortress, war with the orcs of Zagraba, and a couple of border wars with Miranue when their king felt like moving on to bigger things after a few skirmishes with the western clans of the Zagraban orcs. Having survived all these battles, Alistan Markos had become the man he was at that moment, the king's right arm and a bulwark of the throne. The soldier looked at me with his steely grey eyes, chewing on his luxuriant, dangling mustache, styled in the manner of the inhabitants of Lowland. I responded to his narrow-eyed gaze with a sour look and transferred my attention to the fourth person in the room. Well, of course, when I say person, that's something of an exaggeration. There, staring at me with arctic blue eyes, was a green-skinned goblin. The genuine article. One of those who live somewhere in the forests of Zagraba, side by side with orcs and elves. The goblins are an unfortunate and downtrodden race. They are no taller than the smallest of gnomes. That is, they come up to about my navel, no higher than that. From the dawn of time men, confusing things in the way they always do, believed that goblins were the orcs' allies, and for century after century attempted to exterminate this universally persecuted tribe of Siala. The systematic extermination of the race of goblins was so successful that this once multitudinous, peaceful race, which had suffered from the scimitars of the orcs as well as the swords and pikes of men, was almost completely wiped out. And when men finally realized the truth, that is, when they swallowed their pride and asked the elves, there were only a few small tribes left, hiding in the remotest thickets of Zagraba with the help of their shaman's magic. And so, we had even begun taking them into service. They proved to be very intelligent and resourceful, their little claret-colored tongues could be very sharp, and they were adroit and nimble, therefore perfectly suited for service as messengers and spies. And in addition, the Order of Magicians was very interested in goblin shamanism, which derived from the rites of the orcs and the dark elves. Shamanism, for anyone who doesn't know, is the most ancient form of wizardry in this world. It appeared in Ciala together with the ogres, the most ancient race. And therefore the magicians of men are tremendously curious about the primordial source, which was borrowed from the ogres by the orcs, then the elves, and then the goblins. By the way, the little green-skinned lad on the carpet in front of me happened to be a jester. That was clear from his cap with little bells, his jester's leotard in red and blue squares, and the jester's mace that he was clutching in his green hand. The goblin was sitting there with his funny little legs crossed, occasionally turning his head, so that his little bells tinkled in a gay melody. Noticing me studying him in astonishment, he laughed, with a bright flash of teeth as sharp as needles. He sniffed through his long, hooked nose, winked his blue eye, and showed me his claret-colored tongue. Magnificent! That was all I needed to really make my day. I transferred my gaze to the final stranger in the room, sitting in the armchair in front of which the goblin had positioned himself. To look at, this man was very much like a prosperous innkeeper. Fat and short, with a bald head and neat, tidy hands. And his clothes were more than modest, the spacious brown trousers worn by ordinary guardsmen, and simple thick sweater of sheep's wool, very suitable for the frosts of January, the kind knitted by the peasants who lived beside the lonely giant fortress. I wondered if he felt hot in it. All in all, the man in front of me was entirely grey and undistinguished. Especially if you failed to notice the thick gold ring with an enormous ruby on his right hand, and his eyes. Those brown eyes were full of intelligence, steel, and power. The power of a king. I bowed low and froze. Just so, Stauchen the Ninth said in a deep, resonant voice. It was the voice I had heard when they led me into the room. So this is the thief famous throughout the whole of Avondhu? Shadow Harold? Yes indeed, your majesty, Baron Lontaine, who was standing beside me, replied obsequiously. Well now. The king patted the seated jester on the head and the jester purred in pleasure, imitating a cat. You found him quickly, Frago. Far more quickly than I was expecting. I thank you. The Baron lowered his head modestly and pressed his hand to his heart, although any fool could see that he was absolutely delighted to be praised. Wait outside the door, Baron, if you would be so kind, Archmagician Artseva said from his chair with a cough. The commander of the guard bowed once more and went out, closing the door firmly behind him. I have heard a lot about you, Harold, the king said, looking intently into my eyes. I did not think my reputation was so great, your majesty. I felt awkward in the company of the leading figures of the state. Ah, but he's bold, the jester declared squeakily, pulling yet another face at me and turning his eyes in toward his nose. And modest, the mysterious woman said with a laugh, running the finger of a gloved hand along the edge of her crystal goblet. You always hear about women whose laughter sounds like music in all those silly love songs. I always thought it was just the bards singing through their hats. I never imagined it was true. And fancy hearing it in this company. She would bear watching, this one. Oh, not because Harold is so taken with a pretty lady. I like ladies enough in their place. No, this lady was commanding, dangerous and different. You could tell just by her demeanor that she was the equal of anyone in the room, even the king. And they all knew it, too. Let us not say that cranky old Harold was suspicious, no, not suspicious, exactly, but she would bear watching, this one. I felt like a cow at market, being discussed by two peasant buyers. Have a seat, Harold, said the king, gesturing graciously in my direction, and I sat down in an armchair with a tall, carved back depicting some episode from the battle that took place on the field of Sorna. With your permission? The king asked casually, taking my crossbow up off the little table standing beside his armchair. The knife, lockpicks, and razor were lying there, too. Made by dwarves? Without even giving me time to nod, His Majesty aimed the weapon at the ancient suit of armor standing in the farthest corner of the room and pressed the trigger. The string twanged and the bolt whined as it flew straight in through the eye slit of the knight's helmet. The jester clapped his hands in a caricature of applause. Stauchen knew how to fire a weapon. In general, there were many things he was good at. Especially maintaining a firm grip on the kingdom. The simple people adored him, although he had ruthlessly repressed the rebellions that had flared up several times during the spring famine. And everybody also knew that, in addition to the crown, His Majesty had inherited knowledge from his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. The great intellect of the dynasty of Stauchen was legendary throughout the land. He hadn't raised taxes excessively, but neither had he reduced them to paltry levels. He had loosened the traders' and merchants' leashes, but arranged things so that if they wanted to trade in Valioster, then they paid taxes. He also took money from the guilds of thieves and assassins. He did not oppress the other races that were friendly to men, and they repaid him, if not with friendship, then at least with tolerance toward humans, and they obeyed the laws of the kingdom. The king's only mistake, or so his enemies whispered, was the idea of an alliance with the gnomes. When it was concluded, the dwarves fell out with Valiastre and locked themselves away in their mountains. Of course, a small community of dwarves had remained in Avondum, basically the most greedy of them, dreaming of raking in a little more gold from the sale of expensive craftwork, although even they disapproved of the fact that men had come to terms with the gnomes, the enemies of all dwarves. In this matter, however, I was on the king's side. If the choice was between the swords that dwarves made for the richest inhabitants of the kingdom and the cannon that the gnomes made, naturally you had to choose what was more effective in battle and cheaper, the cannon. An interesting toy. But we're not here now to talk about your crossbow, the king said, setting the discharged weapon back down on the small table. Could you tell me, thief, how you came by this item? The delighted jester took out a gold statuette of a dog from behind the armchair and showed it to me. My back was instantly bathed in cold, sticky sweat. Although I managed to hold my face in a mask of polite respect, a note of panic appeared in my voice. There in the goblin's hands was the trinket from the duke's house. So that was where Gosmo's man had taken it. Good old Gosmo. If we happen to meet again, there's a very unpleasant conversation in store for him. So now all the clues pointed to me. Now I was implicated in a crime against the crown. The quartering they would administer would be regarded as the grace of the gods and the mercy of the king's court. If only they didn't do anything worse to me. I decided I had better say nothing and listen. Clever and cautious. Rare qualities, said the woman, surveying me from behind her dense veil. The jester giggled quietly at some joke only he understood, and scuttled round the room. Then, still clutching the statuette in his hand, he stood beside Alistan, copied his pose and serious expression, and froze, setting his hand on the head of the golden dog and transforming it into an improvised sword. I almost burst out laughing. It really was just like the rat and very funny. The goblin certainly earned his pay. It was on our instructions, Harold, that you found yourself in the home of my most dear departed cousin. Before deciding if you were suited to a certain job, we had to test you. And a setting more ideal than my cousin's townhouse, with a Garanch roaming around freely at night, is hard to imagine. Don't you agree? The royal treasure house would be even more ideal, I blurted out. Shadow Harold had nothing more to lose. It was obvious anyway that in the morning I would be taking the journey to the Grey Stones. I reminded myself once again to have a word with Gosmo when I got the chance, to thank him for palming off this commission on me. Oh ho! Shadow Harold has a sweet tooth. The goblin squeaked. I cast a caustic glance at him, but he only laughed mockingly and stuck his tongue out again. I know that, Pleakley, Stockin replied to the jester, then he picked up my knife, drew it out of its scabbard and, as he studied it, asked casually, what happened in the house that night? How did he die? I swallowed the spittle that had thickened in my mouth and launched into my story under the gaze of 5 watchful pairs of eyes. No one interrupted me. Archmagician Artsibus seemed to be dozing in his chair and, remarkably enough, the goblin's face was thoughtful and troubled. When I finished my story, an oppressive silence filled the room, with only the fire crackling quietly in the hearth. I told you, Your Majesty, not to trust the Duke, Alistan blurted out angrily. For some reason he had believed my story straight away, and now his eyes were glittering with fury. I'll double the guard. The king stroked his chin thoughtfully, studying me intently for a while without saying anything. Then he nodded his head abruptly, clearly having made up his mind. We'll talk about my safety later, good friend Alistan. But first I have a proposition for our guest. Harold, do you know who the Nameless One is? Stockin asked, taking me by surprise. He is evil and darkness. The question had perplexed me. The Nameless One, the Nameless One. The one they used to frighten you with in your distant childhood, when you wouldn't go to bed on time. Alistan snorted, as if he had expected no more from a thief. That depends on how you understand the word, the monarch said. Evil. But are you aware that, outside of Valiastre, the Nameless One is known only in the Border Kingdom, and then only because the orcs attacked those lands with his name on their lips? Well, and perhaps also in Icilia, and somewhat in Miranue, but there the Nameless One is no more than a terrible fairy tale. He is actually not entirely black evil, and far from being darkness, merely a very powerful wizard who settled in the desolate lands and has been dreaming for a long, long time of seeing Valiastre reduced to ruins. By your leave, said the archmagician, breaking his silence and butting into the conversation for the first time. Young man, let me tell you a legend that is really not a legend at all, but the plain truth. 500 years or so ago, when our kingdom was not yet so great and powerful, 2 brothers lived in Avondum. One of them was a magnificent general, the other a talented magician who studied the various aspects of shamanism. At that time magic was still a mysterious art to men, it was constantly being improved, we were still learning, borrowing from the experience of the dark elves, orcs, and goblins. Later we added a little something of our own to produce what we have now. Unfortunately the stone magic of the gnomes and dwarves is beyond us. But I digress. It happened in the final year of the Quiet Times, as that period is now known. The General Grok. I hope you know that name? I nodded. Everyone knew Grok Square and the General's statue. The old man grunted approval, fidgeting in an effort to make himself more comfortable in his chair, and then went on with his story. In the final year of the Quiet Times an army of orcs attacked our city and attempted to take it by storm. The famous Avondune walls did not yet exist then, and Grok, in command of only a few thousand weary soldiers who were still alive after a number of battles, was holding back the onslaught of the enemy who had emerged from the forests of Zagraba. His brother did not come to support him. I do not know why, unfortunately history is silent on that question. A quarrel, envy, illness, some stupid accident, whatever it was, the most powerful magician of the time failed to come to the aid of the embattled warriors. But even so, Grok and his men held out. They stood their ground until the arrival of the Dark Elves. By which time the army of Valiostra had been reduced first to 1,000 men, and then to something less than 400. After the victory the magician was seized and executed for treason. The old man stopped speaking and stared at the fire with his weepy eyes. What was that magician called? I asked, intrigued. He bore the same name as his twin brother, Grok. It was a disgrace for the order of magicians. A terrible disgrace. We struck out the name of the reprobate from all the annals. After that he became known as the Nameless One. But he managed to survive. Or rather, his spirit survived. During his lifetime the wizard had studied Kronkimor, the forbidden sorcery of the ogres. The use of this form of shamanism can enable the spirit of a man who has died to live for a certain time without any physical body, and then inhabit a new one. And that is what happened. He went far away to the north, deep into the desolate lands, nurturing plans of vengeance. The power of the Kronkimor was so great that ogres, giants, and some orcs recognized the Nameless One as their lord and master. Although, to be honest, I have serious doubts concerning the orcs. As a race they are too cunning and independent, most likely it is simply convenient to make themselves out to be cruel barbarians and appeal to the Nameless One when they attack their enemies. High politics, the elfin houses call it. But as for the ogres, giants, and some individual humans, they are devoted, body and soul, to the Nameless One. These enemies of Valiostra would long ago have left their own lands to wage war against us, if they were not held back by the lonely giant fortress. And even though the Nameless One has acquired eternal life, so far he has not dared to invade Valiostra, because we were cancelling out his power. That is, until the equilibrium was disrupted. Well, all right. I began, there was something that didn't quite add up in my mind. Ogres, orcs, giants. What about those vile brutes that hunt in the streets of the capital at night? Do they also obey the Nameless One? And what about the mysterious master that the Duke mentioned? I do not know, said the magician, frowning. Perhaps they are servants of the Nameless One, perhaps of someone else, and they escaped from the depths when the equilibrium of the magical source was disrupted. By the way, the king interrupted, how much longer will my subjects have to put up with these repulsive beasts? The council is doing absolutely everything possible, your majesty. We have prepared a spell, and by the end of the week not a single creature of the night will be able to enter our city. At least, that is my hope. Why doesn't the Order of Magicians destroy the Nameless One? I asked, bringing the conversation back to its original subject. The Kronkimor gives the reprobate secure protection. Unfortunately, we understand nothing about the shamanism of the ogres. And we are unlikely ever to learn now. The Nameless One has waited for centuries, building up his power and gathering his army. Only the Rainbow Horn, a mighty artifact of the past, which was given to Grok by the elves who took it from the ogres in ancient times, has held the Nameless One and his army behind the mountains of despair. The elves say that the ogres themselves created this artifact to counter their own magic, to neutralize it if the Kronkimor should suddenly escape their control. The Rainbow Horn is the one single reason why the Nameless One has never dared to make war against us. In some way the horn completely neutralizes his magic. Artsivus began coughing. It is only while the horn retains its power that the Nameless One dare not venture to pass the lonely giant. What can he do without his magic? This wizard should not be regarded as darkness, the king continued. He is simply a very talented magician who has made good use of his knowledge and now wants to take his revenge for being executed. Regard him as merely a little unbalanced by his hatred. And now that the power of the horn has weakened over the centuries, the Nameless One is raising his head. I am certain that the enemy will soon strike a blow against our kingdom. He is on the very point of striking, Alistan said quietly. Elfin scouts report that the Nameless One is preparing his army for a campaign. Thousands of giants, ogres, and other creatures are gathering from all across the desolate lands. In the Crayfish Dukedom they are forging weapons night and day. By next spring, or perhaps sooner, the Nameless One and his forces will be at the walls of the city. The lonely giant will not hold out, and I cannot even send them reinforcements. Stocken nodded. The orcs would immediately get wind of it. They would attack from the rear, and Mirinue is not in a peaceful mood just at the moment, either. The only possible help could come from the Dark Elves and the Border Kingdom, but if the orcs decide to attack, then they will attack the borderland as well. The Nameless One is unlikely to enter any other lands, and so we cannot expect help from Garrick, or the Empire, or Finland. Icilia, as always, will remain neutral and sit things out without interfering. Mirinue will merely rub its hands in glee. We shall have to manage with our own forces. And it is not only the Nameless One who has become active recently, said the magician. The orcs are raising their heads in the forests of Zagraba, in the mountains trolls have started attacking the dwarf settlements, a dragon has been seen on the southern borders. A dragon! It is more than 200 years since the last one approached the borders of our kingdom. The world is teetering on the threshold of war. A terrible war. I have begun gathering an army, the king said with a frown. By the end of the year I hope to put at least 50,000 men in the field against the Nameless One. Some will have to be left on the borders with Zagraba and Mirinue. And there is also the militia, but that is merely a gesture of despair. We need to announce a levy, but I am afraid that there will be a panic, the prices of goods will shoot sky high, and we shall have refugees. Thank the gods we have the Dark Elves on our side, as well as the gnomes and their cannon. I beg your pardon, your majesty, I have no doubts concerning the gnomes. Dump a sackful of gold pieces in front of them, and they'll make war on their own grandmother, but the elves. Are you sure about them? We have no need to lie, said the woman, throwing back her veil. I myself have seen the army of the Nameless One preparing for war beyond the needles of ice. My jaw dropped. The person gazing at me was an elfess. A genuine dark elfess. The bewitching charm of the elves. It was invented by the same storyteller who thought up the goblin's thirst for blood. It is only in fairy tales that elves are beautiful, only in fairy tales that they are immortal, only in fairy tales do they have golden hair, green eyes, melodic voices, and a light, floating step. And only in fairy tales are elves wise, truthful, just, and chivalrous. In real life, anyone who knew no better could take an elf from the forests of Zagraba and Ialila for an orc. Because the fairy tale beauty of the elves lauded to the heavens by drunken storytellers in the taverns simply doesn't exist. Well, of course, there are some attractive faces even among this race, but there's certainly no paragon of beauty. Elves look like people, except for their swarthy skin, yellow eyes, black lips, and ash-gray hair. And those protruding fangs put a real scare into the unsophisticated Philistin and the lover of old wives' tales. Don't believe in the kind-heartedness of the elves. One day, if you are unlucky, you may be present at an elfin torture session, when they apply the green leaf to their closest relatives, the orcs. That's right. Orcs and elves appeared in Ciala in the very same year. But the orcs arrived here just a little before the elves, for which the ashen-haired ones can never forgive them. And, apart from the ogres, the elves and the orcs were the first to be brought to Ciala by the gods. The race of orcs was granted pride and fury, and the elves cunning and guile. But both of them received yet another gift, hatred. To this day they still make war, slaying each other in large numbers in the thousands upon thousands of bloody battles that take place in the boundless forests of Zagraba. The gnomes and the dwarves, Doralicians and men, centaurs and giants, and the multitude of other races that inhabit Ciala only appeared later. But the first arrivals were the unsuccessful children, the orcs and elves. Afterward the elves divided into dark and light, although the only difference between them is that the dark elves employ shamanism, and the light elves use wizardry. The dark and light elves are not hostile to each other, they simply regard each other with a considerable degree of contempt. Even now the dark elves cannot understand why their relatives use an alien magic, not original to their race. About 2,000 years ago they found themselves unable to live together, and so they separated. The dark elves remained in the forests of Zagraba, while the light elves moved away to the forests of Ialila, which lie beside the crest of the world. Allow me to introduce you, Harold, said the king, indicating the elfess. This is Lady Marilissa from the House of the Black Moon. I bowed with restraint. A name with the ending SSA indicated that the elfess was from the supreme family of the house. In simple words, a personage of the royal blood. Well now, this was beginning to add up. Harold has a sharp eye. Pleased to make your acquaintance, milady. Likewise. The pleasantries can wait, the king declared. We have very little time and you, Harold, will have to help us. To stop the Nameless One? I asked skeptically. If that's it, then the king or his advisors really have lost their grip. Yes, said the archmagician. Then everybody in this room is definitely deranged. Alistan was observing me closely, trying to discover any sign of mockery of his king. I refrained. It was hard, certainly, but I refrained. The jester didn't, though. The goblin burst into laughter and fell on the carpet, clutching at his stomach. The life of the kingdom is in the hands of a thief. Watch out that he doesn't filch it. I personally didn't find that at all funny. Quiet, Cleekly, Alistan said sternly, keeping his eyes fixed intently on me. All right, I hold my tongue, I repent, I die. The goblin flung his arms out in a tragic gesture. Of course, I am flattered by such an honor, I began cautiously, trying not to provoke the lunatics. But does it not seem to you that I have rather less power and experience than the Order and the Wild Hearts, and it will be rather difficult to stop this wizard single-handedly? The goblin tittered and collapsed onto the carpet again. Oh, Harold, said the jester, wiping away genuine tears. Not only are you clever and bold, you are cocksure, too. Then what does my task consist of, your majesty? I carried on playing the fool, waiting for the moment when they might let me go. And then I'll run for it. I don't give a damn where, anywhere will do, even the Sultanate, just as long as it's as far away as possible. To lands where there are no insane kings, crazy jesters, and senile geriatric wizards. We need the rainbow horn, the elfess said. It is the only thing that can halt the Nameless One. I fear that even the army will not be able to stand against the full battle host of the desolate lands. The rainbow horn? I echoed stupidly. What has it got to do with this? I have already explained, Artseva said with a frown of annoyance. Is your fear beginning to affect your hearing? Understand this, Harold. The magic of the ogres is not ideal and in many ways it is crude, even though it is very powerful, but the law of equilibrium, the elfess pursed her black lips ironically, exposing her fangs even more. And still she possessed an exotic beauty. As time passes, the horn loses its magical properties. It has to be reactivated, the archmagician prompted, staring into the flames that were merrily consuming the wood in the hearth. Yes, magically charged after a certain period of time. Otherwise nothing will remain of its special properties. The horn is weakening at this moment, that is why the Nameless One has begun to stir beyond the needles of ice. We need you to get the artifact for the Order. You mean you don't have it? I asked, astounded. That is precisely the point. We don't, the rat exclaimed furiously. And all thanks to the stupidity of the Order. The Order acted out of the very best of motives. The archmagician retorted sharply. Well, we're certainly paying for them now. Your job, Milord Alistan, is to protect the king's life and brandish that piece of ironmongery you carry, not to interfere in the business of the Order. The old man was simply seething with indignation and his beard wagged in a way that reminded me of a Doralition whose favorite horse has been stolen. That's enough. The king roared furiously. He didn't seem anything like a good-natured innkeeper now. Explain the thief's task to him, About 300 years ago, Artsevas began, speaking in a dull voice and casting a hostile glance at the captain of the guard from under his thick grey eyebrows. The council of the Order decided to use the horn to annihilate the Kronkhamor that binds the Nameless One to this world. We did not quite manage it. Alistan snorted loudly. We ought to send your magic ship to Miranue as a diplomat. Perhaps we would get the disputed lands then? Not quite, the jester giggled, savoring those two words, but then his eyes met the magician's stern gaze, and he shut up. Yes. Nothing came of our attempt. We tried to control the magic of the ogres, about which we knew absolutely nothing. A power flow was shorted out at the wrong point or an operon was shifted several degrees off the fifth astral position. Yes, Artsevas realized that he had wandered into tangled thickets that were absolutely impenetrable to anyone but himself. It was all out of control, and the sudden surge of magic struck Avondum. Or rather, part of it. The part that is now known as the Secret Territory. So that's how it appeared, I drawled. Do you realize how grateful the inhabitants of the glorious capital of Valiasur would be if they only knew who was responsible for putting the stain on the map? The goblin opened his eyes wide, transforming them into two small blue lakes. The archmagician sighed heavily, evidently I was not the only one already weary of the jester, and continued. The Order decided to put the horn as far out of harm's way as possible. They charged it, then took it to Grok's sepulchre and left it there. And that, in effect, is the entire story. And you want me to get the horn out of the grave? I asked in amazement. But what do you need me for? Any gravedigger with a spade could manage a simple little job like that. And by the way, where is Grok buried? A tense, oppressive silence filled the little room. The Elphus and Artsivus exchanged astonished glances. The Count of the Rat gave a crooked smile and looked at me disdainfully. I will pass over the jester and his drooping jaw in polite silence. The king was the only one who carried on as before, twirling my knife in his hands, sometimes glancing at me and trying to figure out if I was deliberately playing the fool. Young man, do you know any history at all? The magician asked cautiously. It would be about as much use to me as a Sankor. I'm a thief, not a learned old maid. I was getting seriously tired of this buffoonery. These lads certainly know how to wind up a man's nerves. Why, he probably doesn't even know how to read, the goblin declared with a pompous air. I ignored that. The horn is buried with Grok in the palaces of bone, Harold, the Elphus said in a quiet voice, and she shuddered as if her swarthy skin had been touched by a cold wind from beyond the mountains of despair. That was when I burst into laughter, realizing that these 5 lunatics were hoaxing me. He's gone crazy, the jester said in response to my laughter, shaking his green head dismally so that the little bells on his cap jangled sadly. They're joking, aren't they, Your Majesty? They must be. Why Rad Spain? Wouldn't it be easier for me to draw up a new Vastar's bargain and invite dragons to protect our beloved homeland? Or tame a Sankor for you? Believe me, I could manage that far more easily and much more quickly than an excursion to Rad Spain. They are not joking, the king said in a serious voice, and the next burst of laughter stuck in my throat. Isn't that just wonderful? All I have to do is go down into Rad Spain to retrieve some stupid magical whistle. We need that horn, Master Harold, said the Elphus, speaking to me tenderly, as if I were a capricious little child. And we need it urgently. Before the onset of winter. But why me? Because only a tricky and cunning man will pass where a large troop of soldiers or magicians will get stuck in the mire. The finest thief in the kingdom, for instance. Yes. Don't try to be modest. We know far more about you than you think. Does this mean others have already tried to get the horn? 100,000 demons. Yes. Alistan clenched and unclenched his fists several times. Do you really think we would have turned to a thief if there were any other way of getting into the damned catacombs? We sent the first expedition in winter. Of those who went down underground, none returned, and those who waited up above were cut down by orcs. The second party set out in early spring. In view of the failure of the first expedition, we sent an expedition of more than 100 men. Experienced soldiers, 8 magicians of the order, plus support from the Dark Elves, who acted as our guides in the forests of Zagraba. And, may the demons take me, nothing came of it. 80 men went down into the burial sites, and only one came back out, as white-haired as a snow owl and completely insane. The remnants of the second expedition arrived in Avondum a week ago. All 8 magicians were left behind, underground. With 71 other men, more than half of whom were my soldiers. And now you've decided a thief will be able to do what 100 men couldn't, I summed up. Wonderful, the big shots have failed to do the impossible and now they want a lowly thief to do their bidding. I wonder which brilliant mind came up with this idea. Can I refuse? This was a purely rhetorical question, as Brother Fur likes to say. Yes, Baron Lantan is still outside the door. You can take a ride to the Grey Stones with him, Alistan laughed. I get it. So that's the way it is. Either take your chances in Rad Spain or rot in the Grey Stones, and who knows which is better. If it was up to me, I'd choose the Grey Stones, but I can probably risk it and try to trick the whole council of lunatics. I accept, I said, nodding, and got up out of my armchair. Can I go now? To carry out my mission? At least it seemed like I had a real chance to cut and run before they really had me on the hook. Of course, the king said with a feeble wave of his hand, and his immense ring glinted as it caught the light of a candle. You accept the commission? At that point I sat back down in the armchair. I thought I was going to trick them all, thought I was the most slippery eel there, but they were the ones who had tricked me. When a master thief performs a task for a client, he accepts a commission, which renders the agreement between thief and client stronger than any amount of gold could. In accepting a commission, a thief undertakes to carry it out, or, if he is unsuccessful, to return the initial pledge, together with interest on the total value of the deal, and the client commits himself to paying in full when the task has been completed. The commission is an inviolable contract between the master thief and the client. And it cannot be violated, torn up, or put aside without the agreement of both parties. As the masters say, you can cheat and break a contract even with darkness, but not with Sagat. The punishment will follow immediately, something like falling into the firm grip of the guards at the scene of the crime, finding yourself in prison, or running into a knife in a perfectly safe alleyway. Luck will simply turn her back on the night hunter. And the client will not flourish if he refuses to pay, without good reason. The patron of thieves turns a blind eye to the doings of footpads and petty criminals, but not to those of master thieves following sound and reliable leads. To refuse the commission meant confessing to my recent lie about being willing to cooperate and being sent to the most uncomfortable cell in the Grey Stones, with a grand view of the cold sea. To accept meant that I couldn't make a run for it, because the commission wouldn't let me go. There was no way I could pull out of it. What are the terms? I asked Stockin hopelessly. You must deliver the rainbow horn to the capital before the beginning of January. The payment? 50,000 pieces of gold. As the pledge? I tried to keep my voice steady. 50,000, well, of course, it's not half the kingdom or the hand of the princess from the fairy tale, but it offers plenty of scope. Several generations could live well on that amount of money. The fortunes of certain barons and counts are no more than a third of the sum proposed. How much do you want? I thought for a moment, hesitating. 100 will do. You'll get the money as you leave the palace. By the way, don't forget your toys. Is that all? I request you to pronounce the official formula. That is, of course, if your majesty is familiar with it. I request Shadow Harold to accept my commission, said the king, speaking the official formulation of a contract between a thief and a client. I accept the commission, I sighed. It has been heard, the elfess said with a flash of her fangs, and threw the veil over her face. There was no thunder and no lightning. Simply, somewhere Saget remembered what had been said, and now he would watch carefully to make sure the conditions of the contract were observed. Or if not him, then his servants would watch. The important thing was that the commission would have to be carried out. If it cost me my life, I had to do it, because there is no running away from fate. And not to carry out the commission was absolutely impossible. I couldn't go off to Radspain, hide somewhere near the entrance, and then say, sorry, I gave it a try but it didn't work out. They were right when they said Stockin was clever. He had closed off all the escape routes and loopholes by offering a huge sum of money. And if I didn't manage to pull it off, I would have to return the pledge and a huge amount of interest on the total sum of the deal. I didn't have that kind of money, so that meant the terms of the commission would be violated. Congratulations, Harold. Cleekly bowed elegantly in my direction. Now you're the king's man. I have questions. The words Your Majesty were set aside now until afterward. Now there was only a client, a master thief, and Saget observing us from heaven, or wherever it is that he lives. Yes? Am I going there alone? The thought flashed swiftly through my head that if I went alone, I'd certainly never get there. I'd either lose my way in the forests of Zagraba or get clubbed to death somewhere along the way. No, but we have decided that this time the expedition should be small and it must travel in secret. Someone had eyes following the first expeditions. Servants of the Nameless One or someone else, we never found the informers. How small a detachment? I asked with a frown. Lady Miralissa and 2 of her compatriots will be your guides in the forest and will protect you with magic. Stop. It didn't bother me in the slightest that I had interrupted a king. Alistan frowned, but I couldn't give a damn. In the face of a commission all are equal. You mentioned magic. How many magicians of the order will go with us? Not one, snapped Artsibus, suddenly emerging from his contemplations. I paused for a moment, ruffled up my hair with a nervous gesture, and said, I thought I just heard you say. Not one, the archmagician repeated just as firmly. We've already lost 8 of our best in those cursed palaces of bone as it is. All the magicians will be needed on the walls of the city if your undertaking ends in failure. Worse and worse. Why not just throw us into the Orc's labyrinth? It'll be easier on our nerves. There's absolutely no point going into the forests of Zagraba, and especially to Radspain, without a good magician. In addition to your elves, you will also be accompanied by the 10 wild hearts who escorted the Lady Miralissa from the Lonely Giant. And also Milord Alistan. He will command the expedition. Alistan gave me a sour look. He clearly did not relish the thought of traveling in the company of a thief. The rat and the wild hearts would make up a small, concentrated force capable of fighting off a small detachment of attackers if we ran into any along the way. So how many of us were there? 15 was the number. Good. When do we set out? The sooner the better. Then at the end of the week, I said, counting the days. What? Alistan took a step in my direction. You're mocking us. Me? Absolutely not. I shook my head, making it clear to the knight that I didn't have the slightest intention of mocking. I need to buy equipment and make thorough preparations for the trek. I personally wish to come back alive from Radspain. It's a month's riding, maybe 2, to the forests of Zagraba, and let's say a month, allowing a huge safety margin, at Rad Spain, and the same amount of time to get back to Avondum. We can reasonably expect to be back here in November or December. Provided we don't run into trouble, naturally. Your Majesty, I need access to the Royal Library. I can read perfectly well. What on earth for? The old magician asked, astonished. I don't want to go blundering into Rad Spain like some incompetent idiot. The Nameless One himself could lose his way in there. I need plans and old maps. At least for what they call the human section. Grok isn't buried in the lower levels, is he? No, his grave is on the 8th level. I breathed a quiet sigh of relief. That was one little piece of good news at least. Trying to enter the levels of the ogres was simple suicide. There was no way I would ever reach them alive. I'd be gobbled up somewhere along the way. But I could risk going down as far as the 8th level. That's good. I think there must be old plans in the library? Yes, there are, said Artsivus with a nod, then hesitated for a moment before adding, only, Grok's grave isn't shown on them, I'm certain of that. Why not? Miralissa asked in amazement, distracted from her contemplation of the fragile goblet of wine. The 8th level may not be the 28th, but it was still not built by men. Or for men. No one must know who lives there and what dangers await. I can't believe the magicians of the Order left absolutely no records of Grok's grave and the booby traps in Rad Spain, I said, starting to feel nervous. They must be somewhere, surely? They are. The old man nodded and wrapped the woolen blanket around himself even more tightly. Where, then? Would you believe it? First they insist that I carry out a commission and then they make things difficult by keeping secrets of their own. In the old Tower of the Order. And where is the old Tower of the Order? I had to drag every word out of the old man with red-hot pincers. Somewhere in the forbidden territory of the city. That was when the fanfare sounded in my head, announcing that now I was in a right royal fix. 4. The Royal Library. I'd promised the king I would go back to the palace after a week, so now I had an entire 7 days to prepare for the dubious undertaking of a journey to Rad Spain. Very first thing the following morning I set out for the Royal Library on Grok Square. Naturally, to go in through the central entrance would be an act of great insolence and an open challenge to every nobleman in the kingdom, and so I maneuvered through the bustling stream of townsfolk who were already up and hurrying about their business and made my way to the right side of the grey building, where there was a separate entrance for employees. I walked up to the cast-iron door and knocked loudly. But as always happens, my modest personage was ignored in the most shameless fashion. After waiting for a couple of minutes, I hammered again, with redoubled strength. Silence again. Has everybody in there gone to sleep, then? I can easily believe it, there are never many visitors, especially since entrance is restricted to nobles, priests, and members of the order. Simple folk have no need of books, they're happy if they can manage to feed their families. I waited for a while and then knocked yet again, so loudly that the racket frightened the pigeons on the nearby roofs, and the startled flock went soaring up into the cloudless June sky. Eventually a lock clicked, a bolt squeaked, the door opened a crack, and an old man peered out at me with a short-sighted, angry expression. What's all the racket about, you hooligan? I didn't say a word, just held out the king's ring before the old man had time to slam the door in my face. He screwed up his eyes and peered closely at the circle of gold, then opened the door and stepped aside. Why didn't you say so straight away? Come in then, if you've nothing better to do at home, There was no point in arguing, so I walked into the library, and the old man rapidly slammed the door behind me. They're always trying to get me. But I'm too smart for them. The old man giggled and grinned gleefully, exposing the worn stumps of yellow teeth. Who are they? I asked in an effort to patch things up with the caretaker. Ogres. Well, how about that? The old man's touched. He's gone completely round the bend, hidden away in here among all these books. The old man nodded a few times, and then shuffled off along a narrow corridor into the depths of the building. I had no option but to go after him. What have you come for, then? To increase your stock of knowledge? The old man asked querulously. Aha. A magician's apprentice, I suppose. Yes. Oh, sure, the old-timer chortled, not believing a single word. For a minute we walked on in total silence along service corridors with dim light streaming in through narrow little steel-barred windows. Specks of dust glittered and sparkled as they drifted through the rays of sunlight. So tell me, apprentice, what the hell are you doing with that wasp hidden under your cloak? The old man suddenly asked in a cunning voice, stopping and looking me straight in the eyes. I see you're sharp-sighted, I said, amazed. How do you know about the wasp? How do I know? The old man muttered, walking on. I served 30 years as a scout in the Wild Hearts. So I ought to be able to spot a lousy little crossbow, even if it is hidden. The Wild Hearts? A scout? 30 years? Sure. Well now, how about that? The old-timer's a genuine hero, a walking legend. But then what's he doing in a place like this? Over their period of service, the Wild Ones put together a fair-sized fortune, so they can relax and live out the rest of their lives in their own little houses with no worries or cares, and no need to slave away day and night, choking on old dust. You're not lying? Somehow it was hard to believe I was face to face with a genuine wild heart, even a retired one. The old man snorted angrily and rolled up the sleeve of his greasy, moth-eaten, light green shirt to reveal a tattoo on his forearm. A small purple heart, the kind that lovers draw on walls, only this one had teeth. The Wild Heart. And below it the title of his unit, Briar. So the old-timer isn't lying. No fool on earth would be stupid enough to tattoo himself with the symbol of the Wild Hearts, let alone the name of a reconnaissance unit. The Hearts would simply slice the rogue's arm off, tattoo and all. And they wouldn't bother about his age. I whistled. Oh ho! And how many missions? 43, the old man muttered modestly. I got as far as the Needles of Ice with my detachment. I almost stumbled and fell. 43 missions beyond the Lonely Giant? That was impressive. This old-timer deserved a little respect. Was it tough, Dot? You bet it was, the old man replied, thawing a little. We're here. We left the dark, narrow little corridor behind us and entered an immense hall that seemed to go on forever. The vast numbers of tables and chairs for visitors were all empty, except for one, where a youth wearing the robes of the order was sitting. He was leafing through a thick, dusty book, blowing his nose into a handkerchief every second. The snot-nosed juvenile took no notice of us. An entire lifetime would be far too short to read everything that had accumulated in the library over the centuries. The huge shelves of black Zagreben oak soared way up high into the space under the domed ceiling, their tops hidden in darkness that not even the light streaming in through the tall lancet windows could dispel. There were thousands of books, hundreds of thousands, standing on the shelves, preserving the knowledge of thousands of generations of Ciala on their yellowed pages. There were narrow balconies winding around the walls of the library, so that visitors could climb all the way up to the ceiling to get the book they needed. There were books here that had been written by half-blind priests sitting beside a candle with its flame flickering in the wind, ancient tomes of the elves, who had created their manuscripts when the full moon shone and the black waters of the Isolina reflected the heavenly lamp of night as they flowed between the roots of gigantic trees. There were books here by the gnomes, written first on clay tablets, and later on thin sheets of metal, and finally printed on the printing press they invented, which was stored away somewhere safe in the steel mines. Scrolls written by human magicians, books created by the finest minds of Ciala, books produced by non-entities in mediocrities. Learning of all kinds, history, culture, war, peace, magic, shamanism, life, and death. Legends of the gods, men, elves, heroes, stories of hundreds of animals and other creatures, of thousands of stars, and Saget only knows what else. All the knowledge of the world was gathered together in this ancient library, which was based on the library at Ronning, built almost 900 years earlier. Oh ho! I exclaimed admiringly, throwing my head back to look up at the ceiling and trying to make out exactly where in the gloom the walls of learning came to an end. I'd never been in any libraries before. Except for a few private ones, where I'd borrowed a couple of rare volumes from the owners for other, equally passionate lovers of literature. Oh ho's about right. The old man said as proudly as if he'd written everything in the place himself. So what are you after, hooligan? Are there any old plans of the city here? There are a few, all right, he mumbled. I need plans of the Stain. And plans of Rad Spain, in fact, everything you have on the place, that. The old man whistled, pursed his lips, and snapped his fingers a couple of times as he gazed thoughtfully over my shoulder, then he fixed the gaze of his watery eyes directly on me. So that's the lay of the land, is it, my old mate? Why not ask for a map that shows the treasures of the dwarves or the gnomes while you're at it? If you didn't have that ring, I'd throw you out on your ear. I get all sorts in here asking about documents prescribed by the order. No end to them these days. Pa. Right, let's go. The old man turned his back on me and started wandering through the shelves toward the mysterious inner depths of the library. No end to them? I questioned him cautiously. Who? You, for instance. Why the hell can't you all stay at home with the girls? And who else? There was one here yesterday, the old-timer muttered angrily without turning round as he led me into a narrow little room with a wrought metal door in the wall. He looked like you. Gray and tight-lipped he was, just like you. Came in the evening. And he stuck a ring under my nose, too. A bit different from yours, but it had just as much authority, you mark my words. Old man, he said, give me the plans of the Stain, he said. At least he hadn't completely lost his senses, like you. He didn't ask any questions about Rad Spain. We're here. Hang on, I'll unlock the door. The old man began fiddling with a massive bundle of keys and swearing as he opened the squeaky old locks. I was thinking hard. Who else has suddenly decided he needs maps of the forbidden district of the city? Has the king hired someone else to do the job as well as me? Doesn't he trust me? Or are these people working for someone else? The nameless one, for instance? What's your name, Pops? I asked amiably, bending down to duck under the ceiling of a gray corridor that led deep under the ground, into darkness. Bolt, the old-timer muttered, lighting the torch lying ready near at hand. Crossbow Bolt, that's my name. Mind you don't break your legs, the steps are steep. All the forbidden books are kept in an underground depository. Let's get what you want, then you can go back up to read it, otherwise I'll freeze to death here. I heard that the forbidden books couldn't be taken out of the depository. I'd like to tell the order where to stick their stupid rules. Those fat bloated wizards don't understand a thing. If they'd ever fought ogres, like me, they'd soon drop all that stupid nonsense. Who needs this old junk? When you've read everything you want, I'll bring them back. Careful, the step's broken here. H.M. Bolt. I knew that in the Wild Hearts many soldiers were given nicknames to replace their real names. The nickname described the man, and men earned them for the specific quality of their service, actions, knowledge, or character. The Wild Hearts took pride in their new names. Crossbow Bolt. So in former times the old man must have been a good shot. We walked down into a dark hall that was small, but even so the torchlight was too feeble to illuminate it fully. The old man reached out one hand into the darkness, there was a loud click somewhere up above our heads, and the room was flooded with blinding sunlight. I squeezed my eyes tightly shut in sudden surprise. Aha, frightened, eh? The old man giggled with delight. Come on now, don't be afraid. Come on, open those peepers. I slowly got used to the bright light. Like the large hall up above, the small one was crammed absolutely full of books and scrolls on metal shelves. And hanging from the high ceiling there was a blindingly bright round sphere, like a little sun. The dwarves invented it. Did you think they run around in the dark in those caves of theirs, smashing their foreheads against the walls? Oh ho no. They put up magic lamps like this. Magic. Our orders never even come close to anything like it. The charlatans. But the dwarves put one of these candles in here, and about 10 of them in the basements of the royal palace. Of course, I've got no idea how much money they took for it. But it's handy all right. I nodded. Right, then. Stay here, and don't touch anything or stick your nose into anything. I'll go and get what you want. The old man gave me a menacing look to make sure I understood what he'd said. As soon as he was gone, I instantly shed my harmless pose and started strolling about, looking at the titles of the old volumes. My eyes slid along until they suddenly came to rest on a small shelf of magic scrolls. The following words were written in immense, ornate letters on the wall beside the shelf: battle spells. Rune magic. These scrolls may only be used by archmagicians of the order, when permission has been granted by the council. I couldn't understand why rune magic battle spells would be lying there so openly, entirely unprotected. Any light-fingered rogue, like me, for instance, could easily make off with these rolled-up sheets of parchment. Carelessness will destroy the world yet. Just you mark my words. I glanced round quickly, grabbed one scroll, with a black ribbon, out of the dusty heap and stuck it inside my shirt. Then I moved away, to wait for the old man. I'd acted like a petty thief, but I thought to myself that no one else was going to need the scroll for a long time, and it might come in handy in Rad Spain. The trouble with scrolls is that you can only use them once. After you've chanted the formula and worked the spell, you can simply throw the useless parchment away. The magic destroys the words, erasing them from the scroll and from the reader's memory. But at least you don't have to be a magician to work magic that has been written down on paper. You only need to know how to read. I heard Bolt coughing somewhere behind the shelves, and then he himself appeared, carrying 2 books in his hands. One was huge and thick, in a brown buffalo skin binding with worn gold embossing, the other was small and so old that I thought it would crumble to dust under his fingers. An ogre almost grabbed me back there, the old man muttered, handing me the books I wanted. The brute was hiding under the shelves. I had to give it a couple of kicks to frighten it off. Well, why are you just standing there like a block of wood? Is that all? I asked Bolt in amazement as I looked at the 2 books. I'd been expecting more. That's enough cheek from you. The big one is Plans of Avondum, drawn 400 years ago, and the little one's about Rad Spain. Written quite recently, but it's in a terrible state. The other books are in Orcish. You don't happen to savvy their spiel, do you? Right. Then quit your moaning. The old man turned out the dwarf's son, took the torch out of its bracket, and started climbing up the steps. We walked all the way back in silence. Then, still without speaking, the custodian locked the iron door and showed me to a table, only not in the large hall. It was in a little cubbyhole, surrounded by books. Then he walked off, muttering something to himself. I began my research with what was simplest and easiest. Setting aside the little book, I pulled over the weighty tome composed of maps of the city bound together into a single volume. The pages of fine parchment rustled quietly under my fingers as I turned them in search of the part of Avondum that interested me. The maps in the book were astoundingly precise and detailed. It was obvious at first glance that this was the painstaking handiwork of dwarves. Only those large but meticulous hands could possibly have traced the lines so precisely and lovingly. As the pages flashed past my eyes, so did the streets of Avondum and the city's history. I found what I was looking for quite quickly. The Forbidden Territory. Of course, drawn at a time when the magicians of the Order had not yet combined forces with the Rainbow Horn to transform 5 whole streets into a cursed spot that was walled off from the rest of the city. Well then, getting into the Forbidden Territory would be fairly easy. Only what was waiting for me in there? 3 roads left the port city, running in parallel toward the Artisan City, the Street of the Sleepy Cat, the Street of Men, and Graveyard Street. The last of these ran into the old graveyard that was still in use at that time. Running at right angles to the Street of the Sleepy Cat was the Street of the Magicians, which opened out into the square where the old Tower of the Order stood. On the other side of the square the Street of the Roofers began. As I had expected, all these streets occupied a substantial chunk of the city, a lot more than I had been counting on, in fact. It was going to be a tricky business. But if I wanted to find Grok's grave, I would have to get into the old Tower of the Order somehow. I couldn't understand how the 2 previous expeditions could have set out for Radspain without knowing where to look for the horn. What had they been counting on? I tried to memorize all the roads, buildings, and side streets. Call me a fool, if you like, but I never copy plans down onto parchment. What do I have a head for? Round about midday I leaned back in my chair, exhausted, then slammed the large volume shut and pushed it aside. I stretched and yawned. I would tackle the little book on Radspain next. Radspain, the very worst haunted house ever, filled with the shades of demons, orcs, ogres, and elves. Well, at least we would have an elf with us. What a curious, rare beauty she was, although not a conventional beauty by any means. Not that she was my type, what a match that would be. Ho ho. Mysterious though, fascinating secrets there. She would bear watching. My stomach was quite shamelessly reminding me that it was feeling rather hungry. Bolt went by, and I asked him if he could bring me something to eat or go and buy something. The only answer I got was a furious glance and a stern lecture that I should stuff my belly at an inn, not a depository of learning. Deciding to try a different approach, I took out a silver coin and set it spinning on the table. Before the coin even came to a stop, Bolt grabbed it and disappeared into the walls of books and scrolls. A little while later he came back with a huge amount of food and 4 bottles of sour red wine. He'd been generous with my money and bought enough drink for an entire squadron. We dined right there, on the table. In half a day not a single other person had come to visit the library building, and as I gnawed on a tough, unappetizing chicken leg, I realized how lonely and miserable the old man must feel here. Meanwhile, Bolt reserved most of his attention for the wine. After my snack, I told the custodian to go away and let me get on with my work, and he picked up the bottles and the remaining food and left. I pulled over the little book, which bore a title in black letters, Radspain. A nocturnal mystery, shrouded in death. A history with conjectures. The scholarly work of the magician Delistus of the Snow, the Order of Avondum. Well, at least it would make interesting reading. Ornate letters and engravings, maps, drawings of mysterious, inconceivable creatures. The terrible tale took a grip on me, plunging me into an age of ancient mysteries. Radspain is a Ogric name. Translated into the language of men it means palaces of bone. But the dark elves say that the human tongue is incapable of expressing the universal horror that the ogres invested in those 2 words. No one knows who created Radspain, and in which age, whose thought and strength it was that bit so deep into the bones of the earth, creating those immense caves and caverns that were later transformed into the architectural wonders of the northern world and, later still, into a world of darkness and horror. The first to discover Radspain were the ogres, before they withdrew into the desolate lands. There were no orcs yet then, not to mention human beings. The ogres spent a long time exploring Radspain, a very long time. That was where they solved the mysteries of the Cronkemore. Nothing is known about the origin of the ogres, but they appeared in Ciala a lot later than the time when unknown builders first laid the foundations of the palaces of bone. They say that the potency of the ogre's magic came from ageless catacombs, where they discovered the ancient writings of an unknown race that lived in Ciala long before the ogres arrived. Deep, deep under the ground the ogres came across gigantic halls and caves. They started using Radspain as their graveyard, leaving their dead and placing terrible curses on the burial sites. Later, when the ogres moved away to the north, it was the bones of orcs and elves that found their final resting place in Radspain. While constantly warring with each other above the ground, they also found time to create magnificent palaces below it, palaces of a beauty that stunned their contemporaries. And thousands of thousands were interred there, in the ancient burial grounds. Exquisitely elegant ceilings, columns, frescoes, halls, statues, and corridors, that was Radspain in those times. The orcs and the elves worked together. It was the only place where there was an effective truce between the feuding relatives. Neither side intruded on the lower levels of the ogres. Both races realized that nothing good could be expected from the ogre's magic, and the upper layers of the palaces provided more than enough space for them. But eventually the bloodlust of the orcs and the hatred of the elves had their effect, and blood was spilt in this place that was sacred to both races. Both of them started installing traps in their own territory to catch their enemies. The underground halls crackled with dark shamanic energy and were drowned in blood. In the end, neither orcs nor elves could feel safe in these places any longer. The palaces of bone were abandoned, and subsequently the secret knowledge of the locations of traps and labyrinths in the lower levels was lost. Radspain became like a gigantic underground layer caked tens of leagues deep and wide. The levels of the ogres, the levels of the orcs and the elves. Halls, corridors, and caves. Burial sites, treasure chambers, and magical rooms. Everything in the palaces of bone became wound up tight into one gigantic, inextricable tangle. By the time the orcs and elves left the place, men had appeared in the world of Ciala and they found their way to Radspain. They too did not dare go down to the lower levels. Amazing as it might seem, our race had the wits not to do that. Men took over the upper 3 levels for burying their warriors. Radspain became legendary as the greatest burial ground in the northern lands. Only brave soldiers who had fallen in battle were considered worthy to be buried in Radspain, and, of course, aristocrats. But then, something happened. Nobody ever knew what it was exactly, or why it happened. In Radspain the evil of the ogre's bones awoke, protected by the dark shamanism that had lain dormant all these centuries on the lower levels of the underground regions. It awoke, rousing the dead, and someone else as well. And it rose to the very upper level, but did not emerge from the bounds of Radspain, settling forever in the ancient palaces, and no one dared to go down to those places. Except for the magicians carrying the horn to Grok's grave. Time went by, and the forests of Zagraba swallowed up the entrances to this underground country, concealing the horror of night forever beneath the green crowns of their trees. Over the centuries the dreadful tales about Radspain acquired even greater depths of horror and darkness. Only once, about 40 years ago, did dark elves venture down into those places to leave there forever the head of the House of the Black Rose, but they were only able to carry the body of the warrior who had fallen in battle with the orcs as far as the 4th level. They abandoned his body there, amid the darkness and the horror, and retreated upward, fighting off the creatures of the night and losing soldiers as they went. In the end only a pitiful remnant of the elves managed to escape back into the sunlight. And now I must set out to go to this dark place. With no help to rely on, no precise maps of the levels in the halls, no knowledge of where the traps are positioned, or even how to find Grok's grave, which was not built by the overzealous magicians on the levels of men, but on the 8th level, one that was used by the elves. I just hope that Artsibus is right, and in the old Tower of the Order I'll be able to find at least some maps and a plan showing the location of the horn. When I was about halfway through studying the work of the magician Delistus of the Snow, Bolt came back, after having taken on board a full load of wine, and joined me at my table. He started telling me about his life and how he served in the lonely giant fortress. About the battles with orcs and Svens when he used to fire his trusty crossbow. I didn't really listen to his drunken tale-telling, just nodded mechanically sometimes as I carried on studying the history of Radspain. It was already evening before the old man, evidently weary already of his own stories and with nothing else left to say, asked if he could look at my crossbow. I tore myself away from the book and looked up at him in amazement. "Well, what are you looking at me like that for? Are you afraid I'm drunk and I'll hurt myself?" "Why, I was using a crossbow before you were even born, you snot-nose." "Give me it, nothing will happen." I hesitated for a moment, then took the miniature weapon out from under my cloak and held it out to Bolt, after first checking that the safety catch was on, so that the metal arrow couldn't be fired if the trigger was pressed accidentally. The old-timer grabbed the crossbow out of my hands, clicked his tongue in satisfaction, weighed the weapon in his hands, and aimed it at something behind my back. He found the safety catch very quickly and immediately released it. I began regretting that I hadn't disarmed the weapon. Then the custodian, apparently tired of playing with the crossbow, put it down beside him, poured a fresh glass of wine, and clinked it against the weapon. And now that he had a new and probably more appreciative listener, he went on with the story of his life at the Lonely Giant. I immersed myself in the book again and only emerged from my reverie late in the evening, when Bolt yelled piercingly right in my ear. "An ogre!" The old man's howl was so unexpected and so loud, that I fell backward, together with my chair, and struck my head painfully against the wooden floor. Through the flash of pain I saw a heavy arrow bury itself in the table, after punching right through the book about Rad Spain. Bolt grabbed the crossbow and fired upward at something without even taking aim. I heard a cry of pain, fury, and amazement and flung my head back, expecting to see a genuine ogre for the first time in my life. But all I saw was my old friend Paleface standing there, his left hand clutching his right shoulder, which had a crossbow bolt jutting out of it. I jumped to my feet, forgetting all about the pain in my head, grabbed the crossbow out of the drunken old-timer's hands, and dashed across to the steps leading up to the balcony. Reloading the weapon on the run, I thought to myself that Bolt certainly deserved his nickname. Anyone who could hit the target at that distance, even in the shoulder, and without really taking aim, when he was as drunk as a lord, was a real master. Meanwhile Paleface went dashing away from me into one of the dimly lit corridors on the second floor. I rushed after him. The assassin was gone. One of the second-floor windows was wide open. I reloaded my weapon, walked up to the opening, and cautiously leaned out, ready to pull back at any moment if Paleface hadn't run away, only hidden. But the night street was deserted, with only a few lamps burning, and I hastily slammed the window frame shut so that nothing else could stick its head in from out of the darkness. After expressing aloud my wish that the son of a bitch Paleface would be eaten by some especially hungry brutish creature that very night, I went back down the steps. "Did the ogre get away?" asked Bolt, throwing up his arms. He had already pulled the arrow out of the book, and now he was showering choice expletives on the entire tribe of ogres for damaging the old manuscript. "He won't get far." "You winged him," I reassured the old man. Apparently Markin had given up waiting for Harold to join the guild and had decided to dispatch him to Saget, to make sure the others wouldn't rebel. "Yes, I got him good," the old-timer said with a solemn nod of his head, hiccuping and swaying in the gusts of an invisible wind. "Thanks, Bolt, you've been a great help. It's getting late, I'll be going home. I've found out everything I needed and now, before I take my trip to the forbidden part of the city, I have to get a good night's sleep." "Come round again, old buddy," said the ancient custodian. I thrust a gold piece into the old man's hand, hoping that none of the city's petty rogues would ever learn of my shameful generosity, and went out into the night. 5. Nighttime surprises. Question: what can be worse than an enraged Doralition? Answer: the only thing worse than an enraged Doralition is a bunch of enraged Doralitions. And there were an entire dozen of those half-men, half-goats howling furiously as they pursued me through the dark night streets of Avondum, yelling with all the power of their far from feeble lungs. As soon as I got back from the Royal Library and opened the door of my new and, dare I say it, secret lair, the Doralitions came at me in a rush out of the darkness, bleeding balefully and holding their spiked cudgels at the ready. I was saved only by my own naturally rapid reactions and the stupidity of my attackers. The goatmen tried to push each other aside in the hope of being the first to get at my unfortunate head. As a result, a jam formed in the doorway, and I was out of there. And now, exhausted, furious, and short of sleep, I had been trying for 20 minutes to shake off my pursuers, but the brutes were still yelling and bleeding somewhere behind me. No one leapt out at me from the dark gateways of the city, demanding my purse. All the drunks and midnight ramblers who hadn't managed to take refuge at home before the onset of night had spotted the chase and the roads had cleared as if by magic. Even the creatures of the night had heard the furious cries of my pursuers and decided not to emerge into the light, for fear of attracting the hot-tempered goats' attention. The port city came to an end, and I plunged into the network of narrow streets in the artisan city, skirting round the magicians' districts. Magicians are a capricious and cantankerous crowd. The first thing they'd do would be to zap the howling mob that had woken them up with some heavy-duty spell, and then they'd start figuring out who was to blame, and what to do about the wall of that house over there that had been damaged accidentally by the magic, and whether they ought to clean off the ashes that were all that was left of the screeching stampede. So that I could run more easily, I gave a sharp tug on the string of the cloak covering my shoulders and the black material slid off, falling onto the road. I really felt like dumping the crossbow and the knife, too, but the thought of how valuable they were prevented me from committing an act of financial stupidity in order to save myself. If I'd stopped, of course, I could have brought down a couple of goatmen with the crossbow, but the others would still have caught up with me and given me a drubbing. So there was nothing else for it but to run. I heard gleeful, surprised bleating behind me. The beasts had obviously found my cloak and stopped to wonder where I could have got to. Fortunately for me, Doralitions are not good runners, despite the fact that they have hooves. And they are also quite incredibly stupid. The only real reason these quarrelsome creatures were tolerated was for their horses. Horses of the Doralition breed had more stamina and speed than any others in the world. Buyers in the Sultanate and the elfin noble houses paid really big money for them. On the street of the butchers I came to a sharp halt and caught my breath. I thought I'd heard the creatures shout something as I entered my den. Something like, "Give us back our horse." Their brains must have completely turned to mush. I'm a master thief, I don't steal horses. Either this was simply a woeful mistake, or someone had set me up. But exactly which ill-wisher could it be, out of the hundreds of possible candidates? From round the corner I heard bleating and the clatter of hooves drawing closer. The Doralitions must finally have realized that I couldn't be hiding in the cloak, and continued the pursuit. Should I try to conceal myself in the shadow? I would have done it long before, if not for the goat's excellent sense of smell. But this can't go on for much longer, I'll run out of steam soon, and the brutes will grab me, alive but weakened. Or those wild howls will attract unwanted attention to my humble person. From the creatures of the night, for instance. I'll have to resort to extreme measures. I stuck my hand inside my shirt and tugged out the scroll with the battle spell that I had recently borrowed from the library. And I'd been planning to hold on to it until the palaces of bone and use it there. I hastily ripped off the black ribbon and unrolled the scroll. I didn't know how the spell worked, but I had to hurry. The howls of the Doralitions were drawing closer now. Screwing up my eyes to make out the small, fancy letters of the spell by the light of the moon, I began reading. Laustoas a f nadra coli set. Ina as zazakaida. My tongue twisted around desperately in my mouth, attempting to pronounce the unpronounceable. After the magical phrases I gestured theatrically in the direction of the approaching Doralitions. Nothing happened. That is, absolutely nothing. I was left standing there like an idiot in the middle of the dark street, with my arm flung out and my jaw hanging loose in astonishment. The rune magic hadn't worked. Maybe I hadn't read the incantation right? Okay, try again. I glanced at the scroll, swore, and flung it away. The ink had disappeared and the letters of the spell were gone. Obviously I had pronounced the accursed words correctly after all, but then why in the name of darkness weren't they having any effect? Realizing that while I just stood there thinking I offered a fine target, I decided I'd better get moving. A few minutes later, with the bitter sweat flooding my eyes and my lungs whistling like a blacksmith's bellows, I realized very clearly just how bad things were. As ill luck would have it, there wasn't a single guardsman anywhere in sight. That's always the way. When you need them, they're nowhere to be found. The goatmen might not run as fast as men can, but there's no denying their sheer stubbornness. It was all over. I had no more strength to run. Another minute, and I was going to collapse on the road, come what may. I pressed myself against the wall of a house that cast a thick black shadow. My nose was assaulted by the rank odor of rotten fish. An appalling smell, I must say. But there was one good thing about it, the brutes might smell the fish instead of Harold. I froze, trying to breathe through my mouth in order not to collapse in a faint from that appalling aroma. They appeared about 15 seconds later, puffing and panting as they plodded along in single file, glancing around and clutching their barbed cudgels in their hands. Whe cooled he of Goa one? One of them bleated clumsily in human language, striking his club against the wall of the house beside him in confirmation of his less than positive feelings concerning a certain Harold. Chips of stone were sent flying. He has got a hey of us, one of the crowd of volunteer executioners snorted. Run I into the inner CIIITY of humans. He took our horse. Our horse, Yes. Yes. Our horse. We have to catch up with Haim. They all started howling together. As I listened to the sound of clattering hooves moving away, I made a sincerely heartfelt wish that my new friends would run into trouble on their nighttime run through the dark city. I waited a little longer, just to make quite sure that I wouldn't run into another group of nighttime enthusiasts again. There wasn't a sound. Nothing but the bats that had appeared in the city from somewhere in the south, soaring through the starry sky. I wondered what the Doralitions wanted from me. And why did they seem to think that I'd stolen their horse? What would Harold want with a horse? Surely they could have figured that out, even with their goat brains? I listened intently to the silence. Seems like I could get moving again. First I ought to go home for a moment, collect all my important and valuable things, and move to a new lair. I was just about to take a step out of the shadow when someone grabbed hold of me very firmly by the chest and lifted me 3 yards off the ground with incredible ease. I was taken completely by surprise. I was scared. I opened my mouth to yell. I raised the crossbow, which was still in my hand, and prepared to shoot. And it was only then that I looked at my attacker. The howl stuck somewhere in the region of my belly, and I gulped with a quiet gurgle. Well then. There I was, suspended 3 yards above the ground, flailing my feet about in a hopeless attempt to locate some support, and held tight in the grip of. Well, it was probably a demon. The immense torso seemed to grow straight out of the gray wall of the building. The monster's body merged smoothly into the shadow. Two immense hands held me in their firm grasp. The head, well, it looked like a demon's head. The standard collection of huge teeth that could slice straight through a knight in armor and his armored steed, foul, stinking breath that must have killed every rat for a league in all directions, scarlet slits for eyes, with pupils like a snake's. Hi there, I said as politely and calmly as I could manage, although any townsfolk who weren't asleep yet could have heard the pounding of my heart. I'm Harold. Who are you? The creature narrowed its eyes even further and shook me like a cat shaking a mouse, but it spoke. Vukjaz, the clever demon. Brrrr. That breath. The stench of rotten fish had been far more pleasant. Really? I said with polite surprise, and the demon gave me another ominous glance. Ah, yes. Of course, of course. The cleverest of all the demons. I had evidently succeeded in flattering the monster, and for a while he forgot about his gastronomic preferences. Yes. Vukjaz is clever. He was waiting. Watching. Clever. The creature nodded its horned head. When someone read the spell of return, Vukjaz managed to hide. Wow. I said admiringly, and earned a glance of approval from the beast. Bang. This time the demon didn't jolt me quite so hard. It didn't even rattle my teeth. All the demons went back into the darkness, but I stayed. Another jolt. Why? I asked, puzzled. There's a lot of food here. His eyes narrowed again and glinted as they stared at me. Sankor. The wrong question. I was wondering about something else. Why did all the other demons go back into the darkness? I said hastily to distract the hungry creature from bad thoughts about my own humble person. Ah, said the beast, after considering the word wondering for a long moment. That was fair enough, it never does any harm to increase your vocabulary. Some mortal read a spell that ended the freedom of demons in this anthill of men. I'm going to catch him and suck the marrow out of his bones. You haven't seen anyone round here, have you? I shook my head desperately. I thought I knew which particular mortal we were talking about here. And who released Vukjaz from the darkness? I asked, desperately seeking a way out of this unpleasant situation. The master. Another jolt. The nameless one? The demon only snorted and seared me once again with that hungry glance. This creature had a really great talent for making me feel nervous. Just what was it he saw in me? Vukjaz is hungry. Yes? I squealed, setting my finger on the trigger of the crossbow. Of course, shooting at a demon with an ordinary crossbow bolt is like pricking an ogre with a pin. It only annoys them even more. But what else could I do? Yes. And Vukjaz needs help, too. Perhaps Harold can help you? He can. Vukjaz inhaled my odor and a sticky thread of saliva dripped out of the corner of his mouth. No, with your business. I wailed despairingly. Ah. The demon seemed a little upset, but he moved his toothy face away from me. Vukjaz wants to stay in this world. The food is not so good in the darkness. Harold will help Vukjaz. Of course, what do I have to do? Soon I'll be drawn into the darkness. No matter how well I hide. The sooner the better, I thought, putting on the polite expression of an attentive listener. But if I can find something first, I'll stay here for a long time. I can sense the thing. It's here in this city. Vukjaz is clever, the demon reminded me yet again. What is this thing? A horse. Well, naturally. There's more meat on a horse than on a man. And this demon's so big. And so hungry. All right. It wasn't really a very tricky job. Tomorrow I'll get you a horse. Which breed do you prefer? You're stupid, the demon hissed, prodding me with a clawed finger. The prod sent me staggering back several steps. Not a live horse, the horse. Ah. That horse, why didn't you explain straight away? I decided that stupidity was the quickest way into Vukjaz's stomach, and it was much safer to be clever, even if I didn't understand a thing. I give you 4 days. Vukjaz is clever. Get me the horse. The demon looked at me, waiting for an answer. Of course, of course. I'll do everything. I still hadn't understood the point of the conversation, but I was really keen to get rid of this creature that found it so easy to appear out of walls and hide inside them. I'll be watching. The demon impaled me with its scarlet eyes. Do as I order, or I'll suck the marrow out of your bones. Vukjaz is clever. You can't trick him. The demon took a step toward the gray wall and dissolved into it. I stood there for a while, trying to calm the rapid pounding of my heart, which was about to tear itself out of my chest. What do I make of all this? First, a group of crazed Doralicians pursues me, demanding that I give back their horse. Then I chant a spell that has been lying in the depository at the library for Sagat only knows how many centuries, and do what the entire order was unable to do. I drive all the demons back into the darkness. Or almost all. Then a ravenously hungry demon, the most stupid in the entire world, picks me up like a little kitten and also demands a horse. I wonder if Vukjaz and the Doralicians are looking for different horses or the same one. Maybe I should introduce them to each other, and they can make their own deal about horses? Maybe horse breeding was coming into fashion in a big way? I walked home and got my cloak without making any attempt to hide, in the complete certainty that not a single creature of the night could get me, apart from the extremely clever Vukjaz. I didn't bother to change my lair, just set all my troubles aside until the morning, dropped onto the bed, and instantly fell asleep. There were exactly 6 days left until the expedition to Rad Spain. 6. Daytime surprises. Bang! 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 The unceremonious hammering on the door made me leap up off the old cracked wooden bedstead and start fumbling around for my weapon. Harold? Are you there? Open up! In the name of the order. A loud, deep voice shouted. What could the order want with me at this early hour? I glanced out through the dirty window pane. The sun was already quite high. Harold! Open the door, or I'll break it in. Okay, try. Although, if he really is a magician of the order, he won't need to try very hard. He'll only need to spit and half the house will be reduced to splinters. I began thinking seriously about taking a stroll through the window. Harold, His Magicness Artsibus requests you to come. Urgently. Artsibus? Why didn't he say straight away that he was from Artsibus, instead of threatening to shatter the door? Just a moment. Wait, I shouted, feeling at my cloak. It was a little dirty and there were hoofprints on it, but it was perfectly wearable. I opened the lock, drew the bolt, and took a step back. But I didn't put the crossbow away. After all, anyone could be hiding behind the name of an archmagician of the order. Come in. The door opened and there in front of me was a harmless-looking young man in a blue robe that dangled like a sack from his narrow shoulders. I would never have thought this young lad could hammer on the door so hard. Are you Harold? My visitor spotted the crossbow trained on him, turned gray in the face, and stopped talking. I put the weapon away behind my back. There's no point in frightening children. Yes, I'm Harold. Master Harold. His Magicship, the head of the order, Master Artsibus, asks you to come to him without delay. I see. What's happened? I don't know. All right. Wait. Without hurrying, I took the bag containing the magic ingredients and the gold I had received from the king out of its secret hiding place. I'm not usually so stupid as to keep my money all in one heap, especially at home. It's simpler to pass it on to a few reliable people and make the gold work for you. In a gnome bank, for instance. The money's always reliably protected by traps, locks, magic, and furious magicmen. But I was going to need the king's gold pieces today. Where's the carriage? Ia, said the apprentice, embarrassed. I'm on foot. Magnificent. Then tell me, apprentice, how come you're still alive after walking all the way through the port city to reach me? Round here they leave naive children like you floating under the pier. Or maybe you weren't lying when you said you would break in the door, and you know how to shoot fireballs? The lad became even more embarrassed and blushed. Well, he mumbled, just a little. Okay, lead on, I sighed. Why on earth Artsibus would take on such an awkward child as an apprentice was beyond me. Noon. The central street of the port city was packed solid with people. There was everybody here, from idly wandering revelers to traders and all sorts of everything. I spotted an elderly pickpocket with 2 of his apprentices training under his supervision right there in the crowd. They were cutting the strings of the idle onlookers' purses. One apprentice evidently felt my gaze on him, and gave me a tense look, but then, realizing that I was on no closer terms with the law than himself, he winked gaily. I winked back. In wonderful times of long ago I also began my career with the pockets of the idle public on the market square. Many years have passed since then. Nowadays no one remembers Harold the Flea, a skinny, eternally hungry young lad roaming round the squares and streets of the city in search of nourishment and a place to spend the night in a dirty alley or a barracks. Those times came to an end, Harold the Flea disappeared, and Shadow Harold appeared in Avondum. Oi! My guide shouted when someone in the crowd stepped on his foot. Wake up, I whispered in his ear. We have to get out of this crush. Keep left, along the wall. The torrent of people was thinner here, and we could stop jostling with our elbows. The crowd of humans and non-humans was seething with gossip. Groups of gossipmongers sprang up spontaneously, first in one spot, then another. Rumors, rumors, rumors. Did you know the Nameless One is already on the march? What's the king doing? No, that's rubbish. There is no Nameless One. Oh yes, there is. My granny told me about him, may she live in the light. What's the king doing? He's gathering an army. Taxes will go shooting up again, and the poor people will suffer. Hey! I called to Artsivus's apprentice. Yes? We've got a long, long walk to the Tower of the Order. Wouldn't it be better to turn off onto the Street of the Bedbugs? There's no crush there. The lad said hesitantly. Milord Artsivus said you have no business in the Tower of the Order. He asked me to take you to one of the houses near here. All right then, let's go. Does Artsivus think a thief will defile his holy magical sanctuary? The number of people in the streets could be explained in the first instance by the incredibly fine weather for June. At this time of year in North Valioster, which means in Avondum, too, it was usually still cool, more reminiscent of early April somewhere on the southern boundaries of the kingdom. What else could you expect, with the desolate lands so close? But the situation right now was rather different. The sun was blazing away with all its strength. I was streaming with sweat. And I wasn't the only one. A citizen of the border kingdom walked past us with his apprentice. He was frying and smoking in his chainmail. The borderland men never took their armor off, no matter where they were. It was a habit that came from living beside the forests of Zagraba. If this weather holds out until the end of August, then half the city will simply die of the heat. I've already heard people saying that it's a new trial visited on us by the Nameless One. Harold! Hey, Harold! I turned toward the shout. There, standing outside the Knife and Axe, waving desperately to me, was the owner of said establishment, a good fellow and my dearest friend Gosmo. What does he want with me? I already have a commission. And what a commission! Suicidally profitable, you could say. But all the same I gave a sharp tug on the sleeve of Artsivus's apprentice and nodded for him to follow me. The lad opened his mouth to object that his magicship was far more important than some innkeeper, but I turned my back on him and crossed to the other side of the street. The young magician had no choice but to follow me. What is it, Gosmo? I asked none too amiably. Why shout and let the whole city know that I'm Harold? Ah. The stoop-shouldered innkeeper gave my companion an inquiring look. Will you stand me a beer? I asked, nodding significantly toward the door. We can talk in there. Come on in. The inn was empty, which was only to be expected. Customers would start to appear as evening came on, in the twilight. The empty tables and benches looked strange and lonely. The fire was out. There were stools heaped up on the tables closest to the doors, with their legs sadly up toward the ceiling. Beside them the singer of the establishment, now playing the role of cleaning lady, was scrubbing away diligently with a rag. One of the bouncers was helping her. Yes, Gosmo's staff were certainly masters of all trades. Come over to the bar, Harold, and your friend can take a seat at that table over there. What will you have to drink, young man? Water. The magician's apprentice obviously felt awkward. His face was set in an expression of astonishment that he could possibly have entered such a dubious place of his own free will. Gosmo pulled a sour face and looked at me. Who's your new friend? I shrugged, and Gosmo took a glass of water over to the apprentice's table, then came and stood facing me, behind the bar, and poured a full mug of beer from a barrel hidden underneath it. He drank that beer himself and rarely shared it with anyone. I took a large gulp and gave Gosmo an appreciative nod. It was genuinely magnificent porter, just as I had expected. My old mate Gosmo didn't poison his own innards with the rubbish that he poured for most of his regulars without any pangs of conscience. The former thief wasn't drinking right now, though. He was shifting nervously from one foot to the other and casting wary glances in my direction. Why would that be? But he didn't say anything, and I've never been unduly curious, so I simply sipped the beer, waiting for the innkeeper to explain why he had called me over. So, why did you call me, my old friend? I asked impatiently. That's a fine beer you stood me, of course, but what's the reason for it? You know, Harold, Gosmo said nervously, giving me another wary glance. I wanted to apologize for what happened. Believe me, I'm very sorry. If I'd known it would all turn out like that, I would never have. You mean the Garrinch in the Duke's house? I interrupted, playing ignorant and forgetting to mention the incident with Lanten and the fact that I knew perfectly well who the client had been. I'm going to keep that conversation for a more appropriate moment. The Garrinch? Ah, yes. That's what I mean, Gosmo said uncertainly, in a slightly surprised voice. He sat down on a chair, relieved to realize that I didn't intend to declare war and spill blood. I just wanted you to know that I had absolutely no idea. Calm down, will you, Gosmo? What's got you so nervous all of a sudden? I said, waving my hand magnanimously. After all, nothing terrible happened, did it? No one got hurt. I've got other business to attend to, so I'd better be going. So you accept my apology? Gosmo asked in relief. He looked as if the full weight of the Zamdamort itself had fallen from his shoulders. It was all very strange. Good old Gosmo wasn't usually tormented much by his conscience. And even the fact that he hadn't told me the client was the king shouldn't be making him this nervous. In any case, Gosmo had the right to conceal the name of the client. Forget it, I said, and the young lad and I walked back out into the street. What did that man want from you? He asked after we had walked in silence for a minute. Do you have a name? I said, answering a question with a question as I watched a guard patrol go by. Roderick. Well then, Roderick, do we have much farther to go? We're almost there, we go through that lane, he muttered. Are you certain that's our way? I asked the young magician, jabbing my finger toward a dark, foul-smelling corridor formed by two buildings huddling close to each other. To the Street of the Apples? Yes. I shrugged, nodded to Roderick to go first, and followed him, taking my crossbow out from under my cloak. What could I expect from this youngster who knew nothing about the customs of the port city? More people die in dark, smelly alleyways like this than on the border in battles with orcs and Moranuhans. But the alley turned out to be empty. When the way out onto the Street of the Apples was already close and we only had another 20 yards to go before we broke free of this narrow trench, I relaxed. And so, Roderick and I came face to face with 5 rather unfriendly-looking thugs who had appeared from the Street of the Sleepy Dog, shutting us in the narrow alley. What do these men want? Roderick whispered in alarm. I recognized the third man in the group from the Street of the Apples. We've got serious trouble here. Haven't you got any money? Roderick asked in a frightened voice. I wouldn't exactly say that. Only it's not money they've come for. For what, then? Asked Artsivus's apprentice, growing even more frightened. For my life. And I think they'll dispatch you to the next world for good measure. When I make a move, you attack the ones behind us. But I don't know how, Roderick protested. I haven't even got a weapon. Then we'll die. His only answer was a loud gulp. 4 of the men were clutching short, heavy armored infantry swords, the kind used by the soldiers of the Border Kingdom. The most efficient weapon in confined spaces or dense ranks, where you can't turn with a long blade. The 5th man, whose right shoulder was bandaged, hung back behind the others. How's your health, Paleface? I asked politely when they walked up and stopped 5 yards away from us. Better than yours will be in a moment, the assassin replied. Kill them. My crossbow gave a click and the hulk that Paleface was hiding behind started tumbling backward with a bolt in his forehead. The second ugly brute yelled and raised his sword above his head, and then there was a roar behind me and I felt the searing heat as a ball of fire the size of a good horse's head went flying past me straight at the killers. I abandoned everything, dropped down onto my belly, and put my arms over my head. A loud boom struck my ears, I felt the earth shake, and crumbs of stone came showering down on me. Someone howled. What's the advantage of wizardry over shamanism? Wizardry takes effect instantly, while shamanism is an entire ritual. Goblins dance, orcs sing. That's why shamanism acts a lot more slowly, but the shamans don't lose any strength after they use it, unlike magicians. The fireball, that weapon so beloved of all novice magicians, had transformed one attacker into a heap of ash, then struck the wall of the building and exploded. Paleface was howling and yelling somewhere beside the end of the alley. I could see that his face was burned, and bloodied by small splinters of stone. A hole big enough to drive the royal carriage through had appeared in the house to the left of us. Roderick certainly hadn't been stingy with his spell. Tearing my eyes away from Paleface, I turned toward the magician's apprentice. The young lad, totally drained of strength, was half sitting, half lying, propped up against the wall, and the 2 remaining thugs were staring at him in amazement. Let's run for it! Howled one of the killers, throwing away his sword. In his fright he obviously hadn't realized that Roderick couldn't hurt a fly right now. They ran off in the same direction they'd just come from, stomping their feet and howling in terror. Of course, I didn't bother to follow them. I was more interested in Paleface, but he had vanished without a trace. Lucky bastard, I said, shaking my head in admiration. I went across to Roderick. Are you alive? He nodded feebly, but his eyes were glowing. I did it. That's the first time I've made that spell work. Oh yes. I almost got roasted. Thanks for the help. Now let me help you up. Or the guards will come running in a moment. Roderick gave a brief nod of his light-haired head. I helped him get up off the ground, then supported him as I led him toward the deserted street of the apples. 7. Discoveries. The look on the face of his magicship, Master of the Order of Valioster, Archmagician Artsivus, boded no good to my own humble personage. The old Dotterer received me in his own home, located in the inner city, right beside the king's palace. The Archmagician was seated in a deep armchair and swaddled in a heap of woolen blankets that would have warmed a dead man in the very fiercest of winters, but that was still not enough for his frostbitten bones. Harold, may you be torn limb from limb. The old man screeched. What have you done? Have you completely lost your mind? What's happened, your magicship? I really didn't understand. Artsivus cast another keen glance at me. So you don't know anything? You're as innocent as Jock the Winterbringer? The old man drummed his fingers on the little table while he pondered something and then asked abruptly, what were you doing yesterday? Mind, think before you answer me, I shall recognize a lie. I wonder what it is I'm suspected of now. Should I confess to stealing the magical scroll? After all, it was lying there unwanted for all those years. Years? I strained my memory, trying to remember what the magical spell had looked like. I seemed to recall it was the only one not covered with a thick layer of dust. That was why I'd chosen it from among all the others. But if it wasn't dusty, that meant it had been put there quite recently. I began my story in a very roundabout fashion. The Archmagician, however, showed no signs of impatience and didn't interrupt me. He simply knitted his bushy eyebrows whenever I started throwing in unnecessary details or long descriptions in an attempt to divert him. Then I decided to tell him about the scroll after all, and then about the unexpected effect it had when I took a chance and tried the spell on the Doralitions. Surprisingly enough, the old man wasn't even interested, as if it wasn't me that had driven all the demons out of the city. The Archmagician was only concerned about the Doralitions. Say that again, what was it they were shouting? Well, something like, give us back our horse. Did you hear anything else about horses last night? No, I lied, deciding not to mention Vukjaz, although he had harped on about some horse or other as well. I was interested to see if the Archmagician would notice my lie. Good. Artsivus didn't spot my fib. The scroll is very interesting, especially since I'm sure that no one in the order has ever heard of any such spell. The old man squirmed in his chair, adjusted the edge of a blanket that had slipped off onto the floor, and looked at me thoughtfully again. So where is the horse? He suddenly cooed in a sweet voice. Only there was nothing sweet about the look in his eyes. What would I want with a horse? What would I do with it? The Archmagician knitted his brows and said nothing for a moment, but a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. You mean it wasn't you who stole the horse from Archmagician Ostandes' house last night? He must be raving mad if he keeps a horse in his house. I exclaimed in amazement. What horse are you talking about, thief? Yesterday a magical stone, the Horse of Shadows, was stolen by persons unknown from the house of Archmagician Ostend, who came here from Finland. We were planning to use it to drive the demons back into the darkness. But now it has disappeared. But the demons have gone. I pronounced that spell. Yes, they've gone. The Archmagician nodded. And it worries me very much that you did what the entire order couldn't do. How did that scroll, which no one knew about, come to be where it was? Who else paid a visit to this bolt of yours and asked about plans of the Forbidden Zone? Who is the master? Why did the killers attack you and Roderick? Who wanted the stone, and how could anyone have found out about it? But why did you immediately suspect me, your magicship? I asked, squinting at a nearby armchair. Sit down, you might as well, said the Archmagician, spotting my glance. Who else could have pulled off a trick like that, Harold? Not a single magical trap was activated, the stone simply disappeared. Any fool can see it was the work of a master. Well, I'm not the only thief in the city. There are at least 2 more men in the capital who are capable of doing a job like that. But what does Ostend himself say? Nothing. He's dead. The Archmagician closed his eyes wearily. The servants found him with his throat cut. He was killed like some drunk on a spree at Stark's stables. An Archmagician of Finland. It's more than just a political scandal, it's a serious blow to the prestige of the Order of Valioster. Did he come here especially because of this horse? Yes. We summoned him as soon as the creatures of night appeared in the city. Philinones used to own in the stone, a great relic that can be used to drive demons into the darkness. Are you concerned that the dark creatures might reappear? I'm by no means certain that they have gone anywhere, Artsivus muttered. What makes you think that the spell worked correctly? Perhaps the demon simply lied to you? Actually, it was me who had lied to Artsivus, when I told him that after I read the scroll I saw a demon appear, yell that the spell was dragging him into the darkness, and then disappear. Of course, nothing of the sort had happened, but I didn't want any magicians who specialized in demons scurrying about after me in an attempt to capture Vukjaz. Of course, he had to be exterminated, but right now I had to take a necessary risk, otherwise the magicians would shut me away somewhere behind 100 locks just in order to lure a real live demon into their clutches. Demons, as everyone knows, are immune to almost all kinds of magic, and therefore represent a substantial and dangerous mystery. A mystery that many generations of magicians have puzzled over. After all, there's nothing a battle magician would like more than to acquire immunity to his enemy's spells. And if the Order had a real live demon, then it would do everything in its power to discover the secret of invulnerability to magic. It takes very special objects like the stones to set the demons trembling. And, of course, demons can also be trapped using the spells on scrolls written by anonymous know-it-alls or the demonologists of the Order. How should I know? I asked, shrugging and raising my honest glance to Artsivus's face. That brute disappeared. And what difference does it make now who has this horse? It can be used, not just to drive demons away, but also to summon them, the archmagician said wearily, and started coughing again. But what have the Doralicians got to do with all this? Well, it happens to be their artifact. The Philanders took it from the Goatmen about 20 years ago for trying to cheat them in a horse sale. It was all fair and square, of course, according to the terms of the contract, but this stone was something like a holy relic to the Goatmen. They've been trying to get it back any way they can. Time and again they've tried to buy it back, offering immense sums of money and entire herds of the finest horses, but the Order of Philand has always refused. And it is right to do so. The stone contains a great power, although only magicians with a diploma in demonology can control it. And also the demons themselves. You mean to say that if this stone falls into the hands of a demon, no one knows what would happen then. The demon could release all his brothers from the darkness or, if he's clever, keep the horse for himself. And then no spell in the world could do him any harm. He would be stabilized. Magically neutral, if you know what that term means. Then why hasn't one of those brutes already grabbed the horse for himself? The question was simply begging to be asked. I don't know where the Doralicians got the horse from. Perhaps one of the gods gave it to them on a whim, but the stone has a special property: no demon can take it in his hands unless a human or a Doralician gives it to him voluntarily. Vukjaz is clever. The voice in my head had a superior ring to it now. And now I have to find this bauble for you? You get on with the king's commission, the master of the Order said dismissively. We'll search for the horse ourselves, since you have nothing to do with the business, but... That's not what the Doralicians think, I said, shaking my head. The Goatmen could be a real problem for me in the days ahead. I wonder why they decided that Shadow Harold was involved. Either they drew the same conclusions as I did, or someone has set you up, thief. I've got plenty of enemies, I admitted as casually as I could, but something clicked in my head. The cogwheels were already creaking and groaning as all the pieces of this dwarf's puzzle gradually slipped into place. Be careful. The king needs you. Perhaps I ought to give you an escort of magicians of the Order? No, I retorted hastily. Thanks for the offer, your magic ship. It would only be an unnecessary burden for me. I'll deal with the Doralicians myself. Very well, very well. Artsivus had recovered his good mood. It's your choice, and I shan't insist, although I ought to. Can I ask a few questions? Yes, of course. What can you tell me about the stain? The Forbidden Territory? The old man muttered. The Order knows practically nothing about it. A white patch on the map of the city and a black stain on the reputation of magicians. We can see the streets and buildings from the tower, but you understand that in this case the eyes should not be trusted. Well, can you tell me at least something about it? You already know how it appeared. Afterward, a black blizzard came swooping down on Avendoom. And then all sorts of things started appearing out of it. The Order of Magicians created the circle with the help of the only archmagician left alive. Artsis was his name. The circle made it possible to erect the wall, and that served as a boundary. No one can creep out of the Forbidden Territory into the residential quarters of Avendoom anymore, and the city folk don't go poking their noses inside the wall. But what's happening in there now? Who knows, Harold? After the rainbow horn produced such a different effect from what the Order had calculated, the archmagician who had managed to save it died on the way out. His apprentice, who later became the master of the Order, carried the horn out of the territory while the blizzard was gathering. And another 5 magicians were left behind forever in the tower. What happened to them, I don't know. Or what happened to the inhabitants of the district? As he was dying, the archmagician said they had been mistaken about someone. What did those words mean? I don't know. In one day, or rather, night, the Order of Valiostra lost 6 archmagicians, including the master, Panaric. When everything calmed down and the wall was erected, they decided to get rid of the horn, put it somewhere out of harm's way. Rad Spain was the ideal place. By that time it was already abandoned and nobody ever went in there. They carefully added power to the horn so that it would hold the Nameless One at bay, and took it there. What a fascinating conversation this was. My head was spinning. How much nicer to be conversing with a pretty woman, or with an exotic creature like Miralissa. But then how did the information about the horn end up in the tower? After the artifact was buried in Rad Spain, one of the magicians took the journals recording its hiding place to the old Tower of the Order. At least, I hope he got them there. He never came back from the Forbidden Territory. You see? I know no more than the old women gossiping in the market square. I can only give you one piece of advice. Set out at night. I know it seems far more dangerous, all the creatures of darkness are terrified of sunlight, and the night is their natural realm, but the thing is, thief, that those who have gone to the Forbidden Territory during the hours of darkness have sometimes actually come back. Yes. I'd heard stories about that, too. Many men had decided to take the chance for the sake of the treasure. There used to be a gnome's bank on the street of the Sleepy Cat. And there was still a lot of gold in it. But those who went during the day have never come back. Where in the tower should I look for the information on Rad Spain? If it's there, it's on the 2nd floor. In the archivist's room. Traps, locks, guards? No need to worry about that, the master sniffed. It all happened too suddenly. The old man began coughing into his fist and Roderick came in again with a glass, but the archmagician frowned and waved it aside. I'm tired, Harold. The long years hang heavy on my bones. Relieve me of your presence, if you would be so kind. When I was already out in the corridor and the archmagician's apprentice was closing the door, I heard the old man's weary voice again. Hey, Harold. Yes? When are you planning to set out for the Forbidden Territory? In about 3 days, when I'm fully prepared. Good. Don't forget that the king is expecting you. Now be on your way. I shrugged in irritation. I'd never had any trouble with my memory and left Artsivus's apartments without saying another word. Now I had to see about finding a new place to live, and I knew someone prepared to provide me with one for an unlimited period of time, absolutely free of charge. We're here, me lord. The coachman decked out in velvet livery politely opened the door of the carriage and bowed. It was several seconds before I realized that my own humble personage had been referred to as my lord. It felt strange, somehow no one had ever called me that before. Well, of course, I could understand the coachman. A man who had been visiting the sick archmagician couldn't be some kind of low thief, could he? He was more likely some rich count in disguise, someone who had decided to take a ride around Avondum incognito. I got out of the carriage and set off toward the main gate of the Cathedral of the Gods on Cathedral Square, which was located at the meeting point of 3 parts of Avondum, the outer city, the inner city, and the city of artisans and magicians. The priests had managed to grab themselves a huge piece of the city, every bit as large as the grounds of the king's palace. In fact, to be perfectly honest, Cathedral Square could quite easily have held 2 of Stocken's palaces. The cathedral was the largest site in all the northern lands at which all the 12 gods of Ciala were honored. So there was no need to tramp across half the city to find the particular shrine that you were interested in, the temporary residence of some individual god. You could simply come to the square, go in through the main gates that were open by day and night, and then choose the one to whom you wished to address your prayers. The gods. I smirked blasphemously. The gods were not very generous when it came to gracing the world they had created with their own presence. In earlier times, when Ciala was young, during the beginning of beginnings, when people had only just appeared, following the elves, the orcs, the ogres, the gnomes, and the dwarves, the gods still walked the roads, working wonders, punishing evildoers, and rewarding the righteous. But eventually they tired of the vanity of earth, and they left to concern themselves with their own important affairs, as the priests called them, affairs incomprehensible to mere humans. I don't know, maybe they are important, but I don't have too much faith in the power of the gods. Nothing but stories for snot-nosed little kids, and the ravings of crazy fanatics. Well, naturally, I believe in Sagat and his power, but I don't really think he was a god. Some say he was just a successful thief in the old times and many stories about his adventures are still preserved to this very day. But the sly priests were quick to promote him to the rank of a god, in order to increase the flow of gold into the coffers of their shrines. Because thieves and swindlers are a superstitious crowd, and they really need to believe in someone. Do you struggle with the darkness within yourself? One of the two priests standing at the main gates asked me. I annihilate the darkness, I replied, with the standard ritual phrase. Enter then, and address them, the second priest pronounced solemnly. Naturally, I followed this brilliant recommendation from these two old men who had nothing else to do but roast themselves in the hot sun while greeting and seeing off every visitor. Interestingly enough, there were no guards at the entrance of the cathedral. I'd heard the priests had forbidden it. And in principle they were right, since the plug-ugly faces of the servants of the law could very easily frighten away half of the city's residents, depriving the cathedral of a substantial element of its income. But there were guardsmen strolling about inside the grounds, around the flower beds and whispering fountains, the statues of the gods and their shrines, gradually going insane from the heat in their cuirasses and helmets. Of course, they were all as bad-tempered as orcs on the march. And the reason for their bad temper was no great secret, either. The guards sent to the cathedral were those colleagues of Fragolantans who had committed some offense or been caught taking bribes and extorting money. A pair of the poor souls in orange and white went parading past me. Their glances slid searchingly over my figure, probing for something to take objection to, an opportunity to stick the handle of a halberd in my side without a priest noticing. But I simply smiled amiably and couldn't resist giving the darly furious martyrs a cheery wave. Ah! How I love teasing a giant in a cage. The guards frowned darkly, took a firmer grip on their weapons, and started toward me, with the clear intention of battering my sides. But, just as I expected, they didn't get very far. A priest appeared in their path as if out of thin air and started reciting the divine moral teaching. The soldiers' unshaven faces immediately assumed such a bored and weary expression that I very nearly shed a tear for them. The lads were strictly forbidden to argue back or to show any disrespect to the servants of the cathedral, on pain of losing their pensions. And so all they could do was listen, and listen again for the 1000th time. I walked along a neat pathway paved with square slabs of stone, rounded a sparkling and foaming fountain in the form of a knight running his lance through a massive ogre at full gallop, and came out into the cathedral yard, where the statues of the gods stood, with supplicants and visitors from the city and the neighboring regions constantly weaving around them. There weren't many pilgrims from other parts of the kingdom to be seen as yet. They usually came flooding in for the spring festival of the gods, and so right now the yard wasn't very crowded. There were just a few men standing beside the statue of Sagra. From the way they were dressed I recognized them as soldiers. I cast a casual glance over the 11 male and female statues, the gods and goddesses of Ciala standing there before me. And then I looked at the empty pedestal where the 12th statue ought to have stood, the statue of Sagat. Somehow it had happened that in all the world there was only one image of the god of thieves. Evidently he didn't really welcome close interest in his own person. This statue of Sagat was in the forbidden territory of the city. When the fiasco with the rainbow horn happened, it had wound up on the other side of the wall. And no one had been able to recreate the image of the god of thieves. Even the priests didn't know what Sagat was supposed to look like, and so they had decided not to take any risk of committing sacrilege, and for the time being the pedestal on which the god ought to stand had been left empty. The patron of thieves and swindlers clearly had no objections to this. In any case, the priests had not seen any signs, except for a few after the 5th jug of wine, but they were so vague and mysterious that no one had taken them seriously. And so now empty marble pedestals stood in all of Sagat's shrines. Right now, though, there was a vagabond in dirty boots sitting cross-legged on the pedestal in front of me and holding out a coarse clay bowl. Strangely enough, the priests didn't seem to notice the blasphemy of it. Overcome by curiosity, I set off along the row of the other gods toward the beggar in the farthest section of the small green yard. As I walked along I took off my cloak and wrapped my crossbow in it. "You have a fine seat there," I said in a friendly manner as I halted in front of the stranger. He cast a rapid glance at me from under the dark hood concealing his face and shook his cup for alms. "Are you quite comfortable? Haven't your legs turned numb?" I asked, pretending not to notice his gesture. "I'm a lot more comfortable than you were just at the moment," Shadow Harold, a mocking voice said. "Do I know you?" I was beginning to feel annoyed that every last rat in Avendoon seemed to know who I was. "Oh no." The tramp shrugged and rattled his cup again. "But I've heard about you. Nothing but the very best, I hope." I had already completely lost interest in the beggar, and was about to set off along a barely visible path, overgrown with tall grass, into the depths of the cathedral grounds, when the beggar's voice stopped me. "Toss in a coin, Harold, and you'll get a free piece of advice." "That's strange," I said, turning back toward the seated man. "If the advice is free, why should I give you a coin? Come on, Harold, I have to eat and sleep somewhere, don't I?" The stranger had intrigued me. I rummaged in my pockets, fished out a piece of small change, and laughed as I flung it into the bowl he was holding out toward me. The copper disc clattered forlornly against the bottom. The beggar raised the bowl to his nose to see what I had given him and heaved a sigh. "Is that just the way you are, or are all thieves that mean, You ought to thank me for spending time here and at least giving you something. I exclaimed indignantly. Thank you. So shall I give you that advice, then? If you would be so kind. Then pay in gold, I don't work for coppers. I felt like taking him by the scruff of the neck and giving him a good shaking. This weasel could live well for an entire month on a gold piece. But I was already snared in the net that the cunning rogue had spread, and I was even willing to pay a gold piece to hear whatever raving nonsense he had to tell me. All right, here you are. I twirled the yellow coin between my fingers. But first I'd like to see your face. Nothing could be simpler, said the beggar, and he threw back his hood. An entirely unremarkable set of features. Coarse, weather-beaten, no longer young, covered with gray stubble. A pointed nose, bright eyes. I didn't know him. Here's your payment. I tossed the weighty little disc into the cup, and the tramp smiled triumphantly. But bear in mind that if the advice is bad, I'll shake the money back out of you. Well, this is the advice, said the beggar, pulling his hood back up again. Don't stand on Selina. Walk on your own feet, Harold, and then you might live to a ripe old age. Selina? What's Selina? And why shouldn't I stand on it? I asked. What kind of riddles are these? But the beggar had shut up as tight as a clam. Listen, I'm not joking. Either give me my money back, or tell me where you know me from and what this stupid riddle means. The beggar moaned, making himself out to be a deaf-mute idiot. But it didn't escape my attention that, as if by magic, the coin had disappeared from the tramp's hands into some secret place under his clothes. Stop playing the fool. Give me my money back. I cried in fury, and took a step toward the swindler. Would you be mocking a holy fool? A coarse, rasping voice asked behind my back. May darkness reduce me to dust if he's a holy fool. He's a real swindler. I just couldn't believe that I had been duped. Move on, my dear fellow, move on. People come here to commune with the gods, and you're creating a commotion, said the sergeant of the guard, standing slightly ahead of his morose subordinates. He gave me a menacing smile. Otherwise we shall have to escort you out of this holy place. Moo, the deaf-mute lowed in support of the guard, and began nodding his head wildly. There was nothing left to do but shrug and withdraw, seething with righteous fury and indignation. I was surrounded on all sides by thieves and swindlers. I had been duped with deft skill, like some oafish peasant, caught out by one of the standard tricks practiced by swindlers ever since the dawn of time. Well, Saget be with him. It won't bankrupt me. The track wound between green gardens and flower beds. A couple of times I ran into priests going about their business, but they took no notice of me, as if visitors were always walking about in the inner territory of the cathedral. The path wound to the left and rounded a bed of pale blue flowers reaching all their petals up toward the warm sunshine, then approached a massive building made of huge blocks of gray stone. And there was the dark archway that led to the dwelling of my only friend in this world. The shadows, afraid of the sunlight, had squeezed themselves tight up against the ancient gray walls, and after the heat of the summer day the coolness that pervaded the narrow tunnel seemed like a blessing from the gods. My footsteps echoed off the low vaults. I had almost walked right through when my gut suddenly twitched in agony as a familiar grip took hold of me by the sides of my chest and lifted me up off the ground. The hands were followed out of the wall by shoulders and a head. The rest of the body remained out of view. Vutjaz is clever, said the demon. Hi there, I said with a joyful smile, greeting him like my own dear mom, and not a demon of the darkness. Vutjaz is clever. The vile beast decided to put me back down on the ground anyway, and then surveyed me suspiciously. You have the horse? I was just working on that. Quicker! The demon hissed, and his bright scarlet eyes glinted menacingly in the semi-darkness. I can't hold out for long. I need just a little more time. Bring the horse in 3 days, or I'll suck the marrow out of your bones. But how will I find you? Call me by name when you have the horse, and I will appear. Vukjaz shot me another piercing glance and dissolved into the wall. I leaned back against the rough surface of the stone, catching my breath. Oof! That sort of thing could give you a heart attack. I never expected the cursed monster to appear again so soon, and during the day, too. Something had to be done about Vukjaz. I already had a rough idea of where to start looking for the horse. Whoever it was that set the Doralitions on me had it. No doubt about that. Now I needed to find these persons unknown and filch the stone before nightfall the day after tomorrow, or I'd have my marrow sucked out. I walked up a massive stairway with chipped and battered steps, and then along the corridor leading to the quarters of the priests of Saget. 2 priests standing beside a marble tub from which protruded a feeble scruffy bunch of leaves that was supposed to be a palm tree stopped discussing the affairs of the god of thieves and began staring at me. I nodded and formed my fingers into the sign of our guild. They relaxed, lowered their heads to greet me in reply, and went back to their philosophical dispute. I was no longer an outsider to them. It's no secret that only former thieves and swindlers become priests of Saget. This is a centuries-old tradition that no one has any intention of abandoning. When the corridor came to an end, I walked up another stairway to the second floor, where the priests had their quarters. The door I was interested in was the second on the right. It was a rather ordinary-looking door, with its old, dark wooden surface scarred with the deep furrows left by the swords of unfriendly visitors. But the former thieves were well able to stand up for themselves, and they always carried a knife concealed under their placid grey robes. And so, my friend had told me, those who had invaded the calm sanctuary of the shrine had been buried in the garden, and their swords hung in the prayer hall of the cathedral to discourage anyone else from entering this peaceful and godly place with naked weapons. Saget might be the least of the gods, less menacing and mighty than his brothers and sisters, but he and his votaries would always defend themselves. I knocked on the door. On entering without waiting to be invited, I found myself in a large, well-lit room, a hall, in fact. The walls were painted in cheerful colors, a contrast to the dreary, grey corridors that was a delight to the eye. I glanced round this rather wealthy interior, assessing the value of the contents. Well, I can't help it, it's a habit. Expensive paintings by well-known masters of the past, illustrating scenes from divine mythology, a yellow sultanate carpet on the floor, wonderful furniture, a miniature gold pedestal of Saget. My friend certainly held a high position in the hierarchy of servants of the god of thieves. Harold. My boy. A huge, fat man in the grayish-white cassock of a priest got up from the table and came toward me, throwing his arms wide. What brings you here? It must be 100 years since you last came to see this old man. Hello, four. Glad to see you alive, well, and fat. I laughed as I embraced the old priest. Can't be helped, it's the job, he laughed in reply. Hey. 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 I saw that, you old rogue. Come on, give back my purse. I exclaimed. So you haven't lost your touch, you old thief? How can we old men possibly compare with you youngsters? For replied jokingly, and tossed me the purse he had just removed from my belt. Come to the table, I was just about to dine. You're always dining, whatever time of day I arrive. Serving Saget has made you 3 times the size you used to be. Saget's will must be done, for said with a doleful shrug. You sit here, I'll bring your favorite wine. He laughed, winked at me, and went through into the next room, puffing and panting. I sat on a massive chair, solid and strong enough to support 4, and put my cloak with the crossbow wrapped in it on the table. Old for sticky hands 4. One of the most famous master thieves of former times, who in years gone by had carried out such daring robberies on the most influential houses that his feats of thievery were still talked about in our professional guild to this very day. For was the man who had first noticed that skinny, constantly hungry youth, Harold the Flea, taken him under his wing, and started to teach him the art of the supreme mastery instead of petty pickpocketing. For 10 years he struggled and strained with me, until finally Shadow Harold emerged, with a skill equal to his teacher's. But it was a long time now since For had retired and entered the service of Saget. The good priest, Brother 4, protector of the hands. That title still set me laughing. I simply couldn't believe that the most successful and talented thief of all had actually retired. Of all the living creatures in this insane and dangerous world, the only one I trusted was my teacher and friend. Here I am. For's red face beamed a triumphant smile. He was holding a pair of dust-covered bottles in each hand. Amber tears. I exclaimed. Precisely. Old stock, the finest wine of the bright elves from beyond the mountains of the dwarves. You'd better appreciate it. I already am. I was scarcely hoping to see you for the next few years, kid. There are all sorts of rumors creeping round the city. Rumors? I snorted. What sort of rumors? Well, they say you're at daggers drawn with Markin, and sooner or later things will end badly. It's not yet clear exactly for which one of you, but bets are being placed. Oh, really? Really? I hope you've put your money on the right side? I chuckled. But of course. According to other gossips, Frago Lantan shut you away in the Grey Stones. And then some claimed the Doralicians were searching very hard for a certain Harold. So tell me, kid, are these mere rumors, or have you got yourself into some kind of fix? For gave me a quizzical look as he gnawed on a pork rib. Not exactly rumors, I began cautiously. The entire world seems to have gone crazy, For. May Saget save your wayward soul, the priest sighed, and set the gnawed bone down to one side. The world is poised on the brink of a great war, Harold, and you're still wasting time on your idiotic subterfuges. If everything I've heard is right, it's time for you to disappear. To somewhere in the lowland. Although I don't think everything's calm there, either. The nameless one is only the beginning, my old bones can feel it. He'll provide the initial impetus, be the fuse, as the gnomes say, that ignites the powder keg. Then it will choose for itself exactly how to blow up our fragile world. The orcs will get a taste of freedom. Miranue will break out and run wild, Garrick will go for the Twin Empire's jugular, then they'll go for each other, the dwarves will go for the gnomes for the dwarves. We'll be drowning in blood, mark my words. You think so? Harold, my little one. You're an intelligent man. I knew what I was doing when I spent the best years of my life on you. The learning you received is easily a match for any nobleman's. How many of the books in my library have you read? All of them? But you still think like a 5-year-old child. There'll be war, mark my words, there will. It's inevitable. Unless some little miracle happens. Saget's will be done, I muttered gloomily, twirling the glass of wine in my hands. His will be done, for repeated mechanically, and took a huge bite out of a crusty bun. So what was it that brought you to me? He asked when he finished chewing. What, can't I even visit an old friend now? I asked, genuinely offended, and knitted my brows in a frown. Not when it would be wiser to lie low. But then, you always were stubborn and took unnecessary risks, said the priest, gesturing forlornly. So there's nothing you need from me, then? Yes, there is, I sighed. Aha! For declared triumphantly. Quod erat demonstrandum. I haven't lost my grip on logic yet. So what do you want from a fat old man? Refuge for a couple of nights until I set out on a commission. We have some free cells. Perhaps you might even turn into a priest? Chuckled the former thief, filling the glasses again. Wait. What commission? Are your brains completely addled, Harold? You could lose your head here, and yet you're still chasing after money. That's the absolute acme of greed. It's not what I wanted, just the way things have turned out. For fixed me once again with the gaze of his brown button eyes and sighed as he refilled his empty glass. Tell me about it. So I told him. Beginning with that ill-fated night when darkness tempted me into paying a visit to Count Patton. For listened without speaking, biting his plump lips and sometimes scratching the wooden table with a fork, as if he were making notes on it. He only stopped me once, to question me in detail about Paleface, and then shook his head with a frown. I don't know any assassin like that in the city. Strange. Where did he come from? My story took quite a while, and when I finished my throat was dry. For splashed out some more wine for me and I nodded gratefully. You're 4 times a fool, Harold. You accepted the commission, although your life would have been in less danger if you'd gone to the Grey Stones. You used a spell nobody knew anything about, and ended up with a hungry demon on your back. You couldn't kill Paleface when you had the chance, and now he'll come back to haunt you again and again. You've been taken for a ride. And some mysterious master no one's ever heard of before has put in an appearance. Do you admit you're an ass? I nodded. And you're even more of an ass if you intend to go wandering into the forbidden territory. It will help me survive in Rad Spain. Without a map I could be wandering around in there for centuries. Like it or not, I have to, for. He said nothing, thinking something over. Are you sure you really have to make this expedition? Aha. You're a fool, oh, what a fool. What was I thinking of when I took you on as an apprentice? All right, listen. Only go there at night. You'll get over the wall without any problems. Better do that in the port city, beside Stark's old stables. It's a dangerous area, but it won't be your first time in that kind of place. You'll come out straight onto the Street of Men, from there you can get to the Street of the Sleepy Cat, then onto the Street of the Magicians. Don't even stick your nose out onto Graveyard Street, you know why. The Street of the Sleepy Cat is fairly quiet. If everything goes well, make your way over the roofs. I hope the cladding hasn't rotted through yet and it'll take your weight. Traveling way up there is inconvenient, of course, but it's safe. Nobody's heard that dead men have learned to fly yet. On the Street of the Sleepy Cat there's an old statue of Saget. It's the only quiet spot in the area. You can wait out a spot of bother there, if need be. But you must return from the forbidden territory before morning, otherwise you'll stay in there forever. How do you know all this? I asked, amazed. How? Ford chuckled. I wandered round the place a bit in my younger days. Don't look at me like that, and close your mouth. The gnomes had a bank on the Street of the Sleepy Cat, remember? So I paid it a visit. I couldn't actually get inside, the doors were really solidly made, but I saw all sorts of things. None of your toothy-fanged bug-eyed monsters. No, I won't lie, I didn't see anything like that. In fact, I didn't meet anyone at all. The place was empty. The streets were dead, as if everyone had just disappeared. Nothing but the wind and strange sounds, and all sorts of visions, too, hideous abominations. I won't try to frighten you, maybe you won't see anything of the sort. But you take a piece of meat with you and wrap it as tight as you can in elfendroker. That material won't let through any moisture or any smell. And if, Saget forbid, you happen to run into some bloodthirsty beast or some dead men from the cemetery, you'll be able to distract them for a few minutes with the meat. Well, I suppose that's all. Don't trust your eyes and ears, just do the job and get out of there. Harold, get out of there as quick as you can. And what about the Street of the Magicians? What? I don't know. I never got that far, kid. What I saw on the Street of Men and the Street of the Sleepy Cat will last me for the rest of my life. The first was more or less calm, but the second was full of all sorts of unpleasant things. But why not try to get into the forbidden territory from the Street of the Roofers? It's a lot closer, and safer, too, it seems to me. Well, you see, Harold, the problem is that no one who has tried entering the forbidden zone from the roofer side has ever been seen again. So is it really worth taking the risk? We both said nothing for a while. All right then. Come on, I'll show you where you can sleep. But then again, why don't you stay here with me? Thanks, but I have to get a few things done in town. I got up from the table and picked up my cloak. So when have you decided to go? Tonight. Tonight? Didn't you say in a couple of days? The priest asked in surprise. Well, I can change my mind, can't I? I muttered, heading for the door. Be seeing you, 4. Good luck, kid. You'll need plenty of it, my old teacher said. And I'll think about what we can do with that demon of yours. Evening was coming on, and I hurried to reach the City of Magicians before all the shops closed. Otherwise I would have to fight whoever lived behind the magic wall with my bare hands. 8. City of Magicians. The inner yard of the cathedral was empty, all the faithful had gone home long ago. As I walked toward the exit, I cast a sideways glance at Saget's pedestal. Just as I expected, the beggar was long gone, and my gold piece with him. Even in these troubled times the City of Magicians presented a very colorful spectacle. The wide streets were lined with houses that displayed fanciful architecture, each one like a miniature palace, with a bright-colored tiled roof, lancet windows, and fancy little towers. And every house in every street strove to outdo all of its neighbors, upstaging them with its own prim, tidy beauty. It was evening, and the lamps on the streets were burning with flames of different colors: pale blue, red, crimson, green, poisonous yellow, and orange. The lamps were magical, and they were always lit every night, no matter what happened in the city. Yet another wonder of Avondum, spoken of at every crossroads in this world, the lamps lit up on their own, as soon as evening started drawing in, and they went out in the morning with the first rays of sunlight. On that evening the streets of the City of Magicians were absolutely jam-packed with people. Spontaneous drunken revelry flared up on all sides, like forest fires. The people were celebrating. For a short time at least the citizens of Avondum had been liberated from the terrors of the night and thoughts of the army of the Nameless One. They were all singing the praises of the Order and Archmagician Artsivus. At long last the magicians had apparently succeeded in driving the fearsome beasts of the night out of Avondum. I merely chuckled. There was no way I was going to take offense at Artsivus for his enterprise in usurping the glorious role of vanquisher of demons. I had no use for that glory myself anyway. I was simply very amused by the move, which was worthier of sly merchants than the master of the high and mighty order. I wondered how many similar glorious occasions of victory the magicians had been able to claim as their own in order to reinforce their own position. Never mind, it was none of my business. The wide street of the Sparks was overflowing with magical pictures. Every shop there felt obliged to outdo the one next door by creating more magical illusions to attract as many customers as possible. Above one little shop bright orange letters appeared, and then were transformed into a flock of illusory pigeons. Flapping their wings, the birds soared up into the evening sky, fused together into a small white cloud that sank down to the roof of the shop, and then turned back into letters again. The people in the street took absolutely no notice of these wonders. There were more impressive things than that to be seen here. For instance, the sight of bolts of illusory lightning slaying an illusory ogre could have kept you enthralled for a year at least. I walked straight through an illusion of a dragon and found myself in front of a perfectly ordinary-looking house. There weren't any showers of fiery rain or horrific monsters or magicians in brightly glowing silver cloaks on show here. Never mind that, there wasn't even a shop sign. This little trading establishment didn't need to attract simple-minded clients with more money than sense. And the prices here were so high that not many people were willing to buy. But people in the know came here, to this modest little establishment. They didn't go to the shops bursting at the seams with magical baubles and bright-colored phantoms on the Street of the Sparks. I pushed the door, and the little bell jangled merrily. Many visitors would have been astonished at the total absence of goods on display. But when someone came here, the owner himself carefully selected the things the customer needed from the storeroom at the back of the shop. "Who's that the darkness has dragged in now?" exclaimed a low, none too polite voice, sounding like a bumblebee buzzing over a field of clover. "We're closing, clear out." A short, stocky figure emerged from the dark inner room. If I stood beside him, the top of the shopkeeper's head would barely have reached up to my chest. Like all dwarves, he had a massive forehead, small, deep-set black eyes, and a heavy, protruding lower jaw. A powerful, barrel-shaped torso. Strong, muscular arms. And an obnoxious personality. For some reason, many ignorant Philistines from the deep provinces always get dwarves and gnomes confused. In fact, dwarves are fundamentally different from their relatives the gnomes. Gnomes are smaller and look less robust, and they also do something that no dwarf would ever do even under pain of death: they wear beards. "Good evening, Master Honchel," I said. "Ah," the dwarf drawled, wiping his huge hands on his leather apron. "Master Harold. Good evening to you. And I was just about to fling you out of the shop. Haven't seen you in a long time. How's your eyesight?" "No complaints." Honchel was referring to my night vision, which I had improved with the help of an elixir bought in his shop 6 months earlier. "And what brings you to me, especially at closing time?" "Purchases." "Large ones?" The dwarf screwed up his eyes cunningly, already figuring out how much money he could squeeze out of me. "That depends how things go, what the goods are like. Come now, Master Harold, have you ever had reason to be dissatisfied with the range of goods in my shop?" "Not so far, but you must admit, dear Master Honchel, that there's always a first time for everything." "Not in my shop." The dwarf laughed and led me into the back room. "I get my goods from the very finest magicians in the order. And there are numerous items that I get from distant lands. What's true is true." Master Honchel was one of the few dwarves who had stayed in Valioster and not gone back to his mountains after the king concluded a treaty with the gnomes for the purchases of cannon. I don't know how long it will take before the dwarves overcome their resentment and return to Valioster, together with all their goods, but in the meantime the ones like Master Honchel will certainly be able to make their fortunes 3 or 4 times over. "What are you interested in, Master Harold? Something standard or something special?" "Both," I said, stopping behind the dwarf at a large table piled high with crates, large boxes, small boxes, chests, and caskets. We sat down at the table and, as always, the bargaining began, which I can't stand. Because bargaining with a dwarf is harder than killing an H-Sankor, for instance. "Be more specific, it's getting late," Honchel said with a frown, pretending to be terribly busy. Like hell he was. You couldn't have lured him away from me now with all the treasure of the dragons. 25 crossbow bolts with spirits of fire, the same number with spirits of ice, 100 standard, armor piercing. Part of the order to be delivered. I can't take everything away with me. "Oh ho," said the dwarf, whistling and opening his eyes wide. "Are you going to drive the gnomes out of the steel mines?" I didn't answer, and no answer was required in any case. Honchel knew who I was, what trade I was in, and what kind of goods I required for my work. "Good. Anything else?" The dwarf added with a nod. "Lights, 1 bundle. 40 crackers. Traveling companion string, about 10 yards. "What kind?" "Cobweb." "Elfin? Where would I get that from?" The dwarf asked in mock surprise. "How can you ever get anything out of that fong-mouthed crowd?" "Come now, Master Honchel, you're no simple shopkeeper. If you poke about in your boxes and chests, you might just find some." "I will," Honchel agreed, realizing that this time I had no intention of bargaining. "Or almost none. Is that all? Can you suggest anything else?" I said, answering his question with a question. The dwarf thought for a moment with his chin propped on his huge fist, then laughed. "I do have a little something here for connoisseurs like yourself, Master Harold." He disappeared under the table, rattled the lock of a trunk hidden away down there, and grunted as he clambered back out holding a crossbow in his hands. I couldn't help myself. I gave a sigh of sheer delight, immediately raising the price by at least 10 gold pieces. The crossbow had a rather unusual design. It was double. The first bolt was installed in a lower breech and the second bolt in an upper one. The bowstrings on both mechanisms were tensioned by using a short lever. A smooth, polished handle, twin triggers. The weapon was elegant, black in color and a lot smaller than mine. A dream. "Would you mind, Master Honchel?" The dwarf smiled and handed me the wonderful thing in 2 bolts. The little object was incredibly light. I set a bolt in its special slot, then a second one, and pulled on the lever. It was incredibly easy to move. One click, and the heavy bolts were locked in their breeches. Those clever dwarves had come up with a way to make tightening the bowstring simpler. I looked round for a target, spotted an old helmet covered in dust on a cupboard in a distant corner, glanced at Hanschel to ask permission, aimed, and pressed the trigger. Click. The first bolt struck the helmet, pierced the steel, and stuck in the visor. Click. And the second bolt was right beside the first one. The miniature weapon was very easy to use. I fell in love with the baby at first glance. Just look at that workmanship, that steel. No one will be able to make anything like it. I made it myself, with these very hands. As if in confirmation of his words, the dwarf thrust his massive paws under my nose. And it's my own design. He could have rattled on like that for hours, even if it wasn't a crossbow, but just a dead rat's skin. The most important thing for Hanschel was always to sell his goods for as high a price as possible. How much? I asked. 300 gold pieces. How much? A dozen knights could easily have been kid out for that sum. 300, it's a fair price. I'm not going to haggle, either take it or I'll find another buyer. Ah, but will you, my dear Hanschel? For a price like that? It's simpler to hire a squad of bowmen. For 150 gold pieces. The dwarf shook his head and bit his lip. Then he scratched the back of his head. You don't need bowmen. But since you're a regular, well-respected client, 250. 200. And don't forget that I'm taking your other goods, too. 205, the dwarf responded, clenching and unclenching his immense fists. The darkness take you, honorable sir, I'll have it. There was no point in haggling any more with the tight-fisted shopkeeper. Shall we add up the bill? The dwarf laughed as he took a massive abacus out from behind his back. Or does the master require something else? How about spells? What I usually take, Glass vials? Wouldn't you like some rune magic? I've just got in some very interesting scrolls for my cilia. No rune magic. After the disastrous scroll that had landed me with Vukjaz, I'd never trust that kind of sorcery again till the end of time. The dwarf raised his eyebrows. Then what kind of spells? Well, what kind do you have, Master Hanschel? That depends on the kind of glass you want the vials to be made out of. Magic glass. The magic glass for spell vials was made by magicians, and it didn't break unless its owner wanted it to. That is, I could jump up and down in iron boots on the little bottles of magic, and the glass would stand it until I wanted it to break and the spell to work. Magic glass is an excellent way of protecting yourself against having a vial with a magical potion break unexpectedly. That's why the price for spells in vials of magic glass is much higher than for ordinary vials. Let's see what we've got here, Hanschel muttered, setting a pair of spectacles with rock crystal lenses on his red nose. Oh, and by the way, pardon my morbid curiosity, but how are you intending to pay? In cash, I hissed through my teeth, and set a heavy bag on the table. There's 100 here. The dwarf didn't even look at the money, and that, it must be said, is a genuinely rare event. Master Harold, I've known you for a long time, you're a good client, I won't deny it, but I won't release goods on credit even to you. And the list of things you've ordered already comes to 400. Admit it, you don't have the money, do you? You're right. I wasn't about to argue with a dwarf. Only gnomes and dragons are capable of that. You'll be paid, Master Hanschel. Permit me to inquire exactly who will pay me, Master Harold, if you fail to return from your dangerous trip? He'll pay, I said, casually holding out the royal ring. Hanschel carefully took it with the fingers of his left hand, held it up to his eye, and examined it carefully. You'll simply go to the palace and say you've come from me. And you can give the ring back at the same time. Very well. I'll give credit for the first time ever. The dwarf carefully put the ring away in the inside pocket of his waistcoat. So where were we, my dear fellow? Ah, yes. Spells. Let's see what the poor shopkeeper has to offer the master. 9. Stark's stables. Curses. Over the last 2 months I'd got used to the silent, empty streets. But this night was special. In a couple of minutes it would strike midnight, and there were still a few rambunctious individuals wandering round the city, bawling out songs at the top of their raucous voices and reeking of cheap wine that you could smell from a league away. The festivities in honor of the expulsion of the beasts of darkness from Avendoon were continuing. Fortunately, there were no revelers close to Stark's old stables in the port city. Not even drunks befuddled by the vapors of wine were drawn to that dark little street, where the poorest and shabbiest houses in the whole city stood. I stood there in the dark, in front of the long-abandoned stables. The walls were skewed and twisted with age, and from the outside it looked as if the old building could collapse at any moment, crushing anyone unfortunate enough to be nearby. This was a place of desolation and silence. In this place, people tried to avoid being seen by creatures who would slit your throat for a few coppers or just for the sheer fun of it. Nobody had called them people for a long time, and they were far more dangerous than a pack of hungry ghouls. I glanced straight ahead, to the point where the wall stood, a few dozen yards from the old poplar trees. A patch of blinding white in the nocturnal gloom. To look at, there seemed absolutely nothing magical about it. Walls like that surrounded houses in every district of the city. Only this one was covered with semi-illiterate obscenities and indecent graffiti clumsily scratched into its surface. Obviously attempts by the inhabitants of Stark's stables to express their understanding of literature and art. But to be quite honest, they hadn't been very successful. The height of the obstacle that I had to overcome was 2.5 yards. Not really so very high, if you thought about it. It was not at all difficult to climb over. However, there didn't seem to be anybody around who wanted to take a stroll on the other side. I glanced again at the defenses erected by the order to divide the living and the dead districts of Avendoom. The wall had turned yellow now, a dense wisp of mist had enveloped its white body in a sticky shroud. The mist seemed to be alive, spectral, mysterious. It glittered in the light of the moon. First at one point, then another, it put out cautious feelers that trembled in the breeze. They gently probed at the air between the mist and the wall, trying to find a crack and overcome this low, but impassable barrier. Glittering and writhing, one of the yellow feelers almost reached right over the obstacle, but the moment it touched the white surface, a tiny spark sprang up between them. The feeler jerked back in fright and pulled away, writhing like a wounded worm. The magic of the wall had proved itself strong. It hadn't let the mist through, even though it was constantly trying to find a way into the only part of the city that it hadn't conquered yet. Apart from that solitary string of clouds on the left side, the sky was clear and the different colored glass beads of the stars glittered and sparkled, set inconceivably high in the dome of the night. The northern crown lay across half of the sky like a bright diamond pendant. The stone, the brightest star in our part of the world, pointed to the north, where the Nameless One was preparing for war in the desolate lands. People who had been there said that up beyond the lonely giant it was impossible to look at the northern crown, the stars became so bright and large. Not at all like the stars here in the city, although even here the size of the stone was astounding and its bright blue radiance was truly beautiful. It was a warm night, you could almost call it hot, but I was trembling slightly and my teeth were beating out a quiet tattoo. I wasn't shivering from cold, but from nervous tension. That happens to me before an important and dangerous job. It's nothing to worry about. As soon as the moment comes to get down to work, the trembling disappears, scattered like fine dust, and its place is taken by intense concentration and precise caution, my much praised professional qualities. Hiding there in the darkness, I waited impatiently for midnight to come. According to the rumors, the period between midnight and 1 in the morning was the safest. So I had decided to set out on my adventure at the most favorable time, especially since I only had a few minutes to wait. The warm weather had obliged me to abandon my cloak and put on a black jacket with a hood. I could feel in my bones that I'd be doing plenty of running that night, and a cloak hampers your movements too much. You can't go jumping across the roofs when it keeps trying to wind itself round your legs. The new crossbow was hanging behind my back, together with the thin traveling companion string. I'd only brought some of my purchases from Hanchel with me, and asked him to deliver the remainder of the goods directly to the king at his palace. The trembling past simply disappeared like the cold wind from the desolate lands. I adjusted my broad belt with the pockets in which the crossbow bolts were drowsing snugly. A little bag containing several of Hanchel's glass vials and a knife hanging on my right hip added to my weight, but after doing my job for so many years, I no longer paid any attention to these minor hindrances. Lying at my feet was an impressive lump of beefsteak. I'd barely got to the butcher's shop in time, just as he was shutting up his shop for the night. I'd wrapped the meat in a piece of elfendroker. Boom! A single chime of the cathedral's magic bell rang out in the night. That boom could be heard in every corner of Avendoom, announcing the arrival of midnight. It was time. I picked the piece of meat up off the ground, broke cover, and set off at a quick run toward the magic wall. But before I had covered even half the distance, I heard the clatter of feet from behind a crooked little old house with a broken-down porch and a sagging roof. I swore and dashed back into the safe gloom of the abandoned stables. A lone Doralition appeared at the beginning of the alley. In his hand he was clutching a club. As it happened, I recognized this particular goat. Doralition's faces, of course, are all alike, and it's hard for the human eye to tell them apart, but a specimen with only one horn on his head, and a crooked one at that, is not something you come across very often, and that makes him very hard to forget. This bastard had been involved in the memorable run that time when I called Vukjaz down to torment me. The Doralition stopped no more than a yard away from me and snorted loudly. My patience finally gave out and I decided to help the stinking beast's mental processes move a bit faster. One horn bleated in fright when I set the knife to his throat. Drop the club, little Billy Goat, I whispered politely from behind his back. Wonder of wonders. Without reacting at all to the words Billy Goat, the Doralition opened his fingers. The club clattered on the surface of the road. Good boy. I tried to breathe through my mouth. Of course, one horn was not Vukjaz, but the smell of musk was still not very pleasant. Do you know who I am? He was about to bleat something, but wisely remained silent. I had the knife pressed too tightly against his neck. Those beasts are as strong as trolls with a belly full of magic mushrooms. Give one horn a chance and he'd be perfectly capable of snapping me in two with his bare hands. But I didn't want to give him that chance. You'll be able to speak now. But I advise you not to do anything stupid, otherwise I'll start getting nervous, and blood will flow. Do we understand each other, my friend? The Doralition gave a sound like a hiccup, which I decided, by way of exception, to interpret as agreement to behave. All right, we'll try the question again. Do you know who I am? No. Oh. I'm Harold. One horn tensed up, but I immediately pressed my knife harder against his neck. Whoa there. No stupid tricks, You've got our horse. Give it back. The goat bleated, after which I decided to give him just one more chance. Who said that I have the horse? I asked quickly. A Mayan. Naturally, not a dragon. Who exactly? A Mayan. Very white. White? I asked. The Doralition clicked his fingers, trying to find the word. Pie-ale. I wonder why I'm not surprised. All roads lead to my friend Paleface, wounded, scorched, but still clinging to life. And, consequently, to the Guild of Thieves of Avondum, and Markin in particular. They must have lifted the stone in order to pin the job on me. Not what I'd call an elegant move, but effective. And then my humble personage conceived a brilliantly insane idea. I'll give you back the horse. In a little while. When? In 2 nights' time. Tomo Oro night? The beast is just too stupid after all. Tell me, if you can, how I can conduct serious diplomatic negotiations with it. It will get everything confused, the half-wit. I rolled my eyes up, imploring Sagat to grant me patience, and said, slowly and deliberately, this night. Then another one, and then the night when you'll get your relic back. On Wednesday. Do you know what Wednesday is? Yes. There, see how simple it all is. I said delightedly, proud of my talent for explaining everything in a way that even those who have absolutely no brain at all can understand. Do you happen to know where the knife and axe is? Yes. Great. You make my heart rejoice, my lad. Right then, in 2 nights' time. Precisely at midnight. You and your friends come to the inn. You'll get your horse there. Remember, precisely at midnight, not a minute earlier and not a minute later, or you'll never see the stone. Got that? Or should I say it one more time? Glock understands. Wonderful, my dear fellow. Now, I'm going to take away the knife, and you're going to walk off. If you so much as twitch, you'll get a crossbow bolt in your back. And you'll never lay eyes on your horse. Do we understand each other? We do, man. Let me go. I removed the knife and quickly moved back several steps, at the same time taking the loaded crossbow out from behind my back. The Doralition didn't move a muscle. You're free to go, tell your leader what I told you. The goat looked round cautiously, saw the weapon, and nodded sourly. His expression really didn't look all that pleased. We'll wait, Harold. Don't trick us, or you're a dead man. The Doralition melted away into the night. I listened to his receding steps, picked up the meat for the 3rd time that night, hurriedly tied it to my belt with its tapes, and ran across to the wall. The rest was a simple matter of technique. Jump up, grab the edge with my hands, pull myself up, throw a leg over, jump down onto the ground. That was the simple, banal way I found myself in the forbidden territory. 10. A blizzard blows up. Here was a cold wind sweeping down the street and Velder breathed on his hands in their thin gloves in an attempt to warm his fingers. Immediately after returning to Avondum after a long journey to the Lakeside Empire, he hadn't even been given time to take his boots off before he was summoned to an urgent session of the Council of the Archmagicians of the Order. And so he had set out for the tower with a perfectly clear conscience, still wearing the clothes in which he had returned to the capital, and disregarding official formality. Velder was the youngest Archmagician in the entire history of the Order of Valiostra. He had received his staff with 4 rings of rank at the age of only 30, far outstripping even the present master of the order, Panaric, who had become an archmagician at the age of 45. Both his friends and his enemies predicted that Velder would receive the master's staff in the none too distant future. He himself, however, loathed the intrigues that accompanied the struggle for power, preferring work and the special assignments that Panaric gave him. This had earned Velder the nickname of the sullen archmagician, since he was absent from most of the councils of the order. The sky was darkening rapidly, and twilight had advanced. It had grown colder. The crust of snow crunched sharply under the soles of his boots. His nose was beginning to tingle unpleasantly. Winter had come early this year. From the beginning of November, the clouds arriving from the desolate lands had brought snow, and the winds arriving from beyond the needles of ice had brought cold. But by mid-January Old Man Winter had grown tired of raging and decided to take a break, freeing Avondune for several days from the heavy icy shackles of unrelenting frost. And now, in comparison with what it had been like at the beginning of December, the weather in the capital could actually be called warm. The magician turned onto the street of the magicians, and then someone called his name. Master Velder! Master Velder! Wait! He looked round unhurriedly toward the sound and saw a teenaged boy hurrying after him. It was Gani, the archmagician's pupil, his face bright red from running. The magician had found the boy in one of the poor villages of Mirinue, when he was on his way back to Valioster from the Empire. The orphan had proved to have a gift. He had magic sleeping inside him, glittering faintly, like the spark in a drowsy campfire. But if good kindling was thrown onto that spark, it would turn into a conflagration. And Velder was intending to awaken that flame in Gani in the near future. The archmagician of the order had not previously had any pupils, but so far the youth had entirely justified all the hopes placed in him. Bright and diligent, he easily remembered the initial spells for working with air, the most inconstant, complex, and capricious of the elements. Yes, indeed, he began with air, although all the pupils in the order usually started with the stable element of earth. Master, you forgot this, said the youth, holding out a long, white bundle. What is it? The archmagician asked with a frown of surprise. Your staff, of course. You forgot it. I thought you might need it. Velder laughed. He had deliberately not taken the symbol of magical power with him, but evidently the gods were against it and had found someone to return it to the hands of the forgetful magician. All right. It would be useful. At least the old phobies wouldn't whine that he didn't respect the traditions of the order. Besides, the staff was merely a concession to tradition and nothing more. It carried no power within itself. When he was traveling, the sullen archmagician usually left it at the very bottom of his luggage. But why did you wrap it in a cloth? Velder asked peevishly as he took the bundle. So the guards wouldn't stop me, said Gani, sniffing with his frozen nose. They're blind, of course, but they probably wouldn't let through a boy with an archmagician's staff. Thank you, Gani. That's very helpful. Great. But can I go with you, Master Velder? I'd really like to get a look at the tower. You'll have plenty of time to look as much as you like. I'm going to the council, and that's only for archmagicians. Off you go home. It's getting dark already. Will you find the way back? Of course. The lad said, nodding and casting a regretful glance at the tower of the order soaring up above the roofs of the houses. Velder tucked the bundle under his arm and strode off rapidly along the street of the magicians toward the tower. Avondune was slowly sinking into the sleep of a long winter night. The radiance of the northern crown lit up the velvet sky. Its brightest star glowed with a cold, ominous light. The archmagician could watch the stars for hours at a time. He felt that they made Ciala seem a lot more beautiful and pure than it really was. A minute later the street led the magician out onto the square where the old tower of the order soared upward in solitary splendor. The wind seemed to have gone wild and now it was running riot, picking snow up off the roadway and setting it swirling around in a frenzied white dance. And in addition, hordes of clouds had crept across the sky, concealing the stars, and snow had started falling heavily. He could no longer see the houses on the other side of the street, the wall of white was absolutely impenetrable. That sort of thing often happened in Avondune. In the blink of an eye beautiful weather was transformed into a genuine nightmare. However, Velder, securely protected by his magic shield, took no notice of this snowy insanity. Quite soon he found himself outside the bronze door and it opened of its own accord, confirming his right to enter the order's Holy of Holies. Velder, my old friend, said an archmagician descending the staircase. It's ages since I last saw you. The man was leaning on a staff exactly like Velder's. Hello there, Elio. What have you got in that bundle? Damnation. I completely forgot. The magician hastily extracted his staff and tossed the piece of cloth on the floor. Elio laughed. Well, look at you. Zemel would have a fit if he saw the way you dragged the symbol of the order around. All right, let's go. The council's waiting. What's happened? I was summoned the moment I got back, Valder said, climbing up the staircase after his massive friend. Panarik and Zemmel have got an idiotic idea into their heads, and we have to put it into practice tonight. An idiotic idea, dot. Until that day he had never thought of the two most powerful magicians in the country as idiots. Exactly so, Elio replied morosely. Precisely the right word for it. Zemmel's been digging through the ogre's old books again. You know yourself that he's the only one who understands any of their gobbledygook. Well, he's found a way to stop the Nameless One forever. How? He's decided to destroy the Cronkemore that protects the wizard. In my opinion, the whole idea's a load of nonsense. The magic of the ogres is stronger than steel. But, interrupted Elio, continuing his progress along the winding stairway, Zemmel has managed to pull the wool over Panarik's eyes, and even over Elo's, and that really takes some doing, doesn't it? So today we have the Night of the Fools. Get ready for it. Valder bit his lip thoughtfully. Persuading the light elf, who was far from fond of Zemmel, would not have been easy. Almost impossible, in fact. But this time the lover of the ogre's magic had indeed managed the impossible. What exactly do you mean? The order has taken the horn out of its dusty trunk and decided to work a miracle. I see, Valder said, chuckling skeptically. But what has all this to do with me? Oh, come now, said Elio, genuinely surprised. You and I will act as reservoirs of power. Panarik and Zemmel have to draw their energy from somewhere, don't they? We are the two fools that the council needed to complete its blissful happiness. Are we the only ones who have been summoned? No, said Elio, stopping beside a door encrusted with bluish ogre bone. Not the only ones. Elo and Okart, too. What about Singulus, Artsis, and Dydra? Is the performance going to take place without their participation? Valder asked in amazement. That would mean that only 6 out of 9 archmagicians of the order would be involved in this absurd attempt to restrain the Nameless One. Singulus is in Icilia. As for Artsis, well, you know how Zemmel feels about our friend. The way an orc feels about a goblin, Valder said with a dar nod. That's a pity, Artsis would have been useful. Who are you telling? I know that. But he could not be found. Dydra's in Zagraba, with the Dark Elves. So 6 archmagicians are going to destroy the Nameless One? Valder whispered. Doubtful, very doubtful. Didn't Panarik think about calling in the higher order magicians? Or even the entire order? He did, but Zemmel convinced him that the 6 of us could cope. The cretin. Worse than that. You've been away for a year and a half, right? 2 years. Well, Zemmel spent all that time poring over the books of the ogres. If you ask me, it would be a better idea to stick your head into a giant's mouth than to read those ancient tomes. He must have completely lost his reason if he's decided to mess about with the prohibited shamanism of the ogres. By the way, Elio said with a smile, before we go in, would you care to dispose of your shield? That is what I can see glittering, isn't it? Valder had completely forgotten that he was still maintaining the energy of the spell that had protected him against the bad weather. Perhaps you ought to remove it, Elio suggested good-naturedly. You know how twitchy Okart gets when there are inexplicable energy surges. He's so paranoid. He's too suspicious altogether. It's bad for the health. Valder snorted, but he removed his defensive shield. At least, as far as Elio could see, that was what he did. In actual fact, the magician merely dimmed the spell by feeding it with a subtle stream of power that only Panarik would be able to detect, and only if he deliberately searched for it. Some strange, childish caprice prompted him to resist Elio's friendly suggestion. The archmagicians entered a spacious round hall illuminated by ordinary torches, in accordance with the prescriptions of the ancient statutes, reinforced by Panarik's dislike of magical illumination, which made the master's eyes sting and water. The flames were burning steadily, and the pale shadows stood on the walls as still as sentries. Imperturbable. Self-assured. Valder did not like this place, it was always too cold and unwelcoming. Emphatically official. The walls were patterned with a large number of small lancet windows, glazed with the greenish-purplish glass of the dwarves. They offered a fine view of Avondum at night, since the tower was the highest point in the whole city, even higher than the royal palace. The immense flat mirror fused into the floor in the center of this space reflected imaginary stars and a double moon, even during the daytime. There were 9 armchairs with tall backs standing around the mirror. 5 of them were empty, for were occupied by archmagicians waiting with patient dignity for the late arrivals. Elio and Valder bowed their heads reverently as a sign of respect for their colleagues. Their colleagues replied with gracious nods. Equals greeting equals. The magicians walked to their places, and Velder had a few seconds to examine these men he had not seen for so long. Seated directly opposite him was ELO, a light elf with ash-gray hair cut short in the human style and protruding fangs. Next came 2 empty armchairs, and then the solemn Okart, a short, permanently gloomy native of Finland. Okart was excessively suspicious, always anticipating conspiracies against himself, and in conversation he was excessively sharp, rancorous, and intolerant. There were many who did not like him. But nonetheless, Velder had to admit that his antagonist was a talented magician. Seated alongside Velder's adversary was a gaunt individual with gray eyes, a smiling face, and a snub nose. His rather pleasant appearance was spoiled by the bloodless lips and the slim, dry hands with bony fingers. Archmagician Zemmel was the oldest member present at the council. His passion was the ogre's books on shamanism, especially if they dealt with their forbidden battle magic, the Kronkamor. Velder did not approve at all of the idea of using the rainbow horn to destroy the Nameless One. Hitherto this artifact had only been capable of containing the wizard within the desolate lands. What had changed now? How could the council have agreed to such a risky undertaking without lengthy preparations? "Glad to see you, my pupil," said Panarik. The master of the Order of Valioster was the most important and influential figure after the king. At 70 years of age he barely looked 50. "And I am glad to see you, my master. Have you been informed what is happening here, Dot?" "Yes, Elio has informed me. But I cannot see any point in all this." "The point is to destroy the Nameless One forever," Zemmel said severely, looking up from his book. "At this very moment? This very night? And what do you find so unsuitable about this night?" Elo asked, his fangs flashing. "Well, if nothing else, the fact that there are only 6 of us instead of 9. "Don't worry, you won't have to strain yourself," Zemmel said with a smile. "That's excellent. But I still don't understand what all the haste is about. The council is not full. 3 members are absent. Not all of us are required. 6 is enough." "Perhaps so. But why are you so certain that we shall succeed in doing what other magicians of the order have been unable to do in several centuries?" Velder asked, trying to speak in a calm and friendly manner, although he was very tired after his journey. "I have been thinking the same thing," said Okart, unexpectedly supporting Velder. "The magicians of the past did not know what I know," Zemmel declared weightily. "They did not make the effort to read several important books. It is all here," he said, slapping the spine of his book with one hand. "The Kronkamor that protects the Nameless One so securely can be broken by using the rainbow horn." "But let us not forget," Velder objected, "that the horn, like the Kronkamor, was created by ogres, and we do not know what to expect from it if we start using the artifact at its full power. We still do not know if it is light or evil." "What incredible nonsense!" Zemmel snorted in annoyance. He opened the chest standing beside him and took out the magical relic. The horn was encrusted with silver, mother of pearl, and bluish ogre bone. The power with which it was filled made it tremble, the same power that so reliably held the Nameless One on the desolate lands. "Do you feel any evil from it, Velder?" The archmagician shook his head. No, he couldn't feel anything except primordial power. This magic was not dark. But then, he couldn't have called it light, either. It was simply different. Absolutely alien, incomprehensible, and therefore dangerous. The horn kept the secret of the ogres secure. "Surely you don't think the Dark Elves would have handed over an artifact to men if it contained even an iota of black shamanism?" Zemmel continued. "If magicians can use the horn, that doesn't mean it wasn't used by the shamans of the ogres," said Elio, speaking for the first time and supporting Velder. "I am also opposed to acting hastily. Let us wait for Artsis, Dydra, and Singalus." "I support that," Okard put in darkly. "To this day we have no idea what the horn was created for. And we only guessed that it neutralizes the Kronkamor by pure chance. There's no point in being hasty. The Nameless One has been sitting up in the north for all these years, nothing's going to happen if he's stuck there for one more week, but... No, we shall do it today." Zemmel was not smiling any longer. His eyes glinted angrily. "The star charts are favorable for tonight. Today or never. Because there will not be such a night for another 40 years. I propose an official vote on this insane idea." Velder snapped curtly. "Speak on this matter," said Panarik, nodding and looking round at the assembled magicians. "Who is in favor of using the horn to destroy the Nameless One's defenses?" "I am opposed," said Velder. "I am not certain that it will work, but I have complete confidence in the skill and experience of my respected colleague Zemmel," said Elo, drawing out his words slowly. He set the horn on a plinth that had been made ready in the center of the mirror floor. "I am in favor. Naturally, this is exactly what I wish to achieve, said Zemmel, giving Velder a mocking look. I am opposed, Elio said with a frown. If only because the full council should decide. I am also opposed, said Oakheart. We ought not to wake a sleeping giant. Afterward, as we know, it is very difficult to get him to go back to sleep again. 3 against 2. Now everything depended on what Panarik would say. If the votes were evenly divided, then the side supported by the master would win, for the simple reason that his vote carried more weight than the votes of the others. Zemmel's arguments are entirely convincing, the head of the order said after a moment's thought. Let us try it. I am in favor. Now no one could go against the decision of the council. The magicians stood in a circle round the mirror on which the horn was lying. Velder saw Elio's glum face opposite him. The agrophile was on Elio's right, with his book in his hands, and Panarik was on his left. The indifferent, abstracted Elo was standing stock-still on Velder's right, and Oakheart was in the position between the sullen archmagician and Zemmel. A feeble circle. 3 magicians were missing and the others would have to call on all their skill. What is our task? The elf asked. Simply open yourselves up. I need your power. Pass it through the horn. Stream 12, Profile 8, if you please, Zemmel replied, opening the old book at the right page. And now. Velder remembered that phrase very well. It was the phrase used to teach pupils to concentrate instantly and activate their energy. And now the archmagician's energy began passing through him and pouring into the horn in a thin purple stream. To his right Ella's azure-greenish power, with the scent of fresh leaves, reached out and entwined with Oakheart's fiery red stream. Panarik and Elio also joined in. A radiance appeared around the horn, it pulsated and began changing color. The fiery red flame of a dragon was replaced by an orange sun, which was transformed into a yellow autumn which, in turn, changed to the green leaves of the forests of Ciala, then became a bright blue spring sky, the bottomless blue western ocean, and then once again, as at the very beginning, became the all-consuming dragon fire. It was this very property, of changing its color under the influence of others' magic, that had earned the rainbow horn its name. The first few minutes passed quietly. The artifact responded well, behaving in a stable fashion and giving no cause for alarm. And Velder did not feel any dizziness from the constant drain of magic. Intensify the flow. Elio, you're working for me now. Zemmel's voice sounded intent, focused. The magician was about to attempt the most difficult part of the task, arousing the magic of the ogres. ELO, realign the flow, you have deviated 3 degrees toward the 6th coordinate. Panarik's voice rang out sharply in the total silence. The master was not only directing his own power, he was still able to pay attention to the work of the other archmagicians. ELO started an alarm and directed his azure-green ray to where Panarik had indicated. Zemmel began a plaintive chant in the ancient language. For only the second time in the history of the order the ancient speech of the ogres was heard in its tower, the speech that had once awoken the magic of Cronkemore. Some kind of difficulty in the second field, Elio murmured. Velder, why is your power dissipating? Velder himself was beginning to feel that he had to make a greater effort and concentrate harder to control the flow. He had the feeling that something was drawing off a small amount of magical energy. And then he suddenly realized. Because of the quarrel with Zemmel he had completely forgotten about the magical shield, which he had not bothered to remove. And now it was glowing feebly on the boundary of his awareness, interfering annoyingly with the direction of the flow, consuming power like a leech. But it was impossible for him to remove it. If he was distracted for a second, the circle would be broken, and he could only imagine the catastrophic consequences that the liberated flow of energy would produce. It's all right. Nothing that I can't handle, Velder hastily assured his friend. Panarik cast a dark glance at him. Unlike the others, he could see the obstacle. Which meant that when this was all over, Velder would face a very difficult conversation with him. Hours seemed to go by in the council hall. There was a tenacious, pulsating pain growing stronger in Velder's temples, the price for his magic. The magic enveloped the group in a warm, glowing cocoon, pulsating gently, spreading out into a multicolored aura and flowing into the horn in a waterfall of power. The entire hall was filled with energy. It was intoxicating, you wanted to bathe in it, reach out your hands to take possession of it forever. With its help you could create mountains and rivers, heal thousands of sick people, even bring the dead back to life. A single tiny speck of it was enough to destroy all the enemies of Valioster. It could rid the world of Ciala forever of ogres, giants, orcs, and dozens of other creatures hostile to human beings. Velder was overcome by euphoria, a feeling of might that made anything possible. Something's wrong, said Oakheart, alarmed. Fluctuations. I don't feel anything. Where? Asked Elo, turning his head. To the right of the third field, directly above the artifact. But where? I can't see it. And then Velder noticed it, a little black dot of decay on the rainbow radiance of the horn. The dot was pulsating to the rhythm of Zemmel's voice, quivering like a candle flame in a gusty wind. And it was growing. Stop! Velder barked, his throat suddenly dry. We have an unplanned surge of energy. We extinguish the circle now, Panarik commanded. He had also seen the particle of darkness that had been born. Don't dare! Squealed Zemmel. It will kill you. Nonsense! The master said, and began closing down his flow of power. Gagaban! Zemmel suddenly shouted, throwing his hand out toward Panarik with the fingers twisted into a freakish sign. The master went flying back against the wall and slumped onto the floor with his rib cage ripped open. The magician's death broke the circle and 4 magicians went flying in different directions. Only Zemmel was left at the horn. The rainbow radiance dimmed and became as black as the murderer's heart. No longer under control, the flows of energy seized on their freedom and 4 blinding shafts of magic struck upward, vaporizing the ceiling and the roof of the tower. A cold wind burst into the tower, driving an army of snowflakes round in a jolly dance. The 5th flow, the one that had been controlled by the now-dead Panarik, struck horizontally, passing through Yellow as he got up off the floor and reducing him to dust, then made a huge hole in the wall of the hall and disappeared. As Velder, stunned, tried to get to his feet, the energy fell on his shoulders like a hungry bear. The mirror floor onto which he had been thrown reflected his pale, contorted face with blood seeping from the nose. The bitter taste of magic burned his throat, it passed through his body in shafts, gnawing into his bones and causing him appalling pain. An ocean of power controlled only by Zemmel splashed all around him. Murderer! Shouted Elio, who had got to his feet. Forgetting his magical gift, he went rushing at the traitor with his fists held up. Zemmel, reveling in the newly awoken Kronkemore, took no more notice of his opponent than a giant does of a mosquito. A click of the fingers, an incomprehensible phrase in Ogric, and Elio cried out as he fell into the hole that appeared below his feet as the floor parted. The edges of the mirror came back together with a squelching sound, burying Velder's friend. You! Velder shouted, jerking himself up onto his knees, but he was suddenly swathed in supple black cables of power. Quiet! Zemmel's voice was quite imperturbable. I'm busy. What are you doing, you madman? Velder shouted, trying to break free. Don't you understand what you've set free? I understand. The master explained it to me. He taught me how to wind you all round my little finger and become immortal. In a few minutes I shall be the equal of the Nameless One, or even more powerful. Why, the Nameless One, that incompetent, will bow his head before me. Who is this master? Asked Velder, trying not to pay any attention to Okarta, who had begun to stir, and to continue distracting Zemmel. You don't need to know that. Dunces like you are altogether too proud of the might of the Order, you have no idea at all of the might that will soon be mine. Awakening the Kronkemore proved incredibly easy. All I needed was the horn and 5 idiots willing to give me their power. I have studied the language of the ogres, I have pored over their books for decades, mastering the ancient secrets of shamanism. I have achieved my own immortality, and I do not give a damn how many of you are dispatched into the darkness after Panarik. Go there yourself! Shouted Okarta, and struck at Zemmel with the hammer of fire. Boom! The flame roared, and the snowflakes melted in the unbearable heat. The black bonds loosened, and Velder added his own power to the red-headed archmagician's second blow. But Zemmel merely swayed, and the flames flowed down off his clothes like a waterfall. The traitor struck a terrible blow in reply. The air trembled and thickened and a semi-transparent crimson sphere came hurtling toward the 2 magicians. Velder could see a densely interwoven air, earth, and something else incomprehensible. All he had time to do was to activate his extinguished shield and throw all of his energy into it. An azure wall sprang up between him and Zemmel and the battle spell crashed into it, shattering it into hundreds of thousands of bright blue sparks that scattered across the ruined council hall like grains of millet. The sphere lost speed and changed direction, but it still caught Velder a glancing blow. A shaft of fire penetrated Velder's chest and exploded, and he collapsed onto the floor. He writhed and twisted, wheezing hoarsely in his pain, and missed the moment when Okarta struck with fire again, this time not at Zemmel, but at the horn, from above which the black magic was pouring out into the air. This blow sent the rainbow horn spinning across the mirror floor and, having lost its stable base, the power escaped from Zemmel's control. What the was all that the traitor had time to say before all the power of the Kronkemore that had already been accumulated struck back at its master like a sledgehammer, then dived into the mirror and retreated deep below the Tower of the Order. The council hall was immediately flooded with silence. There was only the cold wind howling through the holes in the walls and snowflakes falling from the night sky. Are you alive? Asked Okarta, walking across to where Velder was lying. Yes, but it's only a matter of time. The magician tried to smile. Blood seeped out onto his lips. There was a hungry weasel in his chest, devouring his lungs. It was getting harder to breathe. Velder had no illusions about his own condition. Excellent, the red-headed archmagician said. You'll live for another 15 minutes. Quite long enough. Enough for what? Velder asked, sitting up and keeping his hand against his chest as he spat blood onto the mirror floor. To carry the horn out of the tower. The Philander held out the artifact that had somehow appeared in his hands. Get a move on. You'll have an eternity for lying down. Take it out? Where? Velder didn't really understand, but he took the horn. As far away as possible. See that? Velder looked where Ocarta was pointing. A thin, sinuous crack crept across the surface of the mirror floor. Then another one. And another. When it breaks, the tower will be no more than a memory. And what went down through its floor will flood out into Avendoom. Come on. Get up. You were never a spineless milksop. Velder got to his feet, struggling hard not to fall over. I'll hold the mirror together for as long as I can. I'm already dead, Ocarta. Let's do it the other way round. You have a chance to save yourself. We're all dead already. If you stay, it will be over too soon. You're very weak. I'll try to hold out for as long as possible. Ocarta turned away from Velder, raised his hands, and began directing streams of energy onto the cracked mirror. That was the other magician's last memory of him. Intent and unbowed. Velder found the winding staircase very difficult. When he reached the ground floor, there was darkness dancing in his eyes and the pain in his chest had expanded to a huge, pulsating sphere. He kept spitting out the blood that constantly appeared in his mouth. The Tower of the Order was quivering slightly. Inconceivable forces had locked grips with each other in a struggle for liberty, and the Archmagician had no doubt that the Kronkimor, even though Zemel had not completed it, would be victorious. Velder tried not to think about what would happen after that. The tower was no longer shaking, it was groaning in a low voice. Massive cracks ran through the walls. The ancient building could feel that its death was near. But the magical door opened gently to let the Archmagician out. The cold air and icy wind stung his face. His hands, firmly clutching the now dormant horn, were instantly frozen. Velder staggered away from the tower. Now without a single light burning, it watched him go with a melancholy stare. Every now and then there were flashes of magic at its very top as Ocarta spent his last strength on delaying the mirror's collapse. The street of the magicians was surprisingly empty. No one came out of their houses to see what was going on, as if everybody had been crushed under the weight of heavy sleep. The pain in Velder's chest was growing worse, and he could hardly see anything. He walked blindly, setting his feet down one after the other and moaning softly when the torment became unbearable. Blood filled his mouth, running down over his chin and dripping onto his clothes. The ground shuddered as it tried to expel the hostile magic of the ogres. Ocarta held out for much longer than could have been expected. Velder got as far as the Street of the Sleepy Cat. Even from there he heard the jangling sound of the mirror breaking, and then the triumphant howl of power hurtling up out of the earth. A terrible explosion threw the magician into a snowdrift and his face sank into the gentle coolness. The roaring continued as the magic of the ogres went on a rampage. As he lost consciousness, Velder could sense the threads of people's lives being crumpled and snapped as the dark curse consumed street after street, house after house, inhabitant after inhabitant. They died in terrible torment. This power that was alien to humankind knew no pity or compassion, it took everyone who happened to be in its way. In only a few minutes the evil would reach the spot where Velder was lying, and then the horn would stay there forever. This thought forced the Archmagician to turn over onto his back. He held his snow-covered face up to the falling snowflakes, catching them greedily with his bloody mouth. The wind died down. The world froze in horror at the advancing disaster, anticipating the most terrible blizzard in the city's entire history. With a superhuman effort, in danger of losing consciousness at any moment, Velder got up off the road and looked in the direction of the tower. Now, instead of solid ground there was a rapidly swirling black whirlwind. Ordinary people would never have seen it, but Velder's magical vision, even though it was weakened by his injury, could clearly distinguish the black vortex reaching up into the night sky. The magician managed to walk a little farther, and then he collapsed at the foot of the statue of Sagat and could not rise again. The upper part of the god's face was covered by a layer of fresh snow and Velder could only see the lips. The mentor of thieves was looking at the Archmagician with a frank smile of approval. I have to save the horn. Do you hear? I have to. Help me, and I'll do anything you want. Sagat didn't answer. Velder felt as if he was engulfed by the delirious visions of fever. He saw dark shadows circling above Avondum. He imagined he saw a man in a jacket with a hood, running across ruined roofs and hiding. In his agony he no longer understood where he was or who he was. The archmagician was falling asleep. Life was abandoning his body with every beat of his heart, and his reason was already poised above the abyss from which there is no return. Master Velder! Wake up! Wake up, teacher! Someone was shaking the magician relentlessly. He wanted to brush off this annoying fly. He was enjoying dozing and quietly humming the children's song that his mother used to sing to him. But through the drowsiness of approaching death he could hear someone crying. Teacher, it's me. Come back. With a struggle, Velder parted his leaden eyelids and saw Gani's wet face. What are you doing here? The archmagician gasped with a great effort. I felt worried. And I came running to find you. You felt? The magician looked up at the statue of Sagat, listened, and nodded. He was suddenly swamped by a new wave of pain and had to grit his teeth to avoid crying out loud. Here, take this. It's the horn. Take it to Artsis. Quickly. He can stop this. I won't go without you. Take it. This is my last order to you, my pupil. Find Artsis and give him the artifact. Tell him that I ask him to take you as his pupil. Tell him that everything went wrong. Tell him we awoke something that is beyond our understanding. A blizzard. The exhausted magician collapsed back onto the snow. Go on now. Run. Or it will be too late. Save what can still be saved. Gani hesitated, then nodded decisively and dashed off, clutching the horn tightly against himself. Run, kid, run, Velder whispered. The snow circled gently as it fell on the dead archmagician, covering him in a white blanket of warmth and peace. The snow whispered and sang its song, knowing that soon its most frenzied dance of all would begin. There was a black blizzard gathering over Avondum. 11. A city of grey dreams. I pressed myself back against a dirty wall covered with lichen on the street of men and groaned. The pain had appeared somewhere in my chest and now it was slowly receding, taking my terrible dream with it. I still seemed to be there, on the snow-carpeted street of the Sleepy Cat, beside the statue of Sagat. And I still could not believe that I was not lying dead in the snow on the street in old Avondum. I am only Harold, I whispered, who is known in Avondum as the Shadow, and not the archmagician Velder, who died centuries ago. The immersion in the ghastly web of the cloudy nightmare that had snared me had been instantaneous. It happened as I was walking quickly along the street of men and suddenly. I remained myself, but in some strange way I was transformed into Velder at the same time. My consciousness was broken and fragmented like the delicate covering of the young November ice on the river. While still himself, Harold the thief slumped helplessly against a wall in the forbidden territory and lived a new life, or rather, a section of someone else's life that was incredibly real. With a trembling hand I wiped away the sweat that had sprung out on my forehead and shook my head in an attempt to force out of it the final leaden grains of my nightmare. It was an unpleasant feeling, but at least now I knew what had actually happened on that terrible night in the old Tower of the Order and how the legendary curse of Avondum, the forbidden territory, had come to be. The blame for the appearance of this city of the dead lay with the master, who had seduced Samuel with promises of immortality and power. Who was he? I had heard that title several times already during the last week. This individual was a mystery and a great riddle not only for me, but also for Artsivus, which meant for the Order, too. Although at least I now knew for certain that this master and the Nameless One were completely different persons. But right then I wasn't really concerned with either of them. I had fallen behind schedule again, so I stopped pondering all sorts of unnecessary nonsense and set off on my way. The forbidden territory was certainly strange enough, but nonetheless I must say that I was pleasantly disappointed. There were so many terrible rumors circulating about it in Avondum, but everything here turned out to be quiet and peaceful. The plans of the old part of the city that had been made by the diligent dwarves and which I obtained in the library had proved to be ideally precise. On clambering over the wall, I had indeed found myself on the broad, twilit street of men, beside a low building with its door rotted away. Either a shop or a barber's salon, it was hard to tell from the rusty, faded sign. I gathered my courage and appealed to Sagat, just to be on the safe side, and set off, constantly checking with the map in my head. The street was deserted, just as I had dreamed it. Deserted, and it felt absolutely unreal somehow. Yes, in the faceless breaches of the windows there was a spring breeze snuffling gently in its sleep. Sometimes a sign that was almost rusted right through would squeak and sway on one of the half-ruined shops. There was a rotten winter sled standing in front of one of the houses. The streets were cluttered with heaps of rubbish, mostly from buildings and roofs, which had collapsed with the passage of time. But there were no human remains. Not a soul, not even the scattered bones of the skeleton of a horse or a dog, let alone a human being. The dull gray light of the streets and the pale silver glow of the full moon created a picture of a dead world, abandoned long ago. And another strange thing was the absence of the mist to which I had become accustomed over the last 3 weeks. I was unpleasantly surprised to discover that my magical vision completely stopped working as soon as I had walked about 20 yards along the street of men. The colors faded, the world blinked and collapsed into shadows and darkness. No point in panicking before there was any real need. I hoped that wouldn't happen to me in Rad Spain, or I was a dead man. The most terrible thing that could happen to anyone was to find himself lost in the impenetrable bleakness of those deep underground halls, although I wasn't exactly delighted with this place either. I occasionally glanced round, turning cold inside as I expected to see someone or something following in my footsteps, but everything was calm and quiet. I tried not to make a sound and listened to the summer night with my hearing heightened to the maximum. But the only noise was the wind. It would die away, like some little wild animal, and then, at the most unexpected moment, suddenly start playing in the black gaps of the dead houses, jumping out of gateways with a mysterious whistle, swaying shutters that had come off their hinges so that they banged against the walls of the houses, teasing the loose sheets of roofing metal and setting them rattling menacingly, then hiding again. Only once did an incomprehensible and therefore frightening sound set icy shivers running up and down my spine. As I stole past a once wealthy house with faded green paint, I heard a faint child's cry that broke off abruptly. Retreating in shock to the other side of the street, I merged into the shadow and listened in silent terror. The crying had come from the ground floor. The windows were boarded up, but that was definitely where the cry was from. I waited. My heart was pounding rapidly, like some wild bird begging to be released from a cramped cage. Good old Harold was desperately afraid of hearing that sound again, the angry, desperate crying of a hungry infant abandoned by its mother. But there was not another sound and, after waiting for a few seconds, I went on my way. I walked hurriedly, glancing round all the time, afraid to believe what I had heard. And the fear gradually released its grip. I tried not to show myself in the sections of the street that were illuminated by the moon, but at the same time not to press too closely against the walls of the dead houses. They made me feel a kind of instinctive childish horror, with that mournful expression in all their silent, broken window eyes. These imaginary glances gave me a really horrible feeling, and my overexcited imagination obligingly kept throwing up all sorts of pictures, for the most part quite unpleasant. At those moments I really felt like sending the king, Rad Spain, and the map to hell, and simply disappearing from the city. The only thing that stopped me was the fear of breaking a contract. The fact that Graveyard Street ran just behind the houses, parallel to the Street of Men, did nothing to inspire me with optimism either. Finally, I caught sight of the judge's house. I don't know if a judge actually lived there or the name came about for some incidental reason. But the judge's house was what this gray, 3-story stone block was called in the plans of the city. Immediately behind the judge's house, if the plans could be trusted, there was a narrow alley leading to the Street of the Sleepy Cat. Like Graveyard Street, it ran parallel to the Street of Men, but on my left-hand side. In principle I could carry on along the Street of Men and reach the Street of the Sleepy Cat from the broad Oat Avenue, but that was a long, long walk and the forbidden territory isn't the kind of place that encourages long, relaxed nocturnal strolls. I swear to that on the quiet times. The sooner I could get out of there, the better. The narrow alleyway would cut down my dangerous journey by at least half, which would be most welcome. Well, may a Sancor devour me. I swore in a low voice. The house beside the judge's house had collapsed and one of its walls had fallen into the alley, blocking my way to the Street of the Sleepy Cat. Unfortunately I wasn't a mountain goat, to go scrambling over all that rubble. Even Vukjaz, may his name not be mentioned at night, would break his leg here. I'd have to go the long way round. My gaze fell on the point where the walls of the somber houses melted into the night. How far was it to Oat Avenue? I realized that the street was quiet and there was absolutely nobody there, and yet. Somehow I wasn't burning with desire to walk along the Street of Men. Slit my throat, but I wouldn't, and that was an end to it. The same intuition that saved me the night I crept into the Duke's house had grabbed hold of me by the shoulders and wouldn't let me go on. But then how was I going to get onto the Street of the Sleepy Cat? The only answer was to go through one of the sinister houses standing on my left. Maybe the one closest to me, the judge's house. Standing there in a shadow as thick as rich cream, I hesitated in torment, trying to decide which was the lesser of two evils, to walk along the Street of Men or to poke my nose into a dead house. I didn't find either option much to my liking, but standing there doing nothing was just as dangerous as continuing my journey. There was another quiet child's cry from the house opposite the judge's house, and I shuddered. The sound had come from the second floor. The first time I heard the crying, I had put it down to my overexcited imagination, but this time there was no avoiding the fact that I really had heard it. And this discovery was far from filling my heart with peace and delight. Ghosts? The spirits of the dead? The curse of the rainbow horn? I don't know what it was or what it wanted from me, but I certainly wasn't going to be fooled by a child's cry and go running to save the innocent infant, like some idiotic knight in a fairy tale. There aren't any children here, there haven't been for 200 years. At least, not any live ones. I carefully unfastened my crossbow and loaded a firebolt instead of one of the ordinary ones. It looked just like a battle bolt, except for the red notches on its tip that helped distinguish it from its non-magical brothers. It was a serious weapon that could easily topple a knight clad in full armor. A few moments passed, during which my heart sank and became entangled in my guts, then the terrible crying stopped as suddenly as it had started. A second's silence. And then I heard quiet chuckling. Malicious laughter. The way a child can laugh when it's torturing a cat and knows that it will never be punished by the grown-ups. The hair on my head began stirring and my back was suddenly streaming with cold sweat. For almost the first time in my life I wanted to yell out at the top of my voice in sheer animal terror. Nothing had ever frightened me so badly before. It was time to clear out of there, and quickly, that laugh didn't make me feel like having a polite, relaxed conversation with its mysterious owner. I no longer had any doubt that this unknown creature had set out to hunt poor Harold. Otherwise, how could it have turned up 2 blocks away from where I'd first heard it? When I heard the chuckling coming from the ground floor of the house, I abandoned all doubt and hesitation. I hurtled up the steps onto the porch of the judge's house, pushed open the door, and plunged into the ancient darkness, on the way dragging out of my pocket a disposable magical trinket that gave out a dim light. I could see just well enough to avoid running into the nearest wall or the furniture and to find the old door, warped with age, that led into the inner chambers. There wasn't even enough time to take out one of the bright magical light sources that I had bought from good old Hunchel. I could already hear the laughter in the street, beside the porch. Anyone else in my place would have fired at this unknown mysterious jolly weeper, but I'm more careful than that, it's the way for trained me. What if I didn't kill the weird beast, but only ended up making it even more furious? I kicked open a door of Ilea willow, which everyone knows is impervious to the ravages of time, and burst into a dark hall with its walls lost in pitch darkness. Almost stumbling over the broken furniture lying scattered about in disorder, I dashed on, and the sound of my steps could probably be heard a league away. Out of the corner of my eye I spotted a skeleton stretched out on the floor in rotted clothes. Another door, and the next hall. And another. And another. I dashed through the abandoned rooms, diluting the darkness with the light radiating from my magic trinket. The blood was pounding in my temples. There were cold icicles of fear stuck in my stomach, refusing to melt. I prayed to Sagat that I wouldn't stumble and break my leg. Walls flitting past with huge shadows on them, a flickering sequence of light and darkness, a pale circle of trembling light. Another door loomed up ahead. I opened it, pulled the glove off my left hand and flung it into the darkness, then went dashing back in the opposite direction. I turned left, avoiding a table by a miracle, and slipped into a barely visible cubbyhole for servants. I slammed the door and pressed my back against the wall, trying to restrain my frantic breathing, and hid the magical light inside my jacket so that its radiance wouldn't seep under the door and betray my presence. The world was plunged into darkness and I merged completely into the wall, trying to breathe as quietly as possible. Centuries passed before my ears heard the quiet steps. They sounded most of all like the light steps of a child walking barefoot. As they approached, my finger tightened on the trigger of my crossbow. The steps halted in front of the door. And again I heard the quiet laugh of delight that sent shivers running across my skin. Had I really been found? It cost me an immense effort not to run for it, but to freeze in the same way as a frightened hare freezes in a moment of danger, hoping that the predator won't notice him in the snow. The door swung open sharply, almost flattening me against the wall, but I didn't move a single muscle, just prayed silently to all the gods of Ciala. The jolly weeper froze in the doorway. I could hear snuffling. The creature seemed to be trying to locate me by smell. Another chuckle sent frosty tremors running through my stomach. The creature didn't go away, realizing that I was somewhere nearby, but it didn't come into the little room, because the other door, through which I had thrown my glove, was open, and it was quite likely that I could be there, waiting for the moment to run. The grains of sand fell slowly in the hourglass of time. I had time enough to curse my stupid idea of hiding in the house. I ought to have run along the street, perhaps then I might have managed to get away. But now I felt like a goblin locked in the orc's maze. Eventually I heard another quiet chuckle and a second later the receding patter of little bare feet. Taking my orientation from the receding sound, I drew the following picture in my mind. The creature had gone through the hall, entered the next room, and stopped. Another triumphant chuckle, evidently it had found my glove, and hasty steps moving away until they were swallowed up by the silence. I slowly slid down the wall onto the floor. There was no way I could stay where I was, the appalling creature could come back at any moment. Should I go back to the street of men or take the risk of going on through the darkness and out into the street on the opposite side? I had been in buildings with similar floor plans a couple of times, so I could easily find my bearings. I had just skipped into the servants' wing, and if I went straight on and then turned left after 2 doors, I would come out into the rear half of the ground floor of the house. There ought to be a door into the kitchen there, and getting out of the kitchen into the street of the sleepy cat would be only quick work. I took the magical trinket out again and set off through the dark house, expecting to hear that familiar laugh at any moment. Stepping over a fallen cupboard with broken panes of glass, I pushed open the door that I needed, went through, and closed it behind me. The dim light picked out a table and a purple vase by Nissen Masters, with a bouquet of dried-out flowers. The petals had fallen off long ago and covered the top of the table in a thin brown layer. A chair with a carved back stylized to look like a cobweb. It had to be the work of dwarves, although they don't much like working with wood. A small set of shelves with rows of dusty books. I must have entered the steward's office. He himself was lying there on the floor, face down. An old skeleton draped with cobwebs and covered with dust. I cautiously moved closer and leaned down over him. The bones of the legs were crushed or, rather, gnawed apart, as if someone had tried to reach the marrow. Goals? It doesn't look like it. The tooth marks are wrong. And there's a slight trace of magic, too. I shook my head in amazement. What trace? What tooth marks? What was I talking about? It was as if someone else had thought it and pronounced the words out loud. Someone very familiar with the habits of these creatures. Someone who knew about magic. For instance, the person I had recently been in the dream that had engulfed me. The archmagician Valder. Saget, what nonsense is this? My head is my head, and there can't be any dead magician's words inside it. I hastily moved away from the dead man and looked out of the window. I swore. There was no end to the strange things that happened in the forbidden territory. Outside it was a winter's night. The roofs of the houses on the road were covered with snow. In some places quite large snowdrifts had built up. More insane ravings? 10 minutes ago it was summer outside, but now it was genuine winter. 2 little boys ran along the street with joyful cries, almost knocking over a fat man in old-fashioned clothes, wrapped up warmly in a fur coat. How many people there were out there? There were lights blazing in the houses opposite, and the buildings themselves looked brand new. The last evening, the familiar voice of Archmagician Valder whispered inside my head. I died that night. I jumped in surprise and went flying out of the room, almost breaking down the door on the way. A table in the middle of the room. A vase with a dried bunch of twigs that had once been flowers, pictures, books, a chair, a skeleton on the floor. A window. Winter. I was back in the room with a view of the winter street. What kind of nonsense was this? I walked through the strange door again, and this time I didn't close it behind me. A table, a vase, flowers, a dead man, a window, winter. I glanced back into the room where I had just been. A table, a vase, flowers, books, a skeleton with gnawed, shredded bones, and white snow falling slowly in the street outside. A closed circle. I was caught. I tried repeating the passage to and fro through the door about another 20 times, but with unfailing regularity, I found myself back in the very same room. Wouldn't it be amusing if the Jolly Weeper found its way in here after me? I couldn't hide from it for very long in here. Dashing through the same room, reflected 1,000 times in reality. Again that quiet, weary voice. Who are you? I whispered in fright, listening closely to what was inside me and already guessing what the answer would be. I don't know. I heard after a while. I am I. And I am alive, thanks to you. But not all of me, only a part of my consciousness. You're inside my head. I shouted. Don't be afraid, I'll go as soon as you leave this place cursed by magic. Allow me to live. Just for a little, the voice implored, and for a moment I hesitated, but then immediately felt scared. No. Get out of my head. You know me. You were me when all this happened. You must know that I won't do you any harm. On the contrary, I will help you. I couldn't give a damn for his help. He had installed himself in my head without my permission. What I wanted was to scrape the voice of that accursed archmagician out of my ears altogether. I will help you to get out of here and complete your job. He spoke in a low voice. I had to listen closely to make out the words. You were me, and I became you. You knew my life, and now I know yours. All your concerns, all your goals. We are one whole. We are not one whole. I angrily kicked the dead man's skull and it went rolling across to the wall. This is my body. Let it be so. Valder had no intention of arguing. Simply allow me to fall asleep when all this is over, and I will help you to get out of here. Fall asleep? What do you mean, fall asleep? Inside my head? Yes. I want peace. I have waited for you too long. To fulfill my promise. Waited? A promise? To whom? No reply. No, 1,000 times no, may a H. Sancor devour me. This is my head, only mine. Get out of it. Very well, Valder replied after a long silence. I'll help you in any case, and then go away. You have wandered into a time mirror. Go out through the window. Just jump and do not think about anything, Should I do as he said and end up in the winter world? What would I do if I suddenly found myself 200 years in the past? Would I be able to get back, or would I have to spend the rest of my life in a place that was completely strange to me? The archmagician said nothing, and basically there was nothing else I could do except follow his advice and climb out of that accursed room through that equally accursed window. Time was passing imperceptibly, another 2 or 3 hours and dawn would begin. I had to get out of that lousy place before the first rays of sunlight broke over the line of the horizon. I walked up to the broken window and looked outside. A light, frosty breeze chilled my face. What was that the archmagician had said? Assuming, of course, that he had said it, and it wasn't my insane imagination. Just jump and do not think about anything. Easily said. Take a run up and leap, like a circus tiger jumping through a hoop of fire. Only here, instead of flames, there were sharp shards of broken glass round the frame. But then it wouldn't be the first time. I had left several rich men's houses in the same way after visiting them. I put the magical trinket away, there was more than enough moonlight. After a moment's thought I picked up the vase and flung it out into the street. It spun through the air and disappeared, without hitting the ground. May the demon of the abyss gnaw on my liver. I exclaimed, and spat, then took a run and jumped into the unknown. A glimpse of the room, a white roadway, the moon slowly drifting across the sky, snowflakes falling. I landed on my feet, couldn't keep my balance and started falling sideways, so I rolled over across my right shoulder. The illusion disappeared. It evaporated, borne away by the wind of time. No snow, no new houses with windows lit in bright invitation, no people hurrying about their business. Just the dead street of the sleepy cat. Dead houses with dead windows. And summer. So I was where I needed to be. Valder had showed me the right way out after all. Overcome by curiosity, I looked round at the judge's house. I went back and looked in through the window at the room where I had just been. A table, flower stems thrown out of a vase, a skeleton. A door. And beyond it a dark, narrow corridor, leading off somewhere into the gloomy interior of the dark building. I'm getting away from here. I muttered, swinging the crossbow behind my shoulder. The street of the sleepy cat was no different from the street of men. The same desolation, the same thousands of imaginary eyes observing me from the ragged wounds of the windows. Except that here the street was a bit narrower and darker, and the buildings were poorer. I was making rapid progress, but that didn't prevent me from sticking to the shadows and the semi-darkness, as well as listening cautiously to the silence of the night and the dreary song of the wind. Once or twice it brought me the sound of a child's cry, distorted by distance, but it was so far away that I tried not to take any notice. There was a huge gaping hole in one of the houses on my right, and I hastily crossed over to the other side of the street. There was no point in tempting fate. After all, I knew what kind of ugly creature could be lurking in there on this fine night. A strange white blob took shape in the air ahead of me. I crept up close and studied it curiously. My way past a well-ruined wooden inn with a fancy sign in the form of a fat cat was blocked by a cloud of semi-transparent, silvery white mist. Round and fluffy, looking like a harmless little sheep, it was hanging right in the middle of the street, with its edges not touching the surrounding houses. I don't know why, but I got the distinct feeling that some gigantic, fat spider had abandoned a half-finished web. The edges of the substance swayed and trembled, creating an impression of sluggish life. This mist was nothing at all like the June mist of Avondum, which was yellow and too thick to see through, but this. It was strange, somehow. I halted about 10 yards from this unexpected obstacle, trying to decide what to do next. For had advised me to go across the roofs, but who knew if they would support the weight of a man after all these years? Should I try to slip through? Under the cover of the shadow, pressing close against the wall? Beyond the silver haze of this strange substance I could see the outline of a human figure. From the height of him, he had to be a giant. His head was level with the roofs of the single-story houses. As far as I could tell, what I could see up ahead had to be the statue of Saget. I had already lifted one foot in order to go over to the wall and slip past the little cloud when I was stopped by that sharp voice ringing out in my head again. Stop. Don't move, if you value your life. Harold is an obedient lad, and I froze as still as a scarecrow in a village vegetable garden. It was only a few agonized heartbeats later that I realized the archmagician had come back again, and it was his voice. I was about to tell Valder exactly what I thought of him, but before I could, he barked, "Quiet. Not a sound. That rabid beast is blind, but there's nothing wrong with its hearing. Speak in thoughts, I can hear you perfectly well. You promised to leave me alone. Then where would you have been? In the jaws of the Irilla? I don't understand. That's what you're looking at." I stared hard at the cloud. I read about this creature spawned by the Cronkimor in the ancient tomes when, the voice hesitated, when I was still alive. Irillas are blind, they like deserted places. How do they hunt? I asked doubtfully. A blind hunter, that's something new. I already told you. They have excellent hearing. I think it would have grabbed me ages ago, if everything you say is true, I thought. Don't deceive yourself. The Irilla heard you 200 yards away. It's still waiting for you to approach it. It'll have a long wait. What kind of fool does it take me for? I'll have to find another way round. As soon as you take a step back, it will attack. You have to deceive it. I wonder how. I snorted, keeping my eyes fixed on the calmly quivering clump of mist. And what do you care if it eats me? Valder was silent for a long time. I have been given life again after a long wait in oblivion. Life, and not a grey nothingness from which it is impossible to move into either the darkness or the light. Although I exist in another's body, where I am regarded as an uninvited guest, that is still better than nothing. Let me fall asleep, I will not hinder you, and perhaps sometimes I will be able to help. Do not drive me out. Okay, it's a deal. You can stay for the time being. I had come to the conclusion that the Archmagician's help could come in useful after all. But only until I leave the forbidden territory. Agreed? Yes. Thank you. So how do I deceive this blind beast with big ears? Try to pick up a stone and throw it as far away from yourself as you can. And then run. Remarkable, a brilliant plan. And I was foolish enough to think I would get really useful advice. Although I supposed I could try it. If I ran fast, I could end up beside the statue of Sagat, and told me it was absolutely safe there, no evil beast would dare to touch me. I picked up a small round stone and threw it into the window closest to the mist. The stone flew into the darkness and bounced off the wall, and then the mousetrap snapped shut. The cloud hurtled toward the sudden sound as fast as an arrow fired from an elfin bow and disappeared into the house, and I darted past the dangerous spot as fast as I could run. Out of the corner of my eye I saw that my trick hadn't been a complete success. The white bundle of mist, looking more like a worm now, was rapidly pouring back out into the street. And it was clearly intending to play tag with my own humble and frightened personage. I concentrated all my energy into a wild gallop. Faster. Valder advised me, entirely unnecessarily. I collapsed beside the granite pedestal and watched as the worm that was pursuing me, as crazed with hunger as a starving coal, gave out a melodic crystalline note and shattered into 1,000 tiny shreds that burned up in the air with a crimson flame. Well now, my teacher was right, as always. Sagat's statue really is a safe spot. I got up off the ground, brushed the dust and small pieces of rubbish off my jacket and trousers, and turned round to see the face of my god at long last. I gasped in amazement. The ancient artist had done a really good job in depicting the patron god of thieves. Sagat was sitting on a granite pedestal with his legs crossed, wearing boots on his feet. He looked very slightly tired, like a traveler who has finally completed a long journey. He had elegant hands with slim fingers, they looked too young for a 40-year-old man. The pointed nose, high forehead, slight stubble on the cheeks, cunning eyes and smile were equally suitable for an old man made wise by experience, or a mischievous boy. I had seen this man before. And even paid a gold coin for his absurd advice. Sitting before me was the beggar from the empty pedestal at the cathedral. I had heard several legends from the Brothers of the Night about Sagat supposedly liking to wander the earth occasionally and talk to those who appealed to him at difficult moments, to help them, advise them, punish them, or play jokes on them. But I'd never thought that anything like that would ever happen to me. You see, I am carrying out the commission, I said, addressing the statue. But I still don't understand your advice about Selena. Keep laughing, you bamboozled me out of a whole gold piece. But the god said nothing and merely continued to look down mockingly. Why should he bother to reply to the cheeky comments of some little insect by the name of Harold? I sighed. Sagat had protected me from the Irilla, but it was time to be moving on. Goodbye, Sagat. I controlled my insolence and bowed. I'll try to get that horn. I turned round and walked toward the street of the Sleepy Cat, sunk deep in the darkness of night, and left the statue of the god behind me. After spending just a little while beside it, I had a confident, calm feeling. I was going to complete this commission. I felt as if I had just been granted the god's approval, although he hadn't said a single word to me. The street was as endless as the hatred between elves and orcs. I had already been walking along it for 20 minutes. I wanted to get the job over and done with and get out of this place. But clearly that was not to be just yet. First I caught that smell that cannot possibly be confused with anything else. That stench can drive a hungry coal insane, the stink of decomposing corpses. I started breathing through my mouth, trying to ignore the unbearable aroma. A couple of moments later I heard the crackling and chomping, sounds very familiar to those who engage in robbing ancient graves. They were what always gave the vile creatures away. Dead men, brought back to life by the shamanism left behind by the ogres, which had still not disappeared from the world of Ciala after thousands of years. That was who it was. The magic that brings corpses back to life hinders the process of decay, and the dead men can quite easily exist for several decades before time takes pity on them and kills their flesh. Like many other creatures of the darkness, they cannot bear sunlight. It makes their bodies evaporate, like a lump of sugar in hot tea. And so these zombies mostly live in abandoned caves, mine shafts, earthworks, the basements of old buildings, and, of course, burial chambers. They only come out of their refuges at night, in search of prey. In principle, a good swordsman can deal with any ordinary returnee from the grave. Fresh meat is agile and nimble, while the half-rotten remains can barely move about, owing to the absence of most of the muscles and tendons, or even the bones. The most important thing is not to end up in the grappling hook embrace of their arms, or things will go badly for you. These guys sink their teeth into their prey as securely as any imperial dogs. The one thing I couldn't understand was how the zombies happened to be there. It was quite a long way to Graveyard Street. What kind of dead men could hold out for 200 years? In that time any decent corpse who had come back to life ought to have fallen to pieces, whether he wanted to or not. I held the meat that I had brought in my left hand and my knife in my right. If necessary, the silver border on the blade would give me temporary protection. No, silver doesn't kill zombies, it just makes them clumsier and very lazy. Sometimes one of the creatures that has received a silver arrow in the chest won't even take any notice of a person walking by. I could hear wheezing coming from round the corner of the next brick building. The windows of this building were closed off with massive steel shutters, and the heavy steel door would have withstood a direct hit by a ball from one of the gnome's cannon. Written in huge letters on the facade was the following: Kurgs. N&S. NSB. NK. Even to a Doralition it would have been obvious what was meant, Hergson and Sons Bank. A very well-known and rich gnome family. So this was the gnome's bank. For had got as far as this point, but had failed to get inside and turned back. I cautiously peeped round the corner, trying not to make any noise. My nose was assailed by the overwhelming stench of rotting flesh and my gaze encountered a dead man peeping round the corner in exactly the same way from the other side. The dumb scene that followed was worthy of the very finest dramatic production on Market Square. Finding myself nose to nose with a living corpse, I behaved like a small, defenseless animal when it runs into a predator in the forest. I froze on the spot. The creature was not exactly fresh. One arm was completely absent, the ribs on the right were exposed and gleamed a dull white in the misty moonlight. The skin was a dirty gray-green color and one eyeball was missing. The lips had rotted off long ago and the sparse teeth, coated in fresh blood, were exposed in the vacant grin of a village idiot. There was another horrible brute standing there with its back to me. I had an excellent view of his decayed body and the white spots of his vertebrae protruding through the black flesh. The zombie farther away from me had not yet finished dining and was wheezing loudly as he enthusiastically stuffed lumps of flesh into his mouth after tearing them off the human body stretched out in the alleyway. There was absolutely no doubt that only that morning this flesh had still been alive. BRRR. To be eaten alive by creatures like that. Not a pleasant way to go. In any good theatrical production, the silences should not be overdone. The creature that had seen me swung back his half-rotted arm and struck at the spot where I had just been standing. Naturally, I was long gone. I had already skipped out into the middle of the street of the sleepy cat, feverishly unwrapping the droker to take out the meat. The corpse moved in my direction quite nimbly, holding out his one arm and hissing menacingly. The other one left his dessert and hurried to his brother's assistance, still stuffing flesh into his jaws as he came. Dead men aren't jolly weepers. When dealing with them, you need to remain calm, keep a cool head, and use just a little bit of dexterity. And then you have every chance of surviving the encounter. We'll think of this as a brief training session for Rad Spain, I mumbled. The creatures came closer, and I ran another 10 yards away, luring them out of the dark alley. I waited for the right moment and threw the meat into the face of the one-armed zombie. For a while the creature lost all interest in me and started ripping furiously at this prize that had come his way completely out of the blue. Everybody knows that the risen dead are insatiable, and the fact that the creature had dined just recently did nothing to blunt his appetite. I pulled the magical elfin cobweb rope out from under my belt. By using that I could overcome almost any obstacle. It didn't require any three-pointed grappling iron on its free end and naturally adhered to any surface so tightly that you couldn't pull it off. And its magical ability to pull its owner up of its own accord only served to make it even more popular among those who were fond of overcoming unexpected obstacles. People like me, for instance. Of course, this item was expensive. It's no easy thing to get hold of the rope that's used by the Dark Elves' spies. I swung the cobweb and the free end went flying off toward the roof of the gnome's bank, as if there were a heavy weight tied to it. Holding the other end in my hand, I waited for the miracle of elfin magic to attach itself somewhere up above and lift me well away from the ravenous creatures. The first zombie was already finishing the meat, and I regretted that I had taken so little with me. The second had drawn level with the first, but he didn't stop to join in the feast. He continued stubbornly moving in my direction. He walked like a drunk in the port city, as if he was about to fall over at any moment. But the dead man didn't fall. He kept coming toward me with the persistence of a gnome delving into the body of the earth. I felt a sharp jerk, and the magic rope began pulling me upward. Breathing heavily, I threw one leg over the granite cornice that ran the full length of the bank just below the roof and pulled myself up onto it with an abrupt movement. I turned over onto my back to examine the night sky. There were just over 2 hours left until dawn, and the stars had already paled in anticipation of the morning that had not yet awoken but was very close. The archer was already sinking behind the horizon, the stone had lost its magical brilliance, Spinopus had moved close to the moon. There were still constellations in the night sky, but they were gradually growing dimmer, advising me to make haste. I stood up and detached the rope, which had taken a grip on the roof like a hungry leech from the crystal dream river. Then I rolled the rope into a tight coil and attached it to my belt. I put away the knife, which had not been needed, and looked around. The moon was flooding the entire world with its magical silvery light. The roofs of the houses lay exposed to my gaze. There was nothing up here to cast any shadows, and a silver glow enveloped everything around me, transforming the roofs into a fairy tale plain of tiles, rusty chimneys, and broken weather vanes. The houses were set very close to each other. The distance between them was so tiny that even a cripple could probably have jumped from one to another without falling and breaking his bones. I was about to move on, when I spotted a really large hole in the roof, about 12 yards from the spot where I was standing. So time had done what all the thieves of Avendoom had been unable to do. It had created a breach in the bank's reliable defenses. And I was immediately tempted to go down into the bank and discover if the Herdsson clan was as rich as the rumors claimed it was. But just at that moment money would only have been a hindrance to me, and I didn't really feel like climbing into the black mouth of that hole, especially as the roof beside it was probably no thicker than a moth's wings and could collapse under me at any moment, dispatching unfortunate Harold into dark oblivion. Well then, the next brave soul who decides to pay a visit to the bank will be very lucky, I muttered, and continued on my way. Time was the most precious thing I had now. I took a run and leapt onto the next building. Took a run and leapt. Took a run and leapt again. After 2 blocks I was breathing like an excited wild boar. Once some poorly secured tiles slipped out from under my feet, but by some miracle I managed to grab hold of the cornice and hang there with my hands. Saget be praised, I managed to scramble up. Another time the sloping roof of one of the houses began crumbling under my very feet. I put on a burst of speed as I felt everything shifting and heard the rumble of the roof collapsing behind me. I pushed off hard and jumped across onto the next building, my boots knocking out several longish, bright tiles that had not darkened with age. I made it. I watched rather gloomily as the ancient dust rose up from the site of the house I had just been standing on. Swirling feebly in the moonlight, it began taking on the form of a gigantic skull, and I decided not to wait to see how all this would end, but hurried on to the Street of the Magicians, which was already close at hand now. On my travels I caught a few more glimpses of zombies strolling lethargically along the Street of the Sleepy Cat. Fortunately the vile creatures didn't raise their heads to admire the full moon, and so they didn't see me. I thanked Saget once again that I had decided to cover the rest of the distance over the roofs and not along the street. If I'd run into that many of the Walking Dead, I would have been hard put to get away from them. One final high leap, and I was on the roof of a building with a facade overlooking the Street of the Magicians. The goal of my nocturnal expedition was already close at hand. But the problem now was that there were no more houses anywhere nearby. It was as if some gigantic tongue had licked them clean out of this world. Empty black squares where there ought to have been buildings. And that was all. I leaned against an old chimney that had turned dark with age. I had 2 options for making further progress. The first was to go down and risk my skin by running the rest of the way to the Tower of the Order. The second was to risk my neck by trying to jump to the building standing on the opposite side of the street. Despite the risk involved, I found the second option more to my liking. I was already certain that it was much safer to stay up high. Running through those dark streets was like dancing the Jenga on thin ice. To reassure myself, I tugged on the cobweb rope several times to check its strength. Now all I had to do was commit one of those acts of insanity that were already a habit with me. To be precise, jump off a building, go flying through the air, and end up on the house opposite. I had done something of the kind a couple of times in my life, but that had been when I was a lot more stupid. A step off into the void. The surface of the street came leaping up toward me, and then I was flying above it, holding on tight with both hands to the rope, which suddenly seemed too thin and insecure. The wall of the building with the dark holes in it was approaching with catastrophic speed, threatening to flatten me into a pancake. I instinctively put my feet out in an attempt to soften the blow, but the cobweb thread stiffened and was suddenly, incomprehensibly transformed from a flexible, pliable rope into something completely opposite. The straight, stiff rod hung there in the air with me holding onto it, and then began slowly swinging toward the building. But the moment my feet touched the gray wall, the rope's stiffness disappeared, it became its usual self again and pulled me gently upward. "That's over, then," I said, examining the palms of my hands. The one without a glove had come off worse, there was a ragged red line running across it. Okay. It's nothing. I'll survive. The houses on the Street of the Magicians had been built more recently. Or at least the coverings of the roofs didn't groan under my weight in weary old age, threatening to collapse suddenly at any moment. I moved on, making haste. Morning was very close now. Winding and weaving like a drunken snake, the Street of the Magicians was nothing like the ideally straight street of the Sleepy Cat, Street of Men, and Graveyard Street, which the dwarves might have laid out with a ruler. And although this wasn't the most prestigious area of town, the little houses looked far richer. There were elegant weather vanes in the form of various magical creatures standing on every second roof. On a couple of facades I even spotted statues decorating the walls. But of course, I didn't look too closely at them, all my attention was focused on not falling off the sloping roof I happened to be on at the time. Up. Down. Leap. Land. Up. Down. Leap. Land. I moved along like I was controlled by one of the dwarves' mechanisms, precisely, accurately, expending no excess energy. I jumped in the absolute certainty that nothing untoward was going to happen now. That certainty was my undoing. As I landed one more time, I stopped to catch my breath and look up at the stars. I'm running out of time. And then there was a mournful creaking sound under my feet. The kind of creak old doors make in abandoned houses. The roof started to shift under me. I flung my arms out, trying to keep my balance and not go tumbling down from the third floor onto the stone surface of the street, and at the same time I tried to jump away from the collapsing section of roof. But I was too late. The support fell away from under my feet, and I went flying down after it. There were glimpses of walls, dust rising from the collapsing roof, the starry sky. And then there was darkness. 12. In the dark. I don't think I lay there unconscious for very long. When I opened my eyes and looked up at the sky, the stars had hardly moved at all and the moon was still bright, not yet pale in anticipation of morning. I groaned and tried to sit up. Surprisingly enough, none of my bones seemed to be broken. Naturally, I was highly delighted. If I'd broken my leg or, Saget forbid, my back, I'd have been lying there waiting for the dawn to come. I hadn't fallen very far. The ceiling was very close. If I just stood up, reached out my hand, and jumped, I could reach it with my fingers. I seemed to be in some room on the third floor. The floor was supporting both me and the collapsed section of the roof, on the rubble of which I had made such a successful landing. If I'd gone on down through all the floors to the ground, the king would have been unlikely ever to see me again. I got to my feet and cautiously moved my arms, still not believing that I wasn't hurt. I had to get out of there. The child's crying was having a bad effect on my nerves. Stop. What crying? It felt like I was suddenly fastened to the floor with a single gigantic nail. I started feverishly trying to understand where the thought about a child's cry had come from. Yes, there was something there. Something on the very borderline of my consciousness as I was falling into the darkness. Something that had woken me, called me back from oblivion. Crying. That familiar child's crying. As if in reply, and in confirmation of all the laws of universal beastliness and my own anxious fears, I heard a quiet sobbing in the dark corner of the room. Feeling rather far from my best, I nervously took out the magical trinket and held it out in front of me at arm's length. The old room had walls with peeling wallpaper, a scraped and battered wooden floor, and a little girl standing in the far corner, gazing at me with her green eyes. She was no more than 5 years old. Golden hair in unruly curls, plump rosy cheeks with the traces of tears, rosebud lips, a dirty, torn little dress, bare feet, and a tattered plush toy, either a dog or a mouse, in her hands. A charming little child who could model for the frescoes in holy shrines. except that her still eyes were filled with the anticipation of a snake, the hatred of a wolf, and hunger of an ogre. And lying beside her was my glove, the one I had abandoned in the judge's house. The little girl sobbed. Moving very, very slowly, I bent down to pick up my crossbow from where it was lying on the floor. At the precise moment when my fingers closed on the weapon, the little girl sobbed for the last time and then gave a quiet, malevolent laugh. I froze. So we had met at last. This was the Jolly Weeper in person. The eyes of the creature, I can't carry on calling it a child, glinted, a wall of rotten air struck me in the face, and I went flying back against the opposite wall. The magical light started blinking and fading rapidly. It was swiftly getting dark in the room, with only those green eyes radiating light, hypnotizing me and suppressing my will, flooding my brain with a sticky mist of calmness. Don't sleep. Shoot. Someone's cool, imperious voice ordered, and the mist in my head began dissipating rapidly. My ears were assaulted by a shriek of protest. The creature could feel that it was losing control over me. I could move again now and, taking my aim at those poisonous green eyes, I pressed both triggers of the crossbow almost simultaneously. The first, ordinary bolt stuck the laughing creature in the shoulder, spinning it halfway round, but it only gave a triumphant little chuckle and continued moving toward me without even pausing. The magical bolt of fire followed its ordinary brother home and struck the creature in the chest. A bright flash of fire liberated from its magical captivity, a rumbling sound, and a squeal of protest. 1, 2, 3. I took my hands away from my face and cautiously opened my eyes. The room was empty. The light from the magical trinket was gradually growing stronger, timidly illuminating the old room and the carnage that had been wrought in it. The Jolly Weeper had disappeared, there wasn't even any ash left behind. Either the fire had really destroyed it, or the vile creature had cleared off to somewhere a bit less hot. To be quite honest, it was all the same to me, as long as it was nowhere near me any longer. Thank you, Valder. You popped up at just the right moment, I mumbled, but there was no reply. Walking out of the room, I saw a wooden stairway leading downward. I had no more desire to travel across the ancient roofs. I had enough bruises already and I didn't feel like tempting fate yet again. I slipped out onto the street of the magicians. The final drops of time were draining away into the sand. 1 hour, or even less, and the horizon that was still dark would flare up in the bright flash of an irrepressible summer dawn. I started moving faster, slipping through the shadows, forward to where the narrow street broadened out into a small square. I didn't even notice how I got there. I simply stopped, enveloped in the cloak of shadow cast by an old two-story house with no roof. Opposite me there was another house, the final beacon of human habitation before the empty square. And there ahead of me the appalling two-story stump of the old Tower of the Order stood in mute, agonizing reproach, alone and dead. The power of the Cronkemore had not spared it, there was nothing left of the structure's former grandeur and elegance. The black blizzard had made short work of the once beautiful creation of the magicians of the Order. What have you done, Zemmel? Valder groaned. Yes, an appalling catastrophe had taken place here, and I certainly didn't envy those who had been nearby when the raging elements had broken free of control. There wasn't a single stone left on the square, it was absolutely bare, surrounded by the skeletons of houses and flooded by the light of the setting moon, like some meadow in a fairy tale. The tower had once had not just 3, but many floors, and when the explosion happened, the debris should have been scattered right across the square. But it wasn't there. The square was clean and empty. As if the rubble had just evaporated. How long are we going to go on standing here? Time's wasting. The sudden sound of a voice from the dense darkness of the house across the road startled me out of my mournful thoughts. I stared across the road in amazement. The words had obviously been spoken by a living man, not some insubstantial phantom. Calm down, SHNYG. Or do you want to end up like good old Rostgish? A repulsive, squeaky voice replied. Calm down SHNYG, calm down SHNYG, the first voice grumbled. It was Rostgish's own fault. He let his guard down and let a dead man get his teeth into him. Let's get those plans then cut and run. Just how do you suggest we get into that damned tower? We have to think the whole business through, or we won't get out of this alive. You do the thinking, Nightingale, SHNYG said angrily. Morning's already on the way, it's time to get out of here. Shut up, will you? I'm thinking, Nightingale barked, and SHNYG shut up. Right. I know those names. The two master thieves SHNYG and Nightingale work for the guild, and that means they work for the Slimebag Marken. They're not such bad lads, really, but their work's a bit sloppy. And I knew Rostgish, too, may he rest in the light. He appeared in Avendoom a couple of years ago and attached himself to this pair. Not a master thief. He drank too much. Those must have been his remains that I came across on the street of the Sleepy Cat. I wonder what in the name of darkness they want in the forbidden territory. Have you got the plan? Nightingale hissed. His shrill, squeaky voice was painful to hear, but the thieves didn't seem to think there was any need to hide, and they made enough noise for the whole street to hear. The one we got from the Royal Library? Here it is. Light it up. What with? Nightingale muttered. That damned Rostgish had all the lights. Aha! So they were the ones that the old man Bolt was talking about. Grey and untalkative. SHNYG and Rostgish must have gone to the library. The old man would have remembered Nightingale. They'd stuck some important gent's ring under Bolt's nose, hadn't they? Ah, I never thought to ask the old man about the ring. I thought it was all a senile old fool's imaginings. I'll have to go back and have a proper heart-to-heart talk with him. So who was it that sent them? We have to get those cursed maps or whatever else before that skunk gets there ahead of us. What are you so nervous about? Asked Nightingale, as calm and rational as ever. Harold won't try sticking his nose in here anytime soon. That Harold has really got up everyone's nose. Markin boils over at the very mention of his name, and the client said we should do away with him if it came to it. And the individual our client serves, which means that we do, too, is beginning to express his dissatisfaction. Do away with him? Nightingale said with a nasal snigger. Have you completely lost your wits, SHNYG? That lad might look feeble and skinny, but I've no intention of tangling with Harold. We do the job, hand over the commission, take the money, and clear off to warmer parts. For the high life beyond the mountains. No one will ever find us there. We don't want to be hanging about with the darkness. Do you think it's that easy to get away from the master? A mocking voice asked, and I shuddered. I would have known that voice anywhere, out of 1,000. It had changed a lot, lost that lifeless, dead tone, but I still recognized it. It was the voice of the same being that had spoken with the Duke and then killed him. That winged creature of the night. Don't even think about trying to run. You will only go when he lets you go, little man. You are faithful to the master, aren't you? I am faithful. Nightingale's voice sounded hoarse and frightened. We are faithful. Yes, your grace, we are faithful to the master, SHNYG confirmed in an ingratiating tone. There was a quiet laugh of satisfaction in the darkness, and I thought I glimpsed a brief flash of golden eyes. Clever little men, the creature drawled. Get the maps and destroy them, and then you can clear out of here to anywhere you want. There was a note of undisguised contempt in the emissary's voice. But, your grace, said SHNYG, clearly very surprised. The client said to bring the papers to him. We can't just. SHNYG broke off his tirade and started wheezing for some reason, and his partner gasped out loud in fright. The master is not used to hearing we can't. He needs servants who can. Those who are incapable of carrying out an elementary assignment are not worthy to serve him, they are useless. SHNYG's wheezing became a charming gurgling. May I be allowed to remark that SHNYG did not at all wish to seem to be useless? Nightingale started keening. We'll go and get those papers right now. I heard the sound of a body hitting the ground and SHNYG wheezing in relief as he tried to force some air back into his lungs. You know that your client also serves the master, and the master says that the maps of Rad Spain must be destroyed, otherwise they might fall into the hands of the king and his attendants. Tell that to the fool whom you call your client. He may be rich, but that does not mean he can think he is a Link of Borg. Let him remember the deceased Duke Patton. We understand everything now, your grace, Nightingale confirmed. SHNYG was still coughing. We'll tell him everything you said. Wonderful, and now set about it. Surely you don't think I would need your help if I could enter the tower? The emissary didn't bother to wait for an answer to his question. Something even darker moved across the dark gap of the house. There was another glint of gold. The emissary slowly ran his gaze along the dark street, and as it slipped over the spot where I was standing, it hesitated for an instant, but moved on before I even had time to feel frightened. With a clap of his black wings, he melted away into the night. Silence descended on the street, only occasionally interrupted by SHNYG's desperate coughing. Damn, caca. Damned bloody beast. Caca. He almost, caca. Choked me, . What did you expect? Nightingale snarled. Spouting nonsense like that to him? Be grateful you're still alive. The darkness take that damned creature. And the darkness take you, too. And the darkness take me, fool that I am, for listening to Markin, who's bound us hand and foot to this master of his. The darkness take this client, and his damned papers. SHNYG was overwhelmed by a new fit of coughing. But just at that moment something looking very much like a human figure made its appearance on the stage of this ongoing spectacle. It was approaching slowly from the direction of the Street of the Roofers, and its direction made me feel uneasy, because it was moving straight toward us. Even worse than that, I was almost directly in its path. I had to dash across the street, to the house where the two thieves were. The darkness was thicker there, and so it would be much easier for a scoundrel like me to hide. But I wasn't able to skip in through the door, since the thieves were coming out of it at that very moment. I managed to dart to one side and press myself back against a wall. But master thieves are masters because they can hear the very slightest rustle. "There's someone here," SHNYG whispered, and I drew my dagger out of its scabbard with a quiet rustling sound. Nightingale and SHNYG started listening, but then they noticed the approaching stranger whom I had already seen. "Shoo, look," Nightingale whispered. There was certainly something to look at. The figure approaching us was a man. A perfectly normal one. Except that he was semi-transparent. The tower and the stones of the roadway were quite clearly visible through him. He was wearing a magician's robes and leaning on a magic staff. "Look at this," the phantom muttered to itself. Its voice sounded twice or even 3 times, creating a strange echo. "They've all abandoned me. The traitors. Where are they? Where? I wander and wander, searching for them. I'll find them." The phantom repeated this little jingle over and over, turning its head from side to side and examining the area, evidently hoping to find the aforementioned traitors. It had a blurred spot instead of a face, but I didn't have the slightest doubt that this magician could see everything perfectly well. I was scarcely even breathing. And neither were SHNYG and Nightingale, standing a little farther away. The phantom halted a few yards away from us and began turning its semi-transparent head again. "I wander and wander. I'll find them. I'll find them." It paused for a moment and then said in a very perplexed voice, "I'll find them. Aha! That's where they are. They're hiding. I know you're there. I'll find you. I'll find you." He held out his staff and started waving it from side to side, like a blind man, and slowly moving closer. That was when I realized that if I didn't do something quick, the crayfish sleigh would be coming for me. In another 10 seconds he would reach me, and that would be the end. I had just one chance, an incredibly stupid one, but I decided to take it, especially since it was time to get rid of my unwanted competition in the shape of SHNYG and Nightingale. I stepped forward out of the darkness onto the moonlit street so that the thieves were behind my back, and I heard one of them swear in amazement. "Fire!" I yelled, and then dropped onto the surface of the road, putting my hands over my head. Without even pausing to think, the magician fired a spell at the spot where I had just been standing. Something went screeching through the air above me. An intense impact, screams of terror and pain from the unfortunate thieves. The phantom had hit the target, which was not me. I didn't wait to see what had happened to the servants of the master, and there was certainly no point in loitering in the street in front of this new danger. I leapt up, darted round the muttering magician, and set off across the square toward the tower, zigzagging and hopping like a hare driven insane by the spring sunshine. The screaming stopped. I don't know whether the thieves were dead or they had enough sense to stop making noise, but I personally didn't feel the slightest pity for them. It was them or me. Or the damned mumbling phantom would have done for all of us. Oh yes, about him. The mumbling behind my back stopped, the air howled again. I leapt to one side and saw a sphere of mist go flying across the square, leaving a smoking tail in its wake, hit the surface of the street and bounce like a child's ball, then explode with a boom against a house in the distance, leaving a fair-sized hole in its wall. I changed tactics, forward, hop, sharp left, forward, hop, sharp right, hop, a sudden stop, sharp right, forward again. Like a flea on a frying pan. Surprisingly enough, this tactic worked. Another 3 balls of smoke went hurtling across the square and exploded far away from where I was. Once I had to flop down on my belly again in a most inelegant fashion, when a magical charge struck the Tower of the Order, but didn't explode, and then bounced back on a changed course directly toward me. I saw the misty charge growing bigger as it flew straight at my face. There was no time to jump aside, so I dropped, and as soon as the sphere flew over my head, I jumped up again, because the tower was already very close. The damned phantom, may the ghouls gnaw on his bones, was howling over by the Street of the Magicians, while I feverishly searched for the door. I had to run along the wall illuminated by the moonlight, and expose myself in full view to the raging spectre. It was closing rather rapidly, muttering malevolently, intent on finishing Harold off. Yet another charge flew into the building just above my head, but, like the previous one, it bounced off and flew back in the opposite direction. Evidently the tower had retained some of its magic even after the cataclysm that had overtaken it, and nobody could knock down its walls simply by flinging spells at them. Saget be praised, I finally found the door. I tugged feverishly at the bronze ring. But the door wouldn't budge. There weren't any locks at all, so lockpicks were no good here, and that cursed phantom, who was hidden from me behind the wall, would soon appear again and continue his wild bombardment. I tugged at the door again, then kicked it and swore angrily. Time was running out. On one hand there was the phantom, and on the other, morning was already treading on my heels. I cast a quick glance at the stars. Only the northern crown and the summer bouquet were still bright in the sky, the other constellations had faded and were barely visible. The moon was growing paler, literally before my eyes, and a few moments later the light illuminating the square became diffuse and pale. In 20 minutes it would be dawn. It was the end. Without some kind of miracle, I would never leave the territory, that was certain. I could already consider myself a dead man. If that insane phantom didn't finish me off first. The magician's muttering was very close now. Could I hide in the tower? Perhaps I would be able to hold out there until the next night. I clutched at a final slim straw of hope and strained every last muscle in a desperate attempt to open the damned door at least a crack. Hopeless. No, I couldn't get in there, all my efforts had been in vain. I was just about to run for the shelter of the houses when Velder's voice suddenly said, "Open, it is Eichnet." The door swung open smoothly, graciously inviting me into the dark interior of the dead building. "Sue, that's where you are." A triumphant voice echoed right in my ear. I jumped forward into the safety of the building and the door slammed shut, leaving me in total darkness. "Don't worry," Velder replied to my thoughts. "He can't get in, the door won't let him." "Who is he?" I asked, taking out the magical light. "I don't know, I've never seen him before." "Can I wait out the day here? Is it safe in the tower?" "Alas, my friend. In this part of Avondum nowhere is safe. Sagat. So in 20 minutes it will all be over." Holding the bright trinket out in front of me, I inspected the interior that I already knew from my dream. Nothing had changed, except that the walls were covered with soot, and there was a human skeleton lying on the floor. "An old friend," Velder whispered sadly. "A friend? Ah, yes. The arch-magician. What was his name? Eli? No. Elio." I had to go up to where Artsivus had said the archive was kept. Grab the plans of Rad Spain and run, and I had just had another one of my crazy little ideas. Velder chuckled inside my head in approval of my plan. I flew up the black marble staircase that wound round the central column like a gigantic snake. The light of the magical trinket picked images out of the darkness, frescoes that told the history of the order. Now the second floor and the door leading to the archive. I happened to raise my head, and saw the broken end of the serpentine stairway pointing up into the pre-dawn sky. This was all that was left of the mighty tower of the order. Bursting in through the door, I found myself in a long, wide corridor. The light picked out decayed sultanate carpets under my feet, elegant carved furniture, tapestries on the walls, and hundreds of doors. "May the nameless one take me." "Which one is it?" "Go on. The archive hall is farther along." I broke into a run. The corridor seemed endless. The magicians of the order had obviously done something with the space in order to expand the inner premises of the tower a little. "Stop." I had almost rushed past it. The wooden doors were standing slightly open, as if someone had left the archive in a hurry. Perhaps that was what had actually happened, and the magician who had returned from Rad Spain and carried the maps through the forbidden territory had never got as far as the order. Wouldn't it be funny if he had never got as far as the tower, and there were no maps here? The magic light began to fade. What's happening? The magic of the tower's smothering it. It won't be any more help to you. Hurry! I entered the huge room. There was almost no time left now. Not bad. The royal library would be green with envy. Even it didn't have this many magic books and ancient tomes. Shelves upon shelves upon shelves. Books upon books upon books. And it was all permeated with magic. A stranger could wander about in here for hours and still not find what he was looking for. May at H. Sancor devour my dear departed granny. Straight on. Velder barked. Left. Follow these shelves, turn left again at the end. Straight on. Farther, farther, farther. Stop. Turn round. There it is. Panting hard, I looked down at the elegant crystal table with nothing standing on it except a large black casket, decorated with silver deer. Its lid was raised slightly and I could see a bundle of papers. There it was, my goal. I grabbed the treasure with trembling hands and stuffed it into my bag. Now it was time to get out of there. Vukjaz. I howled as loud as I could. Vukjez, it's me. For a few moments nothing happened, and I started getting very nervous, afraid that my plan wouldn't work. And then my old acquaintance appeared straight out of the bookshelves. A real little charmer. And I must confess that if anyone had told me only a few hours earlier that I would be glad to see him, I would have twirled one finger at the side of my head and told the madman where he could go. Well, have you got the horse? He asked, his green eyes glittering furiously. Take me to the edge of the forbidden territory, please, to the start of the Street of the Roofers, I said in a rather polite and cultured manner. But demons are obviously not taught to be polite and cultured. Have you lost your mind, manling? Vukjez hissed, grabbing me by the sides of my chest. Or drunk a drop too much? Do I look like a carriage driver? I have to get out of here. I had no time for arguing with this creature. Take me where I ask, and you'll find out where to get the horse. The demon gave me an angry and suspicious look, obviously wondering which way to devour me, then suddenly opened his fingers and let me go. All right, I'll take you where you want to go, but if you trick me I'll suck the marrow out of your bones. A deal. I took a deep breath. Are you ready, manling? Yes. Without even looking, I grabbed a couple of ancient tomes off the nearest shelf. What can I say, it's a professional habit. I could sell those books to people who appreciated them for huge money, why not earn a bit extra, since I hadn't been able to stick my nose into the gnome's bank. I'll just take. Vukjez grabbed me by the scruff of the neck and pulled me up against him. Clack. In the first instant the wall leapt toward me. In the second something grey flickered in front of my eyes and my ears felt as if they were stuffed with cotton wool. In the third, I was already standing beside the magic wall, blinking in amazement. A couple of books, I said, completing my interrupted sentence. You already took them, the demon snorted. Well. Where is it, Dot? Come to the Knife and Axe tomorrow at exactly 1 minute after midnight and I'll give you the horse. Vukjez gave a muffled growl and bared his huge teeth. I can tell you're lying. Why would I? I asked, shrugging my shoulders and squinting up nervously at the sky. About 2 minutes to dawn at the most. You can always find me. Come, but at precisely the time I said, otherwise the horse might no longer be there. Don't try to tell me what to do, you little snake. I'll be there. The demon growled, and disappeared into the wall of the nearest house. He didn't even remind me about sucking the marrow out of my bones. I breathed a sigh of relief, carefully set the books on the top of the wall, clambered up onto it myself, and was about to climb down when I remembered a piece of unfinished business. Valder, you have to go now. Goodbye, the Archmagician's voice replied immediately. Thank you. Liven the light. I felt something disappear from inside me. The Archmagician was gone. I jumped down from the wall, then reached up and took the books lying on top of it. Well, that was that. I'd done something no one else had ever done, gone right through the forbidden territory. Of course, I cheated a bit and obtained help from a demon, but your average Philistin didn't have to know anything about that. I was just about to go when I heard a shout from behind the wall. Harold, save me. I jumped up, grabbed hold of the top of the wall, pulled myself up, and saw who was calling me. It was Shnyg, hobbling and stumbling along the Street of the Roofers and repeatedly falling over. So he'd survived, the tenacious son of a bitch. He must have raced the entire length of the street to get here in time. Shnyg, old buddy, do you need my help? Harold. Don't leave me. He shouted. I'm not exactly overflowing with love for neighbors who would like to stick a knife in my heart, but there was a good reason to help Shnyg. If, of course, he was willing to tell me about his client and about the mysterious master. Quick! I barked. Speed up. Dawn's almost here. There was despair written all over the thief's simple face. With all his might, he forced himself to go faster. Now, I said, honey dripping from my words. All you have to do is tell me who your client is, and what you know about the master. Then, my friend, I'll quick pull you right over the wall. Shnyg stopped and wailed, I can't do that, Harold. He'll kill me sure. Please. Help me over and we'll make a deal. But then the pink dawn flooded the horizon, dispelling the darkness. I jumped back swiftly, sliding down off the wall onto the ground, and out of the corner of my eye I saw blinding bright rays of crimson light come bursting out of the unfortunate thief in all directions. There was a muffled howl, and then silence. Oh well, I probably couldn't have trusted anything he said, anyway. I picked the heavy books up off the ground, hugged them against myself, and set off through the awakening neighborhoods of the artisan city. In this part of the city they got up very early. These hard workers left sleep behind when other people were still dozing. If you want to make money, get up early. Funny, the rich sleep late and they earn more than these poor slobs will ever see. The baker had lit his stove long ago, and there was a pleasant smell of fresh bread and dough coming from his house. The milkman was hurrying on his rounds, pushing along a huge cart loaded with metal canisters. A tinsmith was on his way to the port city. An old house painter yawned widely as he wandered along, still not fully awake. "Go on, get out of it," said a frail old woman, waving an equally old and tattered broom at a drunk lying on the ground. "They don't like idlers in the artisan city." I think that after the announcement that the demons of night had been driven out of Avondune forever, the number of drunks who didn't get home, but fell asleep on the way, increased sharply. The city went on living its life without paying any attention to what was hidden behind the white wall of the forbidden territory. In 200 years people can get used to even more terrifying neighbors than that. Well, there's evil there right beside us, but it stays on the other side of the wall, it doesn't come out here and bother us. So that's all right. Our grandfathers lived here, our fathers lived here, now we live here. And our grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be all right, too. That's the way almost every one of them thinks. Sometimes when I hear these simpletons it makes me feel really angry. It's just like sitting on a powder keg with a lighted fuse out in the open air and hoping for a shower of rain. I understand that there's nothing that can be done with this ulcer on the body of the city, the mysterious stain. But you can't just close your eyes and hope that the gods will save you. Because, damn it, I was tired. The artisan city was behind me, there weren't many people out on the streets, and I had no problems as I walked through a part of the city that was still half empty at this early hour of the morning. A few of the locals gave my tattered and dirty clothes a dubious sideways glance, but on this particular occasion, I really couldn't care less about them. My less than joyful expression frightened off the most curious of them and I plodded on quite calmly all the way to Cathedral Square. Here I was met by the familiar senior priests. It looked as if these old ruins had not even left their posts since the last time I'd seen them. Both of them regarded me with expressions of something less than delight. However, they hadn't been put there to think but to carry out a very important and responsible assignment, to repeat the same phrase over and over again, like parrots from faraway places. Do you struggle with the darkness within you? Oh, that's exactly what I was just talking about. I exterminate the darkness, I replied wearily, keen to get the irrepressible cathedral staff's idiotic and pompous nonsense over with as soon as possible. Then enter and address them, the second priest told me, in a voice that sounded rather feeble and uncertain. Probably my appearance wasn't conducive to long theological discussions. I'll address them straight away, I muttered, heading toward the living quarters of the priests of Saget. And thinking in particular of someone who took gold pieces for idiotic pieces of advice. The Night and Ogre fountain was still gurgling merrily, throwing up jets of sparkling water. There were priests bustling around the statues of the gods. The morning cleanup, before the worshippers arrived. One of them was carefully wiping Sagra's face with a rag, another was laying a bouquet of flowers at the feet of the attractive Silna. They took no notice of me. I stopped in front of the archway that brought back rather unpleasant memories. After a moment's hesitation, I took a step forward. Nothing happened. No overclever creature of darkness tried to grab hold of me. And no one threatened to suck the marrow out of my bones. Strange. Maybe something had happened? I strolled backward and forward, waiting for someone to do me the favor of grabbing me. Nothing. Right, the darkness take that Vuk jazz. I gave up and took myself off to first chambers. On the way I came across several priests who were extinguishing the torches that had burned all night. The servants of Saget took no notice of me, they had apparently been informed of my impending visit. I walked up to the familiar door, pushed it open, and barged into my teacher's dwelling. He had clearly not gone to bed, but sat up at the table all the time I was away. The table, by the way, was empty, with not a single crumb of food, which was another strange thing. For must have been worried about his wayward pupil after all. So there you are, he said with a start when he caught sight of me, but gave no sign of being glad. Did it go well? I dumped the bag containing the papers and books on the table in front of him. Oh ho! He exclaimed. I didn't expect that. Will you tell me what it was like? Later, I mumbled. A bit later. Wake me up when it gets dark. And with those words I pulled off my dirty clothes, flopped onto the bed, and sank into the welcome embrace of sleep. 13. What it said in the papers. I was woken by the rustling of pages being turned, but I didn't open my eyes in a hurry, deciding to carry on lying there for a while instead. That's enough idling about, it's evening already, Fur said peevishly when he spotted that I wasn't asleep. Is it already dark? I asked with a yawn. It soon will be. Have you got things to do? Unfortunately, I muttered, sitting up on the bed. For had occupied his favorite armchair and was studying one of the old tomes that I had brought back from the Tower of the Order. The other book and the bundle of manuscripts were lying beside him on a small table. I took the liberty of throwing away your clothes. Only beggars could wear them now, and even they would probably be too ashamed. There are some new ones on the chair. What do you think? Will dark colors suit you? I usually leave rhetorical questions unanswered. In any case, Fur knows perfectly well that it's handier to work in dark clothes at night and, let's be frank about it, far less dangerous. Only a madman would dress up in white to enter the houses of rich men who would probably spot him from 100 yards away and arrange a warm welcome, followed by a hard poke with something very sharp. The clothes were a good fit, except that the shirt was a bit tight in the shoulders, but that was only a minor problem. My gaze fell on a table beside the window set with food and my stomach gurgled in craving. I see that your nocturnal stroll has not damaged your appetite, so perhaps it's time we sat down at the table and thanked Saget for another day of life? Said For, putting the book down and getting up out of his chair. When did you start reading old books on magic? I wasn't aware that my old friend had developed a new interest. I wasn't really reading it, For said with a shrug as he walked toward the table. Merely a cursory valuation of the goods. You could get 300 or 400 for both books. I can suggest a buyer, I still haven't lost my old contacts. I don't need gold just at the moment, I muttered, sitting down at the table. The warm rays of the setting sun pierced the elegant wooden lattice on the windows like lances and fell on my face. The evening sky was blazing like incandescent steel. But you hold on to the books in any case, someday I might have to sell them, I said. All right, For agreed with a nod. He had an interest in the deal as well, 20% of the selling price. The money would always come in handy for Saget's shrine. But just what do you think you're doing sitting there? You ought to wash your hands at least, you dirty swine, honestly. I washed my hands, I growled, but I got up obediently and went to the washstand. I really was dirty, and I needed a wash. I only grumbled for form's sake, because of the hellish tiredness that I still felt even after sleeping all day long. And have a shave while you're at it. You look like a real bandit, kid. First voice said behind me. I mechanically ran one hand over my 3-day stubble. It'll do as it is. I'm not going to the royal ball, after all. I snorted, lowering my hands into the water. There's no time. I still have to deal with a whole gang of horse breeders. Well, you know best. Anyway, tell me what it was like in there. We ought to record it for the chronicles and future generations. So you've become a chronicler as well now? The things you discover about your old teacher. I said, going back to the table. The old knowledge is slipping out from our world very rapidly. A lot has already been lost. For sighed. You must agree that your story could help a lot of people, especially as this is primarily for the chronicle of the Shrine of Saget. I have no objections, I said with a shrug. Why not? You don't mind if I talk and eat at the same time, do you? Of course not, kid, of course not. Carry on, and after your story, I'll tell you a bit about the papers you retrieved. Is there anything important in them? I just grabbed what was there at hand. There is, but we'll get to that later, there's no hurry. Come on then, don't keep me on tenterhooks. He didn't have to persuade me, especially since I had plenty to talk about and a lot of impressions to share. And I needed to get it all out, otherwise my adventures that night could easily drive me mad. I started my story from the moment I first arrived at Stark's stables. For listened without speaking, my teacher had always been a good listener. To judge from his face, what bothered him most were the thieves who had been hired by some unknown individual. He didn't seem particularly impressed by the Jolly Weeper or the long-dead archmagician. Someone's following the same road as you are, kid. True, he's always too late, but how long can that go on for? How long can you go on making a fool of the master by keeping one step ahead of him? I made inquiries, looked through our archives. Not a thing. Not a single mention. As if he didn't even exist and all this was just a fantasy of yours. Oh yeah? You just eat that roll. I believe you. But what amazes me is that such secrecy is possible. Something always has to surface somewhere. But not this time. Right. It's not the nameless one, but I think you've already realized that. The wizard from the desolate lands doesn't have the power to release all the demons. So who is this master, if he possesses such great might, long life, and extensive knowledge? A god? I chuckled. Don't talk nonsense. Although, he is worshipped and served by all different sorts of people. Let's try pulling on that chain. The Duke Patton, no mean figure in Valiostre, served the master. So does Markin and, consequently, at least half his henchmen in the guild as well. Who else? Magicians? Royal officials? Courtiers? And this emissary of yours. What worries me is that it's not at all clear what this master wants. And he has as many worshippers as you could wish for. The servants of the Nameless One are caught pretty regularly, but so far they haven't caught a single one of the master's minions. They've never even heard of them. Exactly. And that indicates highly organized contacts, a secret conspiracy, and other such arrangements that make it possible for sects to survive when they're not welcome in this respectable kingdom of ours. Things look bad, kid. For shook his head. I'll keep on thinking and searching, and maybe I'll dig something up in the archives. And in the meantime I'll give you a piece of good advice. For free? I asked, chuckling mischievously with my mouth full. Well, I'm not Saget, am I, to go taking gold pieces from you? You are my pupil after all. Well, thanks for that, at least. You're welcome. Especially since you're not the only one who's been left out of pocket for receiving our god's advice, For said with a sudden chuckle. I don't believe it, I said, leaning back in my chair and looking hard at him. Are you really hinting that? That I've talked to him, too? Yes, it happened. And I had to pay out a gold piece, too. Tell me about it. Well, For began reluctantly, chuckling. I had a talk with him just before I met you in base. Oh. I said, beginning to realize what he was about to say. Yes, oh indeed. Saget advised me to take you both on as pupils. It wasn't even advice. Once he had his gold piece, he told me who he was and simply ordered me to do it. So that was how it happened. Although it seems like he was a bit off target with base. He frowned. Anyway, I shouldn't have brought it up. What were we talking about? Advice. Well then, this is my piece of free advice for you. Don't leave matters to the mercy of the gods, go and see this bolt. If the old man recognized the ring that the thieves showed him, we'll find out who this influential figure serving the master is. It's too late now, I said, glancing out of the window at the darkening sky. The library's closed, I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Better not. I doubt if the old man ever leaves. He probably sleeps there. Better call round to Grok Square before you get on with your business. I think he'll open the door for you. No point in putting it off. The master is playing his own game, and all we know about it is that he wants to kill you, which makes him too dangerous by half. And it seems to me that the last thing he wants is for Harold to go after that horn. You're thinking about him ordering the papers to be destroyed and telling the Duke to influence the king? Aha. I think the order to influence Stauchen was to try to persuade him that it's pointless going into Rad Spain. Or simply to get rid of His Majesty. The clearer the situation became, the less I liked it. All right, I'll think about it, I said as I watched For suddenly get up from the table and go into the next room. Events had woven themselves into a tight tangle of snakes. Now they were winding themselves tight around me and turning my skin cold. I just hoped that none of these snakes would bite. For came back a few minutes later, carrying 2 massive bronze candlesticks in his hands, each with 5 lighted candles in it. The timing was just right, the sun had almost set and twilight had already begun creeping into the room with lazy impudence. The bright light of 10 candles forced the gloom to move back, and it huddled into the very darkest corner of the room. Well then, I've heard your story. Now let's deal with what you brought back from the Forbidden Territory. For showed me the papers I'd taken from the Tower of the Order. While you were sleeping, I took a look through these documents. There's a lot that's interesting. But you know, kid, none of it's any good to you. Yes, there's a map of Rad Spain, and even a plan of how to get to the horn, but it's suicide. It's practically impossible to make it along the route that you have to follow. You study the old maps yourself when you have the time, and you'll realize how unrealistic it is. Hundreds of halls, passages, shafts. And that's only down to the 8th level. These papers don't even show what's lower down. Here, take them. For pushed the maps toward me. Let them stay here for the time being, you hide them somewhere safe, I'll pick them up before I leave, I said to him. That's up to you, said For, raking the papers back across the table. Ah, by the way. I found an amusing little page among these notes, look. I took the old, yellowed piece of paper. What is it? It's ancient Orcish. I had to sweat over the dictionary a bit to translate it. There's a lot I still don't understand, the Orcs language is a bit of a tangle, but I managed it, even though it's probably not quite as fluent as it ought to be. It was in verse. Something like a series of clues. A total riddle. Read it. For handed me a piece of paper with the translation. firstborn of an ogre on the wide snowy plains. It dwelt for centuries with elves in the greenwood, and was given to Grok in token of the peace concluded between races during the long winter. It was laid to rest by the might of the order at the time of Avendoom's survival in battle, sharing the grave of one of the glorious dead. It lies in the dark caverns upon ancient bones. As the years pass, it lies there in Rad Spain, calling the wind of the tombs to its resting place. The hour will come when it bears its secrets, consuming the magic of the cursed with the fire of truth. If you are artful and brave, bold and quick, if your step is light and your thought is keen, you will avoid the tricks we have set there. But be wary of earth and water and fire. And then, carry on. The twin doors stand open to the peace of the halls of the slumbering whisper, where the brains of man and elf and orc alike dissolve in unreason. And so shall yours. Through the halls of the slumbering echo and darkness, past the blind, unseeing Caillou guards, neath the gaze of giants who burn all to ash, to the graves of the great ones who died in battle. In serried ranks, embracing the shadows, the long-deceased knights stand in silence. And only one man will not die neath their swords. He who is the shadow's own twin brother. The cold frozen body of pallid Selena will raise you up to the sacred bed. No sun has warmed stone here for thousands of years. For centuries here the cold wind has howled. Remember, intruder, in the horn dwells a soul that will give you strength in the name of men. But the greed of the thief it will punish severely. And you will rot in the terrible darkness forever. Yes. I can hardly understand a thing. Which bits do you think you did understand, my pupil? For asked in surprise. It had turned dark outside, and even the candles could not dispel the persistent darkness. It would soon be time to go about my business. I drummed my fingers on the table thoughtfully. I think I began to understand the point of Sagat's advice. This poem mentions some Selena who bears you up, and Sagat warned me I'd better not just stand on her, but keep my feet moving fast. For muttered, and scratched his chin. Then he grunted and poured himself some wine from a dusty old pot-bellied bottle. He offered me some, but I refused. Today my head had to be crystal clear. Yes, well, I noticed the reference to Selena, too. This all requires a bit of serious thought. And by the way, don't forget to show it to the Elfess. She should know the ancient language of the orcs. She might be able to translate this page better than I have. All right. There's absolutely no doubt that it's about the rainbow horn. Look here, firstborn of an ogre on the wide snowy plains, that's a reference to the shamans of the ogres creating the horn, the final artifact of their race, before they all turned into animals. It dwelt for centuries with elves in the greenwood. I'm sure you remember the old story about the head of the House of the Black Rose trying to invade the desolate lands. It was on that campaign that the elves took the horn from the ogres. What comes next is clear enough, too, and was given to Grok in token of the peace concluded between races during the long winter. The Dark Elves gave the horn to Grok as an assurance of the peace between elves and men that came into force after the great invasion of the orcs that became known as the Spring War. That's clear enough. Then there's a bit of standard nonsense. This may be ancient Orcish, but it was obviously written by a man. Still, these lines are worth thinking about. You will avoid the tricks that we have set there, but be wary of earth and water and fire. What could that be, Harold, if not a warning that the magicians of the Order laid all sorts of traps? And then, carry on. The twin doors stand open to the peace of the halls of the slumbering whisper, where the brains of man and elf and orc alike dissolve in unreason. And so shall yours. The open doors are most likely the entrance to the third level, or the double-doored level as it's called in the maps. They show huge doors that lead into the lower halls of Rad Spain. It's quite possible that they could be sealed with a spell. Is there any way to get round them, Is there another entrance? I didn't study the plan for all that long. There are 4 main entrances to Rad Spain. One in the north, beside the border kingdom. Another in the heart of Zagraba, and 2 more beside spurs of the mountains of the dwarves. But the last 2 were blocked and walled off by the short folk long ago. Which means there are only 2 ways in. And they both lead to the doors. So I'm afraid you won't be able to get round them. Wonderful, I replied. And what if I can't get them open? Don't think about that. I'm more worried about the halls of the slumbering whisper and the insanity that's promised. That part wasn't invented just for the sake of the style. And that's only half the problem. Further on, there's a mention of some kind of Cailloux. That's an Orcish word, but from an elfin dialect, it couldn't possibly be anything else. But what does Caillou mean? Is it some kind of magic, or creatures, or something even worse? I'll ask Miralissa, I said. All this riddle-me verse was beginning to give me a splitting headache. And then the giants who burn all to ash, yet another riddle. Although at least the burial chambers of the great ones who died in battle are very well known. There are entire halls of warriors buried on the 6th level over a period of a little more than 5 centuries. A huge cemetery, where everyone in every grave was a legend when he was alive. And then we have these long-deceased knights with swords, and Selena, who will show you the way to the horn, and finally a warning that the horn won't allow itself to be taken all that easily. Let's think about all this later. I implored him. Otherwise my head will burst. Why couldn't they have just written all this in a normal, straightforward fashion? Here's a beast with big fangs, here's a beast with big claws, and here they'll roast you alive or turn you into a toad. But oh no, they had to practice their poetry writing skills. What else can you expect? For asked with a sigh and a shrug. The order loves puzzles, magicians' brains are arranged a bit differently from ours. I think I'll do a bit more thinking about this text. And you do what you were going to do. It's already night. While I was talking with Four, the bird of night had indeed furtively spread its black wings over Avondum. It was time to go to work. You're right. It's time I was off. Don't forget to question Bolt, Four shouted after me. I remember, I replied, already walking out into the corridor. That night I had to put a final end to the affair of the Horse of Shadows. 14. Knives in the Shadows. Darkness was well advanced in the city, but this time around no one was hiding away at home. There were quite a lot of people on the square, and I even spotted 5 guards parading up and down in front of Grok's statue with an important air, evidently concerned that the good citizens, intoxicated by their newfound freedom, might steal the immensely heavy sculpture. I glanced in passing at the deceased Duke's house. There was no light in the windows, as was only to be expected. I walked round the building of the library into the dark side street, and then I was just about to hammer on the iron door loud enough to wake Bolt and the entire neighborhood with him when I suddenly noticed a thin strip of light seeping out from underneath it. Strange. Very strange. Bolt must have got drunk and forgotten to close up the library for the night. And what if it hadn't been an honest and highly respectable person like me who spotted the light and decided to pay him a call, but some light-fingered petty thief? In that case, half of the rare books would simply have disappeared off all those shelves as if by magic. I chuckled and pushed the door. It swung back smartly, revealing the dark tunnel of the service corridor. There was light only beside the door, beyond that was complete darkness. I swore good-naturedly about people who can't be bothered to make proper lighting arrangements, took the torch down off the wall, and set off along the familiar corridor, ignoring the branches to the right and the left. I'd been here once before already, and that was quite enough to know the way. The journey to the halls with the books only took a couple of minutes. My magical vision had not returned after the forbidden territory, and so I had to rely on the source of light in my hand and curses directed at Hanshel's head. The light from the lanterns, securely covered with gnome glass to make sure that the flames would not, Sagat forbid, escape from captivity, was quite adequate. It was only way up high, close to the very ceiling, that the bookcases and shelves were wreathed in a cloak of darkness. I went back along the corridor a bit and left the torch on an empty bracket. No point in annoying Bolt, it would give him a stroke if he saw I'd brought a naked flame near his precious books. Hey, Bolt! This is Harold. I shouted, and my voice echoed off the vaulted ceiling, bounced round the walls, and dissolved in the maze of books and bookcases. Silence. Not a sound. The old man was dozing under a table somewhere. Or it could be that he was simply hard of hearing and couldn't hear my howls of greeting. Bolt! Are you here? I walked slowly forward, searching for the familiar stooped figure. But as I said before, in this huge building you could wander for thousands of years and not meet a single living soul. I turned sharply to the right and moved in the direction of the tables where I had studied the books the last time. There was a spot there where you could easily drink a bottle of wine without having to worry that anyone might disturb you. If the old man wasn't there, I'd have to turn the whole place upside down. I saw a gleam of light ahead. Bolt! I roared before I even entered the reading hall. I was right. There was a lantern on the table, and beside it a bottle of wine, a half-eaten crust of bread, and a bunch of spring onions. The bottle was almost empty, with just a little wine left in the bottom. The old man was stretched out on the floor in a puddle of red wine. Just look at the state of him. I walked toward the sleeping drunk, muttering something uncomplimentary under my breath about people who like to guzzle wine at the most inappropriate times, feverishly trying to work out the quickest way to bring him back to a state of awareness and question him. Bolt! Wake up now. Get up. You look like a pig. It's disgusting. I leaned down and shook him by the shoulder. How long can you go on? I didn't finish the phrase, because I noticed something rather upsetting. Bolt didn't seem to be breathing. And he wasn't lying in a puddle of wine, as I'd thought at first, but in a puddle of his own blood. I cautiously turned the old man over onto his back. I was right. Some bastard had slit the poor old man's throat from ear to ear. The body was still warm, and not very much blood had escaped yet. That meant the murderer or murderers had only finished Bolt off very recently. And that meant it was very likely they hadn't got very far yet and I could easily catch up with them on a nearby street. I almost gave way to this momentary impulse, but the voice of reason cooled my ardor. This time the master had got here before me, and now I would never learn whose ring Rostgish and Shnyg had shown to Bolt. And it made no sense to go chasing after unknown killers who might well turn out not even to be human. There was no way I could help the poor fellow now. It was a pity, I'd grown quite attached to the crazy, grouchy old-timer. There was a trail of blood leading away from the body and winding between the tables into the depths of the hall. I took the lantern off the table to light the way and followed the traces of blood. Before I had even gone 20 paces I came across a second body. I knew this overgrown lout. He was one of the characters who had gone running out of the alley where Roderick and I were ambushed. This time his luck had run out and he hadn't managed to get away. There was a knife protruding from the stiff's chest. The last time I'd seen it, Bolt had it on his belt. So the old man had managed to sell his life dearly after all. It was true that the wild hearts didn't leave this life quietly, one of the killers had paid for his. 3 shadows sprang into the circle of light from somewhere behind the dark bookcases, preventing me from completing my thought. I noticed a glint of metal and leapt to one side. Putrid darkness! Why had I decided that the killers had already left? I jumped back, pressing up against a bookcase. The 3 figures were coming closer. As ill luck would have it, my crossbow wasn't loaded, which made it useless. My only hope was my knife. I took the weapon out without speaking, held it out in front of me, and waited for them to attack, somehow certain that we wouldn't part in peace. Lads like these would kill their own grandmother, and the rest of the family into the bargain. I could tell, because I'd seen 2 of the killers before, and not exactly in the best of circumstances. The first one, the one who had jumped right at me, was the partner of the stiff that Bolt had killed. This thug was holding a knife in his left hand and smiling. The second one was none other than the municipal guard Yargi, this time not in his orange and black uniform but wearing civilian clothes, so I hadn't recognized him straight away. That meant these lads were working for the unknown servant of the master, if one of the bribed servants of the law was here with them. I wondered where the rest of them were. I didn't know the third killer. He looked tough, tanned by the winds, you might say. A wolf between 2 mongrel dogs. The knife in his hand kept breaking into a dance. Just look at the people you can meet in places like this, Thug drawled slowly as he and his partners halted about 10 paces away from me. Now who's this that's taken a fancy to reading books? Enough talk, we finish him and get out of here. The job's already done. Hissed the third man, moving forward again. Calm down, Midge, Thug said reassuringly. We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. This is Harold. That's Harold? Said Yargi, delighted. His head's worth its weight in gold. Yes, and now we'll cut it off for him, said Thug, moving toward me. You're a bit braver than you used to be, I said, curving my lips into an ugly grin. I recall that only a few days ago you and the stiff over there took off with your heels twinkling. Ah, but you don't have the magician with you now, Thug chuckled, tossing his knife from one hand to the other. Stop, let me finish him, Yargi said, licking his thin lips and looking at me with a greedy gleam in his eyes. Let me have a bit of fun. Watch out he doesn't finish you, Midge chuckled, but he and Thug moved back, freeing the space for a fight. The lads had obviously decided they would like a bit of light entertainment, and they didn't rate my humble personage's chances at all. Don't drag it out, now. If anyone else comes, this place will be full of bodies. Nobody's interested in this dump. You already topped the old man, Midge. Now relax. But the old man did for that friend of yours first, Midge put in. A real wild heart. But you were one of them, too. Shut up. Midge barked. A wild heart? Here? Could he really be a deserter? That meant the lad was even more dangerous than I'd imagined. Well then, thief? Shall we let the fun begin? Yargi smiled with his jagged mouth of teeth and leapt toward me, aiming his knife at my stomach. I dodged sideways and tried to reach him with my weapon, but failed. I had to jump toward the lantern standing on the floor and wave my knife through the air to drive Yargi well back. Where's your crossbow, thief? Thug asked in a mocking voice, but I ignored him. Yargi moved into the attack again and we started circling round the lantern, waiting for someone to make the first inexcusable and fatal mistake. Our knives clashed a couple of times with a repulsive clang, then they started weaving a cobweb pattern of feints and dodges, slowly but surely leading one of us to victory and the other to the grave. Steel sliced through the air and our shadows danced across the walls of bookcases and shelves. I had to sweat a bit. The damned guard was holding his knife with the niz in reverse grip. On the one hand that was bad, the skunk could easily shift his blade backward and forward between a cutting or a slashing blow. On the other hand, it was good, because the Nizin technique was intended for soldiers wearing armor that protected the free hand against being cut, but for anyone with just a shirt instead of chainmail and a chainmail glove, this technique was a double-edged sword. Whoosh! My opponent's knife came flying at my face. I parried, but at the last moment his weapon changed direction and I had to twist sharply to avoid being stabbed in the armpit. Yargi was a little bit unlucky, because when his blow missed its target, his inertia spun him round slightly, and I had time to strike at his left arm and jump away before he could realize what had happened. He hissed in pain as he shook his injured wrist. "You're not too agile, my friend. Shut up. I'll kill you," he hissed. There were heavy drops of blood flowing off his fingers and falling to the floor. Why strain yourself trying to reach your enemy's stomach or neck, if you can give him deep cuts on his wrists and wait for the wounds to make him weak from loss of blood and admit him into that world that the priests assure us is blessed? Yargi also realized that he didn't have much time left, and he came charging straight at me like a rhinoceros, trying to trick me with rapid feints. I wriggled like an eel, but I still got a slight cut on my chest. "It's time to stop this fairground performance and leave," I heard someone say. Midge's patience was almost exhausted. "You'll be carried out of here feet first, you skunk." When he heard me say that, Yargi hesitated for a moment, and I tore the cloak off my shoulder, flung it in his face, and immediately moved in and struck him with my knife. Thug swore viciously behind me. Yargi dropped his knife, started to wheeze, and grabbed hold of my wrist. I pulled it free with an effort, leaving the knife behind in his belly. Harold was left without his most important and most persuasive argument. The other two killers came for me without any more talk. I leapt back in a most inelegant manner, on the way flinging the lantern into Thug's face and sticking my hand into my bag to feel for a magic vial. Thug caught the lantern I'd thrown at him as if it were a ball and clicked his tongue in disappointment. I fumbled in my bag and tossed a round little bottle of poisonous yellow liquid at Midge, but he ducked his head and the damned magical bauble smashed against one of the legs of a gigantic set of shelves loaded with books. So instead of the hired killer's head, it was the wooden leg that dissolved into thin air. A remarkable stroke of luck. "Come here, Harold. Time to stop running. I'm going to slice you to ribbons." Meanwhile the shelves, having lost their support, started tumbling forward, straight onto the unsuspecting killers. Just one moment longer, and they both would have been crushed, but the sound of books slipping off the shelves attracted their attention. Midge dived aside, but Thug, being rather less bright, started turning round, opened his mouth wide in amazement, and was hit by the hail of tumbling tomes. Then the shelves that were missing a leg collapsed, overwhelming the man and flattening him to a pancake. His final howl was drowned out by a loud rumble. I glanced round. Midge was nowhere to be seen. Without wasting any more time, I reclaimed my knife, wiped it on the dead man's clothes, and put it back in its scabbard. Then I loaded my crossbow, I pulled on the lever to tighten the string and set the bolts in their firing position. Then, for extra reassurance, I put another bolt between my teeth so that if the first two missed the target I wouldn't lose too much time reloading. Having armed myself, I began methodically withdrawing to the exit. I forced myself not to run, although I wanted to dash through the dark rooms and out into the light as quickly as possible. But to hurry would have been to lose control of the situation and, consequently, to make myself vulnerable. Eventually the damned bookcases and shelves came to an end and I was left facing the corridor that led to the service door. I stopped, trying to decide how best to sneak along a narrow tunnel where it was hard even to turn round, let alone engage in armed combat with a wild heart. It was his shadow that gave him away. It was pale and weak, almost hidden by shafts of light, but I could still see it. Midge might have been an experienced warrior, but he hadn't done a very good job of hiding. The killer had climbed up a set of shelves and hung there, waiting for me to pass by below him. We both made our move at the same time. I spun round, raising the crossbow, and he jumped down onto my shoulders with his knife. The bowstring twanged. The first bolt just missed my enemy as he fell onto me and struck one of the thick volumes standing on the top shelf. I had no time to take a second shot. Or even to jump aside. The killer slumped on top of me with all his weight, and the only reason I wasn't killed was that I managed to strike him across the wrist with the crossbow with all my might. His knife and my weapon went flying off to one side. I fell onto my back, hitting my head against the stone floor, and showers of bright sparks exploded inside it. The accursed killer landed on me and without a second's hesitation, not disconcerted in the least by having lost his knife, he smashed his fist into my face. Bang! One of the gnome's powder kegs exploded on my right temple and I gritted my teeth, almost biting through the bolt I was holding between them. Struggling against the pain, I made a highly inelegant effort to kick him, but this pitiful attempt was unsuccessful. Midge swung his fist back and smashed it into me again. I grabbed the crossbow bolt out of my teeth, swung it, and stuck it into my opponent's shoulder. He roared and slackened his grip a little bit, but then smashed me in the face with his elbow with a furious growl. Unlike his partners, he wasn't given to idle conversation, and simply wanted to finish the job as quickly as possible so that he could be on his way. The finale of our epic battle, which was worthy of being recorded in the frescoes in the royal palace, was that Midge's sinewy hands grabbed the neck of a certain herald in a crayfish claw grip and set about choking him in a rather determined fashion by closing off the flow of air to his lungs. I punched Midge on the ribs with both hands, but that didn't have any effect, either. He merely tightened his grip like an imperial hound and leaned over me, gritting his teeth. The bolt in his shoulder was no hindrance to him at all. Someone began wheezing in a most convincing fashion. Then the wheezing began fading away, retreated into the background, and got tangled up in the shadows. When the darkness had completely subdued me, from out of some other world, a beautiful world full of fresh air, I heard the twang of a bowstring, the whistle of an arrow in flight, and a dull thud. Then something very heavy fell on me, finally pinning me to the floor. Amazingly enough, it became easier to breathe. I lay there without opening my eyes, breathing in that priceless gift of the gods' air. Everything inside me was wheezing and whirling and whistling. My neck hurt unbearably, it was even painful to swallow, but I was breathing, and that was the most important thing just at the moment. "Alive, my lord," a voice above me said. "Get him up." To judge from the angry voice, that was Baron Frago Lantan in person. Sheer politeness obliged me to part my heavy eyelids and take a look at the new characters in this never-ending comedy. I was right. The Baron, in an unusually dour mood, was standing over me in the company of about 24 of his faithful dogs. The heavy item that had fallen on me was none other than the dead Midge. They had shot an arrow straight between his shoulder blades, and the hired killer had decided to die right on top of me. To be quite honest, I must confess that this was the first time in my life I had ever been so glad to see the municipal guard. In my mind, I took back all the bad things I'd ever said about their skill and their intellectual capacity, and swore on the health of the leader of the Doralitions that this week I wouldn't think anything nasty about them even once. A soldier took a firm grip on me under my arms and set me on my feet. For some reason, the floor was swaying about rather vigorously and I had to make a serious effort not to fall. After its recent encounter with Midge's fist, my face was burning with an appalling heat, as if someone had briefly held a red-hot poker against it. "Baron Lantan? You have no idea how glad I am to see you here," I croaked quite sincerely. My throat was still sore, and I could still feel the other man's remorseless fingers on my neck. "I should think so," one of the guards snorted. "Harold, you son of a bitch, what in the name of darkness are you doing here?" Frago barked. I could see that I'd spoiled his mood for an entire month ahead. What if we hadn't turned up? Then the story would have ended very sadly for me, I muttered. "I hate it when people yell at me. And not only for you," Frago went on, still howling. "The king would have had my hide. How did you know you should look for me here?" "We didn't know," snapped the Baron, a little calmer now, and sat down on a chair hastily moved up for him by one of his subordinates. Naturally, no one offered me a seat, but I was in no state to be concerned about etiquette, and so I took a stool and made myself comfortable facing the Baron. "We didn't know," the Baron repeated, and glanced at the guards. "Jig, take a stroll." "As you say, milord." "We were looking for this criminal," said the Baron, jabbing one finger disdainfully toward Midge's corpse. "A deserter and a traitor. The Wild Hearts were looking for him, too, but we were luckier. A little bird whispered in my ear that this bold lad was in the royal library, so we came to catch him while he was available. We weren't planning on meeting you." It was hardly surprising that Frago himself had decided to take part in the hunt and the arrest. Deserters from the Wild Hearts were regarded as the most dangerous of criminals. And it was very lucky for Midge that he'd caught that arrow in his back. If the Wild Hearts had got their hands on him, they would have talked to him in a rather different tone of voice. He wouldn't have departed this world quite so easily. "Let me repeat my question. What are you doing here, Harold?" "I came to look up an old friend. He's the custodian of this library." "And where is your friend, if you would be so kind as to tell me?" "He's dead." "Tell me about it." So I told him. I had to leave out half of the details, of course. I didn't say a word about the master and his servants, or the fact that I had seen some of the killers before that night. "Well, we can say that you have been very lucky, thief," the Baron chuckled when he had heard my story. It was clear that he could barely tolerate my presence. It obviously enraged him. We can say that I've been very lucky. I had already recovered my wits a little after what had happened, and now I was impatient for an opportunity to slip out of there and get as far away as possible. Am I free to go? There was nothing more for me to do there. I wouldn't learn anything from Bolt's dead body, and the other dead men would be as tight-lipped as, well, as dead men. Why, have you business to attend to at such a late hour? The Baron chuckled. I hope it doesn't involve entering some innocent rich man's house? Innocent rich men only exist in fairy tales, my lord, I harumphed, and got up off the stool, firmly intending to be on my way. The Baron seemed about to order me to sit down and shut up, but then Jig appeared and distracted him. My lord, there's one of our men over there. What drivel is this? Frago asked with a frown. If it please me lord, there's no doubt. It's Yargi. He was on the night shift with the 6th Patrol. The port city. From Justin's unit? They have another commander now. In that business besides Stark's stables, Justin. I know. You don't have to remind me, Frago snapped. Well, what a night. Frago exclaimed, and spat. Harold, do you at least know that you bumped off one of my men? Of course no, my lord. He didn't bother to introduce himself before trying to reduce me to prime cuts. I see. Frago sighed. Well, there's a mangy sheep in every herd. I could have told the Baron that he had more than one mangy sheep in his herd, but I maintained a judicious silence. They say silence is golden, and just recently I'd begun to understand that they're right. Come with me, you can identify him, Frago said with an imperious gesture. Aha. Why, of course. I had nothing better to do than go running after the Baron like a lapdog up on its hind legs. Pardon me, my lord, but I have the king's assignment. That earned me another darglance from Lonten. But he decided it was better not to insist. You didn't usually argue with the king's orders, unless you were a goblin jester. It could have a most lamentable effect on your health. All right. Get out of here. I didn't wait for the commander of the guard to change his mind, but disappeared into the corridor in a flash. And I didn't forget to pick up the torch on the way, to make the return journey bright and cheerful. I was in an absolutely foul mood. 15. Answers. Pardon me for the foolish pun, but the street of the Sleepy Dog was sunk in a deep sleep. It differed strikingly from its sister street, the street of the Sleepy Cat, in both the arrangement of the houses and their size. The Sleepy Dog was rather short and winding, with an assortment of low-class shops, little old houses, and a couple of inns with reputations that were not exactly the best. I was standing right in front of one of them. One fine day that huge sign in the form of a knife and an axe promised to forget its public responsibilities and come tumbling down on the head of some unlucky passerby. As I had expected, the knife and axe was empty. For had told me that Gosmo had closed up his little establishment for no apparent reason. Which was rather strange, if you knew how much money he lost by doing that. And not just from the sale of beer, but also from the fees that came his way when contracts for commissions were concluded inside his inn. The doors and the shutters were closed, but neither were any real barrier to me. I was in a determined mood and intended to visit Gosmo's Inn that night, come what may. A serious conversation between my old friend and myself was long overdue, and night is the most convenient time for catching an innkeeper off guard. Between 3 and 4 in the morning he ought to be sleeping like a log, and it's not very likely that he would be disposed to resist. At first I felt like simply breaking in as bold as brass through the main door and walking right through the entire inn as if I owned the place, but I bridled my passion and decided to break into Gosmo's bedroom window. It was a lot simpler, and there would be less fiddling about with locks and bolts. The window of Gosmo's bedroom was on the 2nd floor. I had the cobweb rope with me, and it only took me a minute to reach my goal. I had to spend a little more time on the catch. Unfastening it without making a racket was no simple job, but I don't earn my bread for nothing. Gosmo was snoring away, trilling like a nightingale. Nothing could have been farther from his mind than uninvited guests. There were several china pots with forget-me-nots in my way, and I almost knocked them off the windowsill. I had to twist and turn like one of the circus acrobats on the market square in order to avoid breaking anything. Gosmo carried on sleeping serenely. That's what's it like to have no conscience at all. I tiptoed up to him, took the rope lying on his bedside table, and then carefully slipped my hand under the pillow. I was right. My fingers came across something cold. My old friend Gosmo wasn't quite as stupid and placid as you might think. After borrowing his throwing knife, I made my way across to an armchair, brushed a few cheap rags off it, and sat down. I wanted to make Harold's entrance effective. The innkeeper had thoroughly deserved it, so it was worth my while thinking how to arrange everything for maximum effect, so that I could get at least some of my own back on the damn traitor. When I'd visited Gosmo's room 5 years earlier, on that occasion I happened to go in through the door, there had been a heavy hunting horn hanging on one of the walls. Quite a valuable item. Now I got up, walked over to the wall, and felt along it until I found the toy trumpet. I took out my crossbow, sat down in the armchair again, set the weapon on my knees, and imagined Gosmo's face. I felt like laughing, but I restrained myself. I wasn't afraid of waking anyone else. Gosmo didn't rent out rooms, so there were no guests at the inn, and after their shift the bouncers went home. We were alone in the building, and as for the inhabitants of the houses roundabout, they had seen far stranger things in their time. Or rather, heard them. I raised the horn to my lips, filled my lungs with air, and blew. What a sound that was! Even I hadn't expected such an effect. The sudden roar, which was like the rumble of a mountain avalanche mingled with the braying of an ass crazed with terror, went hurtling round the room, bouncing off the walls and setting my ears ringing. Gosmo stopped snoring, flew a full yard up into the air, together with his blanket, and when he landed he started shaking his head violently, still too sleepy to understand a thing. I had got my satisfaction and I roared in merry laughter. "Who's there?" The villain barked. His eyes weren't accustomed to the dark yet and all he could see was the window. His hand slid under the pillow like a snake and discovered nothing there. "Harold." "Harold? Who else could it be, visiting you at this hour? Light a candle." The innkeeper's hands were trembling and so it took a while for the light to appear, and when it did, it lit up the old swindler more than it did me. He was sitting on the edge of the bed with an absolutely idiotic expression on his face, batting his eyelids crazily. All he could see of me was a shadow in the armchair, a blurred form on the boundary between light and darkness. The light of the candle simply didn't reach me, the darkness devoured it when it was barely halfway there. I had to lean forward to bring my face into the circle of light. "Well, have you recovered?" I inquired derisively. "Harold, you're a real bastard. I'm glad that you and I are in agreement on that point. Now let's talk." "What about?" Gosmo looked angry and dumbfounded at the same time. "There's a little matter I need to discuss. I've been doing a lot of thinking." "That'll do you good," the innkeeper interrupted. The bowstring twanged, and a bolt went humming across the room and struck the headboard of the bed, very close to Gosmo. He jumped in the air. "In the name of darkness! What's wrong with you? Are you crazy?" He seemed a little jittery. "Be so kind as not to interrupt me. I've had a hard night and I've been feeling a bit on edge. So shut your trap and be so good as to hear me out." The innkeeper took my advice and shut up, although his thin lips turned noticeably paler. He couldn't see the crossbow, but he could sense with every pore in his skin that the weapon was trained on him. "Right then," I went on, "I've been doing a lot of thinking. About that conversation we had, and about a lot of other apparent coincidences. Why would a rogue like you suddenly decide to apologize? I was a bit too hasty at the time. I decided that it was all about the garage in the Duke's house, the one that you shameless villain, apparently forgot to warn me about. You grabbed at that line of explanation because you thought I didn't know anything and so your precious life was in no danger. But it wasn't really a matter of the garage. Isn't that right, Gosmo?" The innkeeper opened his mouth to say something, then changed his mind and merely licked his dry lips. In our little world the usual penalty for selling somebody short, especially in the way that Gosmo had allowed himself to do, was a slit throat. And, of course, the villain knew that perfectly well. That was why he said nothing and put his trust in luck, fate, Saget, and Harold's kind heart, now that I had so inconveniently found out about everything. "All right, I can see that I'm not mistaken. And that's encouraging. Let's start from the fact that you knew who gave you the commission for the figurine from the Duke's house and you didn't say a word." "I didn't know." "Well, you had a pretty good idea, which is practically the same thing," I said with an indifferent shrug. "The point was that the person to blame for all this trouble I'd got into over the horn was Gosmo. And so I had no reason to stand on ceremony with the former thief. As Saget is my witness, Harold, I didn't want to set you up. But you didn't hold back. When you saw Frago Lontan visit your dump and then take me away with him, you understood everything. And you evidently decided that I would be sent to the Grey Stones. You must have been very surprised to see Harold out in the street the next day. You thought I must know everything and you decided to cover your rear. I wouldn't be surprised if Markin played quite an important part in all this, but I threw in that last phrase for effect, to check the depth of the water, without really expecting it to produce any great effect. But Gosmo was so frightened he hiccuped so that I could hear him. "Markin had nothing to do with it, that's not," he suddenly broke off. "That's not how it was?" I asked, grasping avidly at this new thread. "I believe you. I do. Especially since I think you weren't really entirely to blame for slipping me that commission." Gosmo sighed in relief, realizing that perhaps he wasn't going to have his throat cut after all. But I'll change my mind about that, if you don't tell me all about that fat hog's little deals. May the Nameless One snatch you, Gosmo whispered wearily. All right, Harold, I did something stupid. The first time and the second time. But you have no right to complain about the first time you got your gold pieces for the figurine, and I can see that your misunderstandings with Lantan have been sorted out. That evening, after you went away with the men in orange and black, Markin and his lads turned up. And he let it drop, in passing as it were, that you had decided to join the guild after all and he needed to talk something over with you urgently. I told him that you were already bound for the Grey Stones and you wouldn't be joining any guild, but Markin insisted. You know how he can be. I did know. Markin's lads had always been well known for their polite way with reluctant talkers, and I doubted that Gosmo had resisted much, even for the sake of effect. You let him know where my lair was, I stated rather than asked. Yes. But I didn't think that you'd be there. But the Doralitions that Markin set on me thought differently. Because that night they were waiting for me with a warm welcome. Thanks, Gosmo. You're a real friend. You proved it twice. The innkeeper winced, ready for any kind of beastliness from me. If I had dispatched him into the light then and there, everyone would have supported me and said I'd done exactly the right thing. In our community of thieves, nasty little tricks like that come with a stiff price attached, even if they are unintentional. My old friend Gosmo. I began in a joyful voice, and the other man became even more miserable at this sudden and unreasonable amiability. I am prepared to forget all our misunderstandings and even not to spread the word about the way you have behaved all round the city, but for a couple of favors in return. Anything at all. Gosmo replied hastily, realizing that one pan of the scales held a couple of favors and the other held his reputation and his life. That's not much to ask. First of all, tell me about the killing of the magician from Finland and the disappearance of a certain item. Gosmo chewed on his lip thoughtfully, rubbed his chin, and then said, Markin's men. SHNYG and Nightingale, the word is. They did a perfect job, not even the magicians can figure it all out. They stole some Doralition trinket or other. It must be something very valuable, if Markin decided to kill a magician. And to confuse the trail even further, that scumbag who was unworthy of the name of thief set the Doralitions onto me. Why else would they have been looking for me all these days? He did that, and then he withdrew into the shadows, to wait for a buyer or a client. Wonderful. So now for the second favor. You know everyone who wants to buy anything that's a little bit hot? Well, I do a bit. Don't be so modest. Tomorrow morning you'll meet the head of the Guild of Thieves and tell him that someone new has turned up who will buy this item from him for, let's say, 20,000 gold pieces. But that would be a lie. That made me laugh. Gosmo, don't try to tell me that you're an honest man and you never lie. I won't believe you, Dot. But Markin and his lads will feed me to the fish under the piers. Don't worry about it. I swear on Sagat that soon Markin will forget all about you for years and years. Will you tell him? I will, Gosmo muttered. All right, say he has to be in the inn at 10 minutes to midnight. Tomorrow. Or, rather, today. Yes. And you can take an advance from him to cover the damage to your inn, in case the deal doesn't go down. What damage? Don't get nervous. You'll just have to wipe the blood off the floor and that'll be it. Tell Markin and his lads to be here, and to bring the goods with them. Say this is the only time when the customer can meet them. Markin's too greedy not to show up. What about the damage? Forget it. Nothing terrible will happen, I declared in a perfectly honest tone of voice. I don't know what you've thought up, Harold, but I don't like it one bit. But you have to agree that it's better than losing your life. I got to him there. All right now, it's time for me to go. It was nice to see you. Hey, Harold, I'll do what you ask, but you have to promise you'll forget all the minor inconveniences that I caused you without intending any harm. It's a deal, my friend, I lied. I didn't feel like leaving through the window, the usual way seemed more attractive, although it is true that I had to walk backward all the way to the door, since good old Gosmo was famous for his skill in throwing even the very heaviest of knives. I couldn't be sure that he didn't have some other nasty toys hidden away under the mattress. I didn't trust the old swindler any more than a crayfish duke, and life is far too pleasant a thing to part with it as stupidly as that. I had no doubt at all that Gosmo would do as I had asked. He really had no choice. Unless he wanted to get out of town or tell Markin all about our nocturnal conversation. But the first choice was impossible, he would have to abandon his beloved inn, and as for the second. Would you conclude an alliance with a bloodthirsty snake, knowing perfectly well that he would bite you on the heel just when you weren't expecting it? There, you see. Neither would Gosmo. He would rather put his trust in Harold, and he would try to earn a little bit of money from the guild as well, in the hope that everything would turn out all right. I pulled back the bolt on the main door and slipped out into the street. I couldn't give a damn whether Gosmo closed the inn after me or left it wide open to the whim of gods and vagabonds. 16. Hunters of the Horse. The day that followed turned out pretty topsy-turvy. I went round to a dozen different places in order to put a couple of ideas into action. If everything went well, the night ahead was going to be a pretty dramatic one, although the actors still had no idea of the roles they were destined to play. What I had to do now was put the final touches on the production and warn the last few participants about the imminent performance. And so I paid a visit to Archmagician Artsavis's house. The Archmagician wasn't in, and I asked Roderick to pass on his invitation to the friendly little party. The young lad looked rather astonished, but he promised to relay the message in detail. And then, having done everything that had to be done, I set off with an easy heart to first place, to while away the long hours until night. But my teacher was not in, so I was left to my own devices in his apartment. After spending a couple of hours wandering round the rooms from one corner to another, I finally realized that I was far too nervous altogether and it was not doing my fragile health any good. I studied for Swine Vault and pulled out a bottle of wine. After twirling it thoughtfully in my hands, I regretfully put it back. The last thing I needed now was to arrive at the inn drunk and spoil the party. I would just have to sit here going quietly out of my mind while I waited for night to arrive. I sat in an armchair for a while, checked my crossbow for the 100th time, even shaved, since I had more than enough time on my hands. Then I gazed vacantly out of the window, wondering what I could do to keep busy. But unfortunately, not a single decent idea came to mind, and I almost started howling out loud in my anxiety and impatience, until I was suddenly struck by the thought of reading the papers I'd retrieved from the Tower of the Order. Greatly encouraged by this brilliant idea, I was all set to immerse myself completely in the lake of knowledge. But the papers had disappeared without a trace. I turned everything upside down, starting with Frith's writing desk and ending with the mattress on his bed. I even looked under the bed, but apart from a rather impressive layer of dust and a startled spider, there was nothing there. I had to pause for breath and try a different approach. There was no doubt that the papers were somewhere in these chambers. For wouldn't have taken them anywhere else unless something really terrible had happened. So I started the search all over again, trusting to my own experience and my knowledge of my friend's habits. I tapped the floor with the handle of a knife until I heard the dull sound that indicates a secret hiding place. And I actually heard it twice. But my discoveries were disappointing. When I pried up a stone slab under the table, I discovered a rather fine casket packed with royal gold pieces. A little nest egg set aside for a rainy day. I discovered the second hiding place beside an old bookcase, where the floor was covered with a mosaic illustrating the sins of man. Good old Fur had decided to demonstrate his distinctive sense of humor by concealing his riches under the tile bearing the inscription "Greed." There was rather more gold here than in the first hiding place, and I assumed I had discovered the secret treasury of the servants of Sagat. To my professional eye, it looked like 6,000 or 7,000 gold pieces. A huge amount of money. Enough to build your very own castle, if you wanted. But, as ill luck would have it, the papers I was looking for weren't there. I spent about an hour examining the floor, and then started looking for hiding places in the furniture. In one of the drawers of the writing desk I discovered a double bottom, where my dear teacher kept his correspondence with the priests from Garrick. I don't think it was really secret, otherwise Fur would have hidden the letters somewhere more secure. These papers had probably been left there to distract the attention of fools from something much more important. Feeling that the solution to the mystery was already close at hand, I returned to the search with renewed zeal and carefully sounded out all the chairs, and even the carved headboard of the bed. Not a thing. Might as well try to find a dwarf who smokes. Now came the most difficult part, checking the walls. This time Lady Luck smiled on me, and when I tapped on one of the frescoes with the soft cushions of my fingertips, I heard a faint sound that was very slightly different from the usual one. Now I had to figure out how to get into the hiding place. Make a hole in the wall? No, that would be vulgar, to say the least. I'm a master thief, after all, not some pot-bellied petty burglar. I don't like doing things the crude way unless there are good reasons for it. And I wasn't stealing, I was simply taking my own papers, which the solicitous Fur had hidden. I thought my teacher would be rather upset if I ruined this original set of frescoes and left him a hole in the wall as a memento. I had to feel every single inch in the hope of activating some secret lock. Of course, if the lock of the hiding place involved magic, I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. I would just have to wait for 4. Although I did have something in the stores that I bought from the greedy Master Hunchel that might do the trick for me. I got my bag, rummaged about in it for a moment, and eventually fished out a little bottle containing a milky white elixir. A skeleton key for various kinds of magic locks. I splashed a generous dose of the sharp-smelling liquid on the wall where I assumed the hiding place was concealed. When they landed on the fresco, the drops flared up for a moment like brilliant rubies and melted away into the air, as if they had never been there at all. But the wall became transparent, and then the fresco with the picture of a bull slid smoothly to one side, revealing the entrance to the hiding place, a massive metal door of gnome workmanship. The lock looked pretty serious. I cleared my throat and moved a table up to the wall, since the safe was set rather high. I climbed up, sat in a comfortable position, took my faithful lockpicks out of my bag, and started fiddling about. It was more than 20 minutes before the final spring reluctantly clicked and the door opened slightly, moving a mere hair's breadth away from the wall. I laughed happily and reached out my hand, but then jerked it back again. I really ought to check the secret safe for traps set for impatient fools. 4 was quite capable of installing some horrible device out of old habit. But no, there was no hidden spring or loaded crossbow or any other nasty little trick. The safe proved to be small. No valuables. Only papers. I didn't start delving into the secrets of the priestly brotherhood. The lads had their own little games and it wouldn't be right for me to go sticking my curious nose into them. I simply took what was mine and closed the door. The moment the lock clicked, the magical fresco reappeared, concealing the ugly opening in the wall. A casual observer would never have guessed that there was a safe hidden there. I dragged the table back to its former position and sat down to study the documents thoroughly, since I still had 4 hours left. I glanced quickly through the rhymed riddle and then turned to the map of Rad Spain. But the progress I made in all that time was hardly worth a bent penny. Corridors, halls, entryways, rooms, hidey holes, tunnels, caves, and underground palaces. And it was all woven into some kind of tight tangle of snakes suffering agonizing deaths from their own venom. A labyrinth thousands of years old, the foundations of which were laid by someone unknown at a time when the orcs, the first race of the New Age, had not yet appeared in Ciala. When it was almost evening and my eyes were tired and good old for still hadn't put in an appearance, I tore myself away from the maps and put the documents in my bag. I felt too lazy to fiddle with the secret fresco again, and I didn't want to waste any more of the magical liquid either, so I thought my old bag would be a safe enough hiding place. It was time to be off. In principle, I didn't really have to go anywhere. But I was tormented by a mixture of doubt and curiosity. Would my plan work? And would Artsivus believe what I had asked Roderick to tell him? Because, if the archmagician ignored what I had said, the role plan would all go to the darkness, together with the demon who managed to snatch the horse with his clawed fingers. 8/P. Evening SAS drawing on. That time of day had arrived when the world is colored in every shade of gray. The sun had not yet sunk behind the horizon, but it was ready to retire, and the moon looked like a snow owl. For just 1 hour the gigantic, drowsy bird known as Twilight had spread its wings over the city. A suspicious silence had spread along the street of the sleepy dog. This meant that some dark business was in the offing and somebody's blood might be spilled. Therefore the inhabitants of the houses in the area had gone scurrying off on highly important, but imaginary business, with an air of serious haste, and it was hardly surprising that as the lazy Twilight's gentle hands felt their way along the stone walls of the houses, they found almost no one in the street. Ah, but that was just it, almost no one. The street was not actually empty. There were a few lads about with an appearance that was quite easily recognized, the kind of appearance possessed by certain individuals who were at odds with the law and prepared to slip their hands into the pocket of Baron Lunten himself. Markin had taken the trouble of posting lookouts in order to spot any unusual developments in the form of Frago Lunten and his faithful lads, or even Harold, if it came to that. Well. Thanks Saget, the lads didn't notice me, and I turned onto the next side street, intending to get into Gosmo's Inn through the service entrance. Or exit, it all depends on which way you look at it. But there was a stroke of ill luck in store here, too. As if to spite me, there were a large number of angry-looking Doralitions hanging about nearby, keeping an eye out for suspected enemies, and I got out of there in a hurry. The goats were also pretending to be peaceful lambs and acting as if this was their home territory. The local inhabitants were not objecting. I'd have to do it the old-fashioned way, over the roof. Using the cobweb, I was soon standing on the roof next to the roof of Gosmo's Inn, and with a hop and a skip I was on the other building. I dived into a little attic window. And almost ended up in a lovingly positioned man-trap. These hunters, may the dark elves roast me alive. You could catch an adult ober in a trap like that. Nothing could possibly be more dangerous than the hospitality of my best friend Gosmo. As I expected, the attic was dusty and dirty, and so it cost me quite an effort to find the hatch in the floor. I had to scrape away a heap of old rags, and the dust almost made me sneeze. The trapdoor was locked from the other side, and I cursed the lock, and Gosmo, and Markin's lads, and the stupid Doralitions a dozen times before I finally managed to get it open. There were no steps, so I simply jumped down onto the floor of the second story, almost colliding with Gosmo as he strolled along the corridor. The innkeeper squealed in surprise and jumped back against the wall. Harold! You'll be the death of me. he exclaimed and spat when he recognized me. Couldn't you choose a less eccentric way of visiting? Did you do as I said? I asked, ignoring his question. Somehow I didn't enjoy visiting Gosmo as much as I used to. Yes, may you be cursed 3 times over. Markin and his lads have been here for more than an hour already. My sympathies. The head of the Guild of Thieves was as impatient as ever. He had decided to turn up well in advance of the set time. What sort of mood is he in? Bad, as usual? Bad? Gosmo wrung his hands despairingly. I'm done for. The moment he learns that there isn't going to be any deal, those lads of his will have our guts. Stop whining, I said good-naturedly. You've got nowhere to fall back to now. What's true is true. Even if Gosmo betrayed me, he was a dead man. The fat slug who through some mistake of the gods had become the leader of the Avendoon Guild of Thieves never forgave anyone who tricked him. The hospitable water below the piers was waiting for Gosmo. Curses on that night when I listened to you, Gosmo muttered. He had probably been visited by thoughts about the water under the piers as well. Don't panic. It's bad for the job. Better think about something pleasant. Have you already received your share of the gold? No, Gosmo said with a frown. That cursed fat man promised to pay after he closes the deal. You'll get a deal. At exactly midnight. Meanwhile, pour the lads some beer, so they don't get too bored. Or they might get upset and start trashing the place. Who's going to pay for it? There was no more warmth in the old thief's eyes than in an icicle on the Sudar Pass. You are, of course, or did you think I'd pay a brass farthing to help fill Markin's belly? Gosmo didn't think so, and he spat on the floor again. Go and keep them busy, give them some beer. I'm going into the office. The darkness take you, Gosmo muttered, and set off toward the staircase leading down to the first floor. I was under no illusion about Gosmo's feelings for me, but it really wasn't in his interest to sell me out. It was better for him to count on Harold coming up with something to make everything turn out all right. The office was a little room directly above the main hall of the inn. Something like a closet with a magical floor that was transparent from one side, so that you could see what was going on underneath your feet. As far as I'm aware, Gosmo acquired the inn without the magical floor. But one day a magician who had been expelled from the order locked himself in the closet with a young maiden, and this was the result. I won't even try to imagine what they got up to in there, but the outcome was a very convenient observation point. I found out about it completely by accident. That day good old Gosmo had taken a drop too much, and his tongue was flapping faster than the sails of a windmill. The next day the innkeeper denied everything, of course, but I cornered him, and he had to admit I was right. So today I was going to watch the show with every comfort and, most important, in absolute safety. Just as I had anticipated, no customers were expected that day. No man in his right mind, or even out of it, would go barging straight into a hornet's nest, especially when the chief hornet was Markin himself. Better to spend the day at home and go without drink. Or visit the inn on the next street alone. Gosmo, of course, did not share the opinion of those regulars who were too timid to visit his establishment today, but, to do him justice, he suffered in silence. The role of customers had been usurped by Markin's faithful jackals. There were about 24 of these items spread around the tables. I call them items rather than men because these lads were no more than the living appendages of their swords. They were a brute force that simply carried out the instructions of the head of the Guild of Thieves. And they were even more hard up for brains than the Doralicians. The lads were downing the free beer provided by the generous Gosmo, who flitted from table to table filling the orders of the insolent bandits. The entire gang was very heavily armed. They looked as if they had just dropped in for a minute before going off to make war on the Nameless One. It looked like I was in for a genuine fireworks show. His Majesty, my Lord Fatass, the head of the gang of corpse-eaters that was unworthy to bear the title of the Avendoon Guild of Thieves, was sitting at a separate table straight below me. If there had been no barrier between us in the form of the floor, I would have been absolutely delighted to spit on his bald, shiny head, something that he deserved 1,000 times over. The fat leader of the guild was decked out more richly than the peacocks in a sultan's courtyard. The dark brown suit of fine velvet was fit for a king, not the owner of 3 chins and a pair of little rat's eyes drowning in fat. I found Markin repulsive. He was a slug who had managed to crush the once beautiful and all-powerful Guild of Thieves under his own vast carcass through crude deception. There was a time when we could still pass each other by on the narrow path of our personal interests and commissions, but now the day had arrived when the path was too narrow for both of us. There was a man in black sitting opposite Markin, with his back to me. It was Paleface, of course. They were talking about something and the killer began waving his hands about in nervous irritation, but Markin took no more notice of him than a coal would take of a well-known shinbone. "What are you so nervous about, Rolio?" asked Markin. I'm not nervous. Paleface hissed. I'm just saying that I don't like all this. What don't you like about it? The argument seemed to have been going on for some time already, and Markin was beginning to get irritated. The buyer. How did he find out that you had the horse? And where would he get so much money from? What difference does that make to you? I don't think Gosmo would dare try to trick me. And as for the buyer, that's not our concern, Markin laughed. You're right about that, Paleface muttered, getting up off his chair. At last I was able to get a look at his face. Several burns and a mass of scratches made Paleface look like a visitor from the next world. It was not so easy to look handsome after suffering the effects of Roderick's fireball. And his arm was still in a sling. It would be a long time before he forgot that shot from Bolt, may he rest in the light. It's not our concern. It's your concern. Our common acquaintance gave you the commission for the horse. And you'll be the one to pay with your stupid head for deciding to sell the horse to someone else and bypass the client. And I seem to recall that our common acquaintance ordered you to kill Harold, but the thief is still alive, while you look like something that's come back from the dead. And I also remember very well that my best men never came back from your adventures. 2 of them never got out of that nameless alley and another 3 were finished off by the guards in the library. And I'd like to ask what in the name of darkness those guards were doing there in the first place. And then another 3 of my most experienced men disappeared somewhere in the forbidden territory. And they were all sent by you. Under cover of my name. I didn't send your jackals into the forbidden territory, said Paleface, interrupting Markin. The master's servant did that. Oh, don't give me that, Rolio. Markin said with a dismissive gesture. The expression on the face of the fat master of the guild was one of frank disdain for the world in general and for Paleface in particular. You were the one who dragged me into your business with the master. If only I'd known, I'd never have got involved. Come on, Markin, you were serving the master long before I ever came to Avondum. So don't go hanging all your dead men round my neck. All I did was remind you that you can't just go on taking money for nothing. It's time to repay our lord with some real service. And you have no right to complain. Paleface snorted as he sat back down at the table. You've had more than enough gold. Gold won't save my head, Markin muttered. Nothing will save your head if you sell the horse. Paleface growled, beginning to lose patience. Several of Markin's minions looked round from their mugs of beer to see what was going on at their chief's table. I've no intention of selling the horse. Markin snapped, slamming his plump hand down on the table. We'll just take the money and leave the buyer floating under the piers. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to give that stone to anyone except the servant of the master? You'd do better to handle your own assignment and put an end to our common problem at long last. I'll put an end to him, Paleface growled in a more conciliatory tone. Harold won't be in this world for much longer. That's what you said 5 days ago, Markin said with a repulsive giggle. I'm beginning to have doubts about your professional skill. You'd do better to think about how to keep the horse safe and sound until the client comes to collect it. What's so hard about keeping it safe? Markin asked with sincere surprise. I keep it with me all the time. The head of the guild snapped his fingers casually and one of his bandits immediately placed the Horse of Shadows on the table. I've always said that the Doralicians are rather strange creatures. Only they could have called something that looks like the phallus of some ancient pagan god the Horse of Shadows. If that's a horse, then I'm the emperor of the Lakeside Empire. Hey, Gosmo! Markin shouted across the entire room. Where's this buyer of? Unfortunately, he never finished what he wanted to say. Several things happened at once. Bleeding repulsively with that remarkable skill that they have, Doralicians started running in through both of the doors. I could see that their leader was my old acquaintance Glock. The goatmen were in a really foul mood and looked as if they intended to make serious use of the clubs, hand axes, and grappling irons that they were clutching. There were only a couple of dozen men in the place, but about 50 goats came piling in. The inn was immediately crowded and the atmosphere was explosive. This time the Doralicians almost managed to surprise me. 10 of the goats had been bright enough to bring crossbows, but they were still too stupid to make use of their advantage. They should have fired first and then got involved in the fighting. But as the goats always do, they got everything backward. The ones without crossbows went charging forward stupidly, leaving their archer brothers behind them. And the ones with crossbows turned out not to be blessed with the gift of patience either. They decided that the sooner they fired, the better. So they fired. Of 10 bolts, 3 hit the wall, 6 hit the backs of the charging goatmen, and only 1 clearly by complete accident pierced the shoulder of one of Markin's men. The Doralicians just don't know how to play their trump cards. Having killed 6 of their own kind, the goats stopped in amazement, wondering how they had managed to hit their brothers in arms. Markin's lads, who hadn't been expecting to find themselves in the middle of a goat farm, jumped up from the tables, knocking over their chairs, and grabbed hold of their weapons. They had more than enough time while the Doralitions were dithering like genuine Doralitions. At the very beginning of the scuffle, Gosmo dived down under his counter. To be quite honest, I wasn't at all concerned about his health. I would have bet my own liver that the innkeeper had some kind of hatch hidden under a beer barrel down there, and in a couple of minutes he would be far away. The horse. Our horse. Glock started yelling when he spotted the stone standing all alone on a table. Thieves. The Doralitions suddenly started bleeding, waking from their stupor. And then the fun really began. Howls, yelling, a genuine ruckus with weapons clashing. Dead and wounded, blood flowing everywhere. The goatmen were really wound up and intent on annihilating the new owners of their precious relic. They lacked the brains to realize that they might get killed themselves. The bandits fought back desperately against their advancing enemies, swinging swords, knives, and stools, but the sides were still unevenly matched, and the ranks of the guild were thinned significantly. As, indeed, were those of the Doralitions. Markin was squealing something in a cowardly voice from behind the backs of his cutthroats, while they howled and swore, trying to keep the furious avengers away. Paleface was spinning like a top, with the knife in his good hand flashing to and fro, and there were already 5 goatmen lying around him as dead as could be. But the men were doomed. In a couple of minutes they would be overwhelmed by sheer force of numbers. One of the Doralitions managed to reach the horse. With a jubilant bleat, he tossed his axe aside and lifted the sacred relic high above his head, like some triumphant knight who has been awarded the cup at a tournament. One of Markin's lads immediately took his chance and used his knife, grabbing the horse out of the dying goat's hands. And at that moment new actors appeared on the stage. Vukjez came leaping out of the wall, frightening the besieged men to death, but the goats didn't realize what was happening, or they simply didn't care who they battered with their clubs. Those creatures had absolutely no instinct of self-preservation. Vukjez is clever, the demon announced to everyone there, and ripped off Markin's head with a single blow of his hand. Through some miracle the Horse of Shadows had found its way into the hands of the head of the guild. The demon roared in triumph and reached out for the treasure. But the boldest of the Doralitions, despising the danger and the likely consequences, dashed at the demon who had dared to lay claim to their Holy of Holies. Vukjez was seriously upset and he began a genuine goat slaughter. The demon was obviously a bit on the blind side, too, because a couple of times he missed and his hands hit the walls, gouging out large holes. So large, in fact, that 2 of the bandits who realized that guarding Markin's corpse was not very interesting and actually rather dangerous for their health, slipped out through these newly created doorways into the street. Vukjez was engrossed in the sporting exercise of reducing the number of Doralitions in Ciala. I saw the clever demon grab Glock by the back of the neck and bite off the one-horned goat's head, then start flailing left and right with his hands. Surprisingly enough, I even spotted Paleface in the melee of those still left alive. The bright lad was sneaking along the wall toward one of the holes that Vukjez had made. I swear on Saget himself, he was about to slip away yet again. I started wondering where Artsivus and the cavalry had disappeared to, and thinking that perhaps I ought to clear out while I still could make a run for it while the going was good. There was a deafening boom, and the magicians of the order stared appearing out of thin air. 5, 7, 10, 12 of them. The entire council of the order was there, with Artsivus at its head, and the demonologists into the bargain. The demonologists, magicians in black robes with gold trim on the sleeves, waved their hands, and a magic net woven about pale grey rays began glimmering around the demon. Vukjez began howling even more furiously and tried to break through the magical restraints, but there was a flash and he was obviously burned. He flopped down and went quiet. Tighten the flows. Artsivus coughed and gave a chilly shiver. The old man clearly felt a little uncomfortable away from a warm hearth. The job is done. The net around the motionless Vukjez began drawing tighter. I was amazed to see the monster start to shrink. The grey mesh glowed brighter and brighter. And soon all that was left on the spot where a minute earlier a huge monster had been battling was a small, faintly glowing sphere, about the size of a fist. I hoped my demon friend wasn't feeling too cramped and uncomfortable. The magicians had really bundled him up good and tight. Take him, Master Rodgon, Artsivus said with a nod. Put the beast in a secure cage and start studying him. The council will help to the extent of its modest abilities. Positively glowing with delight, one of the demonologists quickly picked the little sphere up off the bloodstained floor and put it into a small bag. Well, now at last the magicians would have a chance to study a real live demon and not just descriptions of them in dusty old tomes. Artsivus paid no attention to the dead, striding between the corpses as if they were rocks, not dead men and Doralitions, until he reached Markin's headless body and picked up the Horse of Shadows. Don't move! In the name of the king! A voice cried, distracting my attention from Artsivus, and I saw a group of guardsmen led by Baron Lontan come bursting in at the door and start rounding up the bandits and goatmen who were still alive and trying to slip away from the scene. Ah, Baron, Artsivus coughed. Right on time, as always. What shall we do with them, your magicship? Frago asked, apparently not at all concerned about the ironic tone of the Archmagician's words. How should I know? Artsivus said with a casual shrug. He couldn't care less about what happened now to the participants in the brawl. That's your business, Baron. Interrogate them, and then act as you think best. The Baron nodded and ordered his guards to take away everyone fortunate enough to have survived this night in the Knife and Axe. In this former inn. It was hard to call what was left of the building, especially on the ground floor, a venue for relaxation and entertainment. Devastation, blood, and dead bodies. It would take a lot of serious work and a fair amount of money to make this establishment look decent again. Artsivus handed the horse to one of the archmagicians, then looked up at the ceiling and asked irritably, Harold, do you intend to sit up there, or will you condescend to come down? So much for the ceiling. For the master of the order it was just as transparent as it was for me. I had to go down. On the way I got the idea of slipping out over the roof. But I didn't think it was a good idea. Artsivus was in a grumpy mood, as always, and I had no desire to spend the rest of my life as a frog. As I said once before, his magicship's glance boded no good to my own humble personage. But this time the archmagician didn't seem inclined to skin me on the spot. There you are, the old man harumphed. Come with me, I have a couple of questions for you. Good old Gosmo still hadn't emerged from under the bar, and I became even more convinced that he was long gone and his tracks were already cold. Artsivus left the inn in the care of two archmagicians and walked out. I followed. Outside it was dreadfully dark. No one had bothered to light the street lamps, and not a single window was lit up. But somehow I was certain that no one was sleeping on the street of the Sleepy Dog. Deaf trolls couldn't have fallen asleep with all the noise that had been coming from the inn for the last half hour. People would be talking about it right across the port city tomorrow. And what wild stories they would tell. Especially the ones who claimed to have been at the scene and observed it all with their own eyes. Shall I get into the carriage? I asked, just to be sure. You can run alongside if you like. Artsivus harumphed and groaned as he climbed up onto the step. Two coachmen supported the archmagician and helped him climb inside. I couldn't withstand the magician's gaze, and started looking out of the window, since it wasn't boarded up this time. I'm cold, the magician muttered, picking up the woolen blanket lying beside him. I personally didn't feel at all cold, it was a warm summer night. All right, tell me everything. What is there to tell? I was about to ask, but I changed my mind. A dead goblin could have guessed what he wanted to know from me. Allow me to assist you, the old man sneered. Let's start with how you discovered who had the horse and how the demon, who you said had disappeared for all eternity, happened to reappear in Avondum. I heaved a sigh, gathered my strength, and started telling my story. The truth and nothing but the truth. Artsivus had already heard the first part of my story, so I simply made a few corrections, adding in the conversations with the demons. After that I had to tell him about the forbidden territory, but I claimed that it would take too long to tell him everything, and limited myself to saying that I went there, got the papers, and came back. I left all the details for the next time, hoping that it would never come. The spiteful magician simply cleared his throat and assured me that the king was not as kind as he was, and I would have to tell him absolutely everything. I heaved another sigh to let him know that when the king required it, I would do as he wished. As I understood it, the carriage was simply driving us aimlessly through the city. The coachman had been ordered to drive us around Avondum until Artsivus had said everything he wanted to say and satisfied his curiosity. By my calculation, we had already been riding about for an hour, and the damned old man still wouldn't calm down and leave poor, tired Harold in peace. From the demon the conversation moved on to the horse, from the horse to the master, from the master to Radspain, from their back to the horse again. It just went on forever. But eventually the archmagician got fed up, too, or he simply got too cold and wanted to hurry to get back to his warm fireplace, but in any case the questions finally dried up. All right, thief, the old man said, and looked out of the window. It will be morning soon. I should have been asleep long ago, not riding round the city like this. I'll drop you off. Where, your magic ship? I interrupted. At the king's palace, naturally. You need to be watched very carefully. Or you'll create the kind of mess that not even the beaver caps can get you out of. But the week I was given isn't over yet, I protested. I know, Artsivus snapped. But we don't have that week anymore. You have to start out. Immediately. Soon we shall no longer be in control of events. So to wait until the end of the week would be suicide. Alright, but in any case I need to collect the papers I got from the Forbidden Territory. I'll come to the palace tomorrow, or rather, this morning. What, don't you have the maps with you? Artsivus asked in surprise. No, I'm not so stupid as to carry them about with me everywhere I go, I lied, feeling the documents burning me through the side of my bag. And where did you hide them? Artsivus harumphed, making it clear that he didn't regard the intellectual capacity of the man sitting opposite him too highly. In a safe place, I replied evasively. In a safe place, the archmagician muttered discontentedly. In our times there are almost no safe places left, Harold. And I'm a little surprised that you, of all people, don't seem to know that. Alright, have it your own way. But remember that if you don't turn up at the palace in the morning, I shall deal with you in person. Please have no doubt, your magicship, I'll be there, I hastily assured Artsivus with an air of crystal clear honesty. I don't think that the old magician believes me at all, but nonetheless he shouted for the carriage to stop. So now I would have to walk to first place. All the best, Harold, said Artsivus, letting me know that I was free to go. Good night, your magicship, I said, maintaining the high tone of the conversation. When I have to, I can be extremely polite. I got out of the carriage and closed the door behind me. So, it looked like I was on the boundary of the inner and outer cities, no more than 1 block away from Cathedral Square. I could manage that all right. The coachman hooped at the horses, and they set off at a brisk trot. But the carriage only went a few yards before it stopped again. Hey, you! One of the servants called to me. What kind of people were they? No manners, no kindness for an unfortunate man out walking in the night. Come here. I had to trudge all the way back and open the door for another look at the archmagician swaddled in his blanket. Harold, I completely forgot. Artsivus coughed. Thank you for your help. The Order will not forget this. Long after the carriage had dived into darkness and been swallowed up by it, I was still standing there in the middle of the street with my mouth hanging open. I couldn't remember anything like it ever happening before. The Order had acknowledged someone's help and even said thank you. Now I was absolutely certain that the world was poised on the edge of a precipice and at any moment the sky would come tumbling down. 17. New acquaintances. Do you struggle with the darkness within you? I gave a sigh of relief. So, after all, there were some things in our sinful and long-suffering world that remained unchanged. The old fogey, so advanced in age that all the stuffing had spilled out of him ages ago, was still at his post in front of the gates of the cathedral. His partner was at the other side of the entrance, dozing on his feet and in danger of keeling over and collapsing on the ground at any moment. I annihilate the darkness, I replied. Then enter and address them, said the dozy old man, suddenly coming to life. It's amazing what the force of habit can do. I think I'll probably do that in the morning. Why bother the gods with pretty trifles? I said with a chuckle. Quite right, the first priest responded. The gods get tired of our stupid requests and prayers. Well, be seeing you. I waved to the old-timers and went on my way. Are you a worshipper of Saget, too? The first old man called to me. Yes, I shouted without looking back, but then I suddenly froze and swung round sharply to face him. What do you mean by two? Why, some lads came in no more than 5 minutes ago. They asked where they could find the refuge of the protector of the hands, the priest for. Are you with them, too? I didn't answer. Instead I set off at full tilt for the sanctuary. I don't like it when people come looking for my old teacher in the middle of the night. All the grounds of the cathedral were brightly illuminated with oil lamps. The warm July night was quiet and serene. There was only a solitary cricket chirping merrily under a bush, playing his little concert for all those who refused to sleep. Even as I ran, I knew that I could be too late. Whoever it was that had been looking for, they had already done what they wanted to do. But I was propelled by the insane hope that everything might turn out all right, even though I realized that was simply impossible. The statue of the night locked in eternal combat with the ogre flashed by like a ghost, the statues of the gods flitted past in a blur of faces and figures. The path curved to the left, but I ran straight on across a flowerbed, crushing the sleepy, pale blue flowers with the mournfully drooping petals. Forward, forward. The gloom of the archway sucked me in and instantly spat me out at the other end. I went flying into the dwelling of Saget, on the way snatching the crossbow out from behind my back. The accursed sweat was flooding into my eyes so that I couldn't see properly or even worse aim properly. The door into first chambers. I was too late. The door wasn't there anymore. It had been chopped into several pieces and was no more than a heap of rough boards lying on the floor. I burst straight into the room, a stupid thing to do, I won't argue, but just at that moment I wasn't in any state to think straight. I was greeted with weapons. About a dozen naked swords and a couple of lances very nearly made holes in Harold from every direction. The only thing that saved me was the sudden way I came to a halt. And, of course, that thunderous howl from 4. Nobody move. He's one of ours. Everybody there froze on the spot, and only then was I able to see that the men threatening me were the good priests of Sagat. Their expressions were determined and not exactly friendly, but I had to assume they had serious reasons for that in the form of the 5 dead bodies lying on the floor. The dead men's clothes were anything but priest-like. Only those who considered themselves members of the Guild of Assassins dressed like that. 4, are you all right? I asked, trying to make out my teacher behind the wall of priests. What could possibly happen to me? My teacher boomed, pushing his way through his volunteer bodyguards. And indeed, if you discounted the bruise on his face, very much like the one on my own, only brighter and fresher, and his torn priestly robe, the ceremonial one, I think, for was certainly alive and perfectly well. Brother Oligo, remove these. Of course, Master 4, a bearded priest said with a nod. There are still plenty of places left under the apple trees. It was interesting to wonder just how many dead men who had threatened the health of the glorious brothers were buried in that garden under the old apple trees. Quite a lot, I imagined. I suppose you won't be informing the guards? I asked, just to be on the safe side. One of the brothers, who was wiping the blood off the floor, gave a loud guffaw, a simple sound that perfectly expressed his attitude to that error of the gods that bore the title of the municipal guard. I need to have a talk with you, said 4. He seemed a bit depressed. What happened here? Nothing too serious. I come back here from the Chapel of the Hands, ready to eat a hearty supper and at the same time ask you about what's going on in this vain world of ours, and suddenly. Well, I see that the door into my chambers has been chopped into pieces in a most brazen fashion and the dead men you've already seen are walking around in my rooms. I might have forgiven the poor sinners for just walking around. But they were also rummaging through the drawers of my desk and sticking their noses where they had no right to look. Well, I got really angry, and then these lads took out their weapons and tried to finish me off for good measure. Fortunately, I brought this thing back with me from the chapel and I was able to hold them off until my colleagues arrived. 4 nodded casually in the direction of a heavy ceremonial mace lying on the table. Oh ho! From the look of it, someone's head must have taken a real battering. Meanwhile the priest had finally finished cleaning up. He grabbed his bucket in one hand, his rag in the other, and left 4 and me on our own. The servants of Sagat are not like other priests. These lads in grey cassocks can do more than just pray to the gods, they can wash the floor, mend a hole in the roof, or fight off professional killers. Sagat! 4 exclaimed, raising his hands toward the ceiling. They can only put in a new door in the morning, meanwhile we'll have to pass the time without it. Has he gone? Aha! I glanced out of the room and then sank down onto a chair with a weary sigh. That day, like every other day that week, had been a hard one, and very eventful. So what did you want to say to me? Harold, kid, 4 began, the papers had disappeared. Which papers? I asked, not realizing what he was talking about. Those papers, said 4. When I got here, one of those men was rummaging in the safe, but they weren't there anymore. Don't worry, I took the papers, I said to reassure my teacher, and slapped the bag with the valuables from the old Tower of the Order inside it. Yesterday evening, while I was waiting for you. Thanks be to Sagat. 4 sighed in genuine relief, and then he peered at me and asked, how did you manage to open the safe? Very easily, but apparently not as easily as your uninvited guests. I think they found it and opened it far more quickly, only they didn't find what they were looking for. 4 shook his head. And since when have members of the Guild of Murderers gone in for theft? And where did they get the courage to attack priests in the sanctuary of their god? 4 I'm not sure that these men were from the guild. The murderers don't usually work like that. And you've always been on good terms with the guild, Urges wouldn't be likely to send his lads here. No, this is someone else. The master again? 4 quipped acidly, taking out a bottle of wine. We both definitely needed a drink. Anything's possible. How did it all go? You mean my little problem with the horse? Well, yes, said 4, taking a swig of wine from a beer glass. All his wineglasses had been broken in the battle with the unknown killers, and he was obliged to pour the beverage of the gods into vessels not intended for that purpose. I told him. Isham, you managed to break Borg's link by the most elementary method of setting all the sides against each other. Clever, but not new by any means. Well, that's just an old man's grousing. Pay no attention, kid. The only thing that really bothers me is that Markin and his gang and that paleface of yours. What's his name? Rolio. Rolio, 4 repeated, as if he were savoring the taste of the word. I've never heard the name before. He's definitely not from Avendoom. Now what was I saying? Aha! Yes, they also serve this master. Whichever way you turn, everybody's his servant. Well, Markin won't be serving anybody anymore, I laughed. I didn't feel at all sorry for the fat thief who had been killed by Vukjaz. No, Markin won't. And I hope that now his place in the guild will be taken by someone more worthy and it will become what it used to be in the days of my youth. But this Rolio's never going to let you be. Markin is dead, but he wasn't the one who gave the murderer his commission, it was some influential servant of the master, and that means you'd better watch out for your head. I will, I agreed. But anyway, I came to say goodbye. I have to go to see the king, and then set out. Only don't go at this time in the morning. Everyone at court is asleep, and there's certainly no one expecting you there. Better take a rest, Harold, you look to me as if you've been used as a plough horse for every field in Ciala. It was hard to disagree with that. I felt more than ready to get my head down for as long as possible. 100 years or so would probably do, and while I was asleep this spot of bother with the Nameless One would sort itself out naturally. But of course, next morning nothing had changed for the better. The Nameless One was still up there beyond the needles of ice, nursing his grudge against Valiaster, and I had to travel more than 100 leagues to collect that magical penny whistle. For and I parted with few words. Take care of yourself, kid. That was all that he said before I gathered up my things and left his hospitable dwelling, hoping I'd be able to come back to see the old priest after my visit to Radspain. I walked to the palace without any adventures. There had been a light shower of rain in Avendoom while I was sleeping, and the air still had an elusive scent of coolness that was threatening to disperse in the hot rays of the sun. The rain had fallen and disappeared without trace. The sky was a clear azure blue that could compete with the eyes of a goblin, and there was not a single cloud in sight. It was just past midday, and the sun was really scorching. There was a wind, too, but it was so hot that it brought no relief. Something very strange was going on with the weather that year. In the inner city the rich men were carrying on with their calm, unhurried lives, ignoring the heat and clear minor difficulties of life. The houses here were white and packed with the best life had to offer. But the first thing that strikes you when you walk into the inner city is how clean everything is. Not a single speck of the dust and dirt that you get so used to in the port city. And the people here are respectable, too. These lads don't steal purses. The gents in the inner city handle such huge sums of money and steal on such a grand scale that I could never earn that much in 10 lifetimes of non-stop thieving. I was robbed once by the inner city guard. My appearance was none too respectable, on account of my clothes. But it was okay. They Juart asked where I was going, and when they got the answer, they left me alone. It turned out they had already been warned about MX visit. A huge bulk of the royal palace, surrounded by walls that were anything but decorative, occupied a substantial part of the inner city. A small fortress within the fortress city. Every new king in the Stocken dynasty regarded it as his duty to finish building something, build something new, or improve something. The result was that the palace had grown to an immense size, while remaining what it had always been since it was first founded, a fortress. First of all I planned to go in through the gates for servants and those delivering food to the royal kitchen, but then I thought, why should I go in through the little back gate like some rustic peasant? The king has personally invited me to come and see him, I didn't ask him to do it, so they can open the central gates for me. I crossed the parade square at an angle, walking confidently straight toward the gates. When the guards on duty spotted me, they livened up noticeably. What can we do for you? One of them inquired, clutching a spear with a long narrow tip. Ever since the Stocken dynasty ascended the throne, the palace had been protected by the king's personal guard, which was now commanded by the eternally gloomy Milord Rat. Only nobles could serve as guardsmen, and guarding the king was regarded as an exceptional honor, especially for youngest sons who could expect no pickings from their father's estates, while here they could actually distinguish themselves and acquire estates of their own. These lads didn't like to put on airs and graces. All those fancy ceremonial halberds or poleaxes carried by the guards of the emperors of the two empires were no use for the normal defense of a head of state in unforeseen circumstances. A spear, now that's a weapon of war. Ever since the father of the present Stocken was attacked by rebels from the western provinces, no one had tried to persuade the guards to change their weapons for anything else. It was the warriors' spears that had saved the king and the kingdom. I wish to see His Majesty, I said. The young noblemen are well educated, of course, but everyone enjoys a joke at the expense of an idiot. The entire platoon of 10 guards burst into delighted peals of laughter. Would you like to go straight to him? Asked the guardsman who had begun the conversation. To join him for a small glass of wine, no doubt? He said, winking merrily at his comrades. Well, well. We're very pleased to have a jester from the market square come visiting. And how shall we introduce you, milord? Another guard asked with a bow that was elegant, despite being humorous. You're probably a marquis, like me? Or a duke? Your business with the king must be very urgent, I'm sure. The guardsmen started laughing again. You're a jolly lad. But now be on your way. The king's not seeing just anyone today, as usual. Wonderful, I said with an indifferent shrug. Just let Artsibus say that I hadn't even tried. Goodbye, milords. But before I could leave, a soldier with the badges of a lieutenant of the guard appeared out of nowhere and demanded that I name myself. Harold, I replied. The guards' faces immediately dropped and the Marquis even spat on the ground at his feet. So what was that comedy all about? He asked me. Why couldn't you have said straight away? Follow me, I'll show you through, the lieutenant told me. And next time, gentlemen, I'll have your hides if you disobey an order from Milord Olistan. The young noble lords had enough wits to keep quiet and not argue with the lieutenant. But their mood had definitely been spoiled. Too bad. The road led from the gates directly toward a huge grey building with tall arched windows. There were plenty of people on the grounds, both servants and those who lived here thanks to Stauchan's gracious generosity. I took a sly look around, just in case I should ever happen to come back here on my own account. However, we didn't go into the building. The lieutenant turned aside and led me along a path paved with yellow sandstone. So tell me, Harold, what is this business you have with Milord Marcoz, if he's dashing off somewhere and dumping all the guards on me? The lieutenant suddenly asked. I don't know, milord. I wasn't going to give away state secrets to the very first person I met. I thought I heard the lieutenant sigh. He's going away at a bad time. A very bad time. The guards and the king need him here. I didn't say anything. This is your spot. Sit somewhere and wait. Someone will come for you. The lieutenant walked away, with the silver buttons on his blue and gray uniform glittering in the sun. I looked around. A small garden with a round open space at the center, spread with sand. It was probably used for something like a fencing ground. Or whatever it is they call that place where guardsmen are trained to wave their shafts of metal about. I could see through to the palace, it was almost directly behind it, in fact. I adjusted my bag on my shoulder and started waiting, carefully observing the people around me. Oh yes, I was not the only one there. There were 10 quite serious-looking lads hanging about nearby. I remembered their faces, because I'd seen them that night when I visited the Duke's house. They were the soldiers who had escorted Miralissa through the dark city. Wild hearts. I drew a few mildly curious glances from them. But that was all. What in the name of a Sancour did they care about some stranger who had turned up out of the blue? Especially since all the wild hearts had urgent business to attend to. Some were playing dice, one was sleeping in the shade of the little fountain, some were checking their weapons, and one had decided to practice with his swords. And so Harold was ignored in a quite shameless manner. In one corner of the garden there were 4 gnomes puffing and panting beside a bed of red roses. These short lads with narrow shoulders, so unlike their massive, smooth-faced cousins the dwarves, were circling round a massive cannon. They seemed to be trying to load it, but they couldn't manage it somehow, and they were arguing irritably and waving their fists at each other's red faces. This wasn't really helping matters along, and the furious swearing only fueled the fire of argument. The gnomes ran out of breath and started seeking a compromise. They tipped some powder into the cannon from a small, bright red barrel. The ball was lying nearby, on the sand. One of the little folk, probably the youngest, to judge by his beard, tried to light his pipe, but received a smart cuff round the back of the head from one of his partners and put it back in his pocket with an offended sniff. And I should think so, too. All we needed right now was to be blasted up into the air because of some bearded idiot's carelessness. I heard light, stealthy footsteps behind my back and said with a smile, "How's life, Cleekly?" "Ooh," the goblin said in a disappointed voice. "How did you guess that it was me?" "You were snuffling." "Oh no, I wasn't." The jester protested, and sat down beside me on a step. "Oh yes, you were." "Oh no, I wasn't." "And anyway, what do you mean by arguing with the king's jester?" Cleekly asked resentfully, and to confirm what he had just said he put on the green jester's cap with little bells that he had been holding in his hand. "I'm not arguing," I said with a shrug. "Would you like a carrot?" The goblin asked amicably, producing one from behind his back. The carrot was almost half as big as Cleekly himself. A queen of carrots. A massive great carrot. "No, thank you." "You don't want any?" "All right then. I can only ask, and there'll be more left for me, anyway, but..." The jester didn't try to insist, he just bit a good-sized piece off the orange vegetable and started crunching on it, squinting contentedly at the sun. "Vegetables are good for you, Harold," the jester declared with his mouth full. "You can't live on just meat." "Are you and I about to have a gastronomical debate?" I asked, arching one eyebrow. We just sat there like that, me saying nothing and watching the gnomes at work, Cleekly dining and sometimes twitching his little feet, evidently trying to perform some dance that only he knew. I must say that it looked very amusing. "I have 2 pieces of news, good and bad. Which one shall I start with?" Cleekly asked when there was exactly half of the oversized carrot left. "The good news, I suppose," I muttered lazily. It was hot, but the weather was marvelous, and I was enjoying basking in the sun. "The good news is this," said the goblin, shaking the tip of his cap so that the bells jingled joyfully. "You're going tomorrow morning. Jingle jingle. Now let's have the bad news." "The bad news is this." The jester sighed sadly and the bells tinkled mournfully. "Unfortunately, I'm staying in the palace and not going with you." "Whom?" "Your sense of values is all topsy-turvy, Jester," I hemmed. "It's the other way round for me. The good news is bad and the bad news is good." "Ha," Cleekly sniffed resentfully. "You'll be sorry yet that I didn't go with you." "Why's that?" "Who's going to protect you on the way?" he asked with a perfectly serious expression on his face. "I think I'll get by all right," I replied in the same tone of voice. "What are the wild hearts and the rat for?" "By the way, about the wild hearts," Cleekly said, and sank his sharp teeth into the unfortunate carrot again. "Have you had a chance to get to know them yet?" "No." "Why, have you?" "I should say so. They've been here for about a week," the jester answered indignantly. "But of course. How dare I cast doubt on his ability to make new acquaintances? I'll introduce them to you, only from here, at a distance, if you have no objection." "Have you managed to offend them already?" The only possible reason for Cleekly's reluctance to approach the soldiers was that the little parasite had played some kind of nasty trick on the wild hearts. "Why do you assume I've offended them?" the jester asked sulkily, looking at me with his bright blue eyes full of reproach. "All I did was pour a bucket of water into each of their beds, and they got upset about it." "I expect they did." I chuckled. "Well then. You see those ones playing dice? The big one with the yellow hair is Honeycomb. The one beside him with the beard is Uncle. The skinny, bald one. He's the leader of this glum group. And that one over there, the plump one, is called Tomcat." "Meow," said Cleekly as loud as he could, and stuck out his tongue. "I see," I said, examining the threesome playing dice. Honeycomb was a broad-shouldered hulk 2 yards tall with powerful, sinewy hands, a head that appeared to have no neck but grew straight out of his shoulders, and hair the color of lime blossom honey. His rather simple features identified him as a country boy. You can tell them from the city type straight away. "Hoppa!" laughed Uncle as he tossed the dice once again and leaned down over them with his comrades. Uncle was more than 50 years old, with a few sparse gray hairs that had somehow survived on his bald head, and a thick gray beard. Compared with Honeycomb he didn't look very tall, but he and the giant Honeycomb and the other wild hearts all had one thing in common, the experience of men who serve on the walls of the lonely giant on the edge of the desolate lands. "I swear on a H. Sancor," Tomcat growled, "but your luck's in today, Uncle." "I pass." The fat, round-faced wild heart's behavior and harsh voice were nothing at all like a cat's. The only thing that did lend him any resemblance to the animal was his mustache, which looked a bit like a cat's whiskers. "Don't play if you don't want to," his leader laughed. Tomcat waved his hand at his partners and lay down on the grass in front of the fountain, beside the sleeping soldier. "I suppose that one must be called Sleepy or Snorer?" I asked ironically. "The one beside Tomcat?" the jester asked. "No, they call him Loudmouth." "Why?" "How should I know?" asked Cleekly, pursing his lips. "They won't talk to me. And all I did was leave a dead rat in their room. Don't I recall that just recently you mentioned water in their beds? You didn't say anything about rats." "Well, the rat was a little bit earlier," said the jester, embarrassed. "Never mind, let's forget it," I said. "Why don't you tell me about that pair over there?" I nodded, drawing the goblin's attention to 2 soldiers sitting apart from the others and sipping wine from a bottle. "The rotten swine," Cleekly muttered, ignoring my question. "That's my wine." "Then why have they got it?" "A trophy of war," the goblin muttered. "What?" I asked, surprised by his answer. "I stuck a nail in that swine's boot for a joke." "But they got angry about it." "Naturally, I would have got angry, too, and torn your green head off." "They tried to do that, too." The goblin bit off another piece of carrot. But all they could get was the bottle. Harold. If you only know how much effort it cost me to steal it from the king's wine cellar. You're the king's jester. Couldn't you have just taken it? Pa! How boring you are. Cleekly shook his head in disappointment, setting his little bells jingling in lively fashion. I can take it, but it's much more interesting to steal it. I didn't try to argue with him. An amusing pair, don't you think? He asked, and showed his tongue to the soldier who was holding the bottle. Amusing? That was putting it mildly. They were amazing. I never thought I would ever see a gnome peacefully sipping a bottle of highly expensive wine with his eternal enemy, a dwarf. The powerfully built dwarf, who could bend horseshoes with his bare hands, and his smaller, narrow-shouldered cousin with a beard, obviously had no intention of going for each other's throats. It looked to me as if the lads had already taken a drop too much. Which was strange, one bottle wasn't usually enough for that with these races. Cleekly, are you sure that the trophy of war is only one bottle? I asked the miserable goblin slyly. Of course it's only one, the jester said, and spat. They swiped a whole crate from me, but that's the last bottle. That certainly seemed closer to the truth. Even a gnome and a dwarf could easily get tipsy on a crate of wine. The ginger one's called Delier, Cleekly said with another sigh. In the language of the dwarves that means fire. And his friend who stepped on the nail goes by the name of Hallis. In their language that means lucky. That one there, said Cleekly, pointing to a man beside a bed of roses, who was practicing with 2 swords, is called Eel. Never says a word, and he simply takes no notice of my jokes. It's impossible to get him stirred up. Cleekly simply couldn't bear that kind of insult to his profession. My attention was entirely absorbed by the wild heart's practiced, precise movements. They were entrancing. In the hands of the Garakan, he was definitely a native of Garrick. You can always tell them by their swarthy skin and blue-black hair, the brother and the sister swords. Eel flowed from one position into another, his stance changing every second, the blade slicing through the air with terrifying speed, the sister stabbing so rapidly that my gaze could only catch a blurred gleam of silver lightning. A stroke, another stroke, a jab, a sharp move to the left, the brother descends onto the head of an invisible opponent, a swing around his axis and Eel's arm stretches out to an unnatural length, extended by the sister, to reach a new enemy's stomach. The wild heart takes a step backward, covering himself with the brother against an imaginary slashing blow from the right and then, out of defense, he suddenly strikes with both blades at once. The sister pierces the head of an imaginary opponent in a predatory thrust and the brother strikes a terrible blow lower down, below the shield. Beautiful. The jester said with an admiring whistle. I entirely agreed with him. Despite the heat of the scorching sun, Eel continued with his training and performed it astonishingly well. He was well-muscled and agile, with a red, aristocratic face and a slim beard. Harold, take a look at that individual over there, the funny one, but... I couldn't see anything funny about the soldier the jester pointed to. He looked a bit like Tomcat, but he wasn't so well fed. An entirely unremarkable face with thin lips and arched eyebrows, pale blue eyes, and a lazy glance that loitered for a moment on me and Cleekly. So what do you find funny about him? I asked the jester. Not the man, you blockhead. The jester exclaimed. By the way, his name's Marmot. I meant the animal on his shoulder. It was only then I looked closer at what I had taken for a tasteless decoration of gray fur on the soldier's shoulder. It was a small, furry animal, dozing quietly. What is it? I asked, giving the jester a curious glance. A ling. From the desolate lands. It's tame. I tried to feed it some carrot a couple of times. It actually scratched me, the goblin said. You were unlucky, I sympathized. I was really lucky, Cleekly disagreed. If Marmot had caught me when I was feeding his little animal rotten carrots, he wouldn't have given me a pat on the head. I swear he would have flattened me. At this point I couldn't restrain myself any longer and burst into laughter. Now I understand why you've decided not to go with me, Cleekly. Almost everyone who's traveling has a grudge against you. They'd throw you into the first ditch at the edge of the road. Nothing of the sort, the goblin protested with a sniff. It's Artsivis and Alistan. They don't want to let me go. Cleekly shook his fist at the sky in annoyance. Hey, Marmot, don't happen to feel like going to the kitchen, do you? The wild heart who hadn't spoken so far asked his friend stretched out on the grass. Judging from the chain mail and the lack of hair on his head, the soldier was a native of the border kingdom. Only they would be prepared to burden themselves with metal even in this blazing sun. The man from the borderland had just stopped sharpening his sword, and now he was looking for something to do. What for? What is there I haven't seen in the kitchen? Marmot asked in a lazy voice. You can feed Invincible, he'll die from hunger soon. He doesn't do anything but sleep and sleep. He sleeps because it's hot, but let's go to the kitchen anyway, I know what you're after. We all know that, Tomcat put in, getting up off the grass. The cooks are really tasty. Honeycomb and Uncle started laughing merrily, and the wild heart who had suggested the walk joined in the laughter. Well, are we going then? Asked the borderman. That's Ark, said Cleekly, introducing the man to me. It means scar in Orcish. He doesn't look like an orc. He's a man, Blockhead. It's just a nickname. There was the thin white line of a scar running across Ark's forehead. Listen, Cleekly, I said impatiently. The lieutenant brought me here and told me to wait until someone came to get me. How long do I have to wait? I'm about ready to melt in this heat. I came to get you, the jester giggled. Then what are we waiting for? Hang on, Harold, what's the hurry? The king's lecturing his subjects, giving them what for, and they're all silent, pale, and sweaty. Why would you want to be there? Look over that way, I still haven't told you about the last wild heart. The last of the 10 wild hearts was sitting under a spreading apple tree, clutching a massive Bidenhander with both hands. It looked to me as if the two-handed sword was too heavy for the short and apparently not very strong man. There was a golden oak leaf on the hefty black handle of the sword. Is he a master of the long sword? I asked the goblin in disbelief. You can see the handle, can't you? Of course he's a master, unless he stole that lump of metal from someone. But that thing weighs more than he does, dot. No it doesn't, the goblin objected. But it is heavy, that's true. I checked that myself. Don't tell me you tried to pinch the lad's sword. Nah, I just wanted to know how much it weighs. There was a real crash when I couldn't hold it any longer and dropped it on the dwarf's foot. I didn't answer, I was busy studying the man. He wore a funny hat that looked like one of the cathedral bells. He's called Mommer. But everyone calls him Lamplighter. Oh no. Cleekly's final phrase was not addressed to me. Lamplighter had taken out a little reed pipe, set down the Bidenhander, and was about to play. Anything but that. The goblin wailed. Mummer blew, and the pipe gave out an excruciating, hoarse screech. The jester howled and pressed his hands to his ears. If there had been any dogs nearby, they would certainly have started howling, or died in torment. I'm going to throw this at him, Cleekly said, grinding his teeth and shaking the stub of the carrot in his hand. Hey, Uncle. Delier called to the leader of the Wild Hearts. Tell Mummer to shut up. That's right. Hallis agreed, raising the bottle to his mouth. Let me get some sleep, will you? Loudmouth muttered sleepily, turning over onto his other side. Without interrupting his game of dice, Uncle found a small stone beside him and flung it at Lamplighter. In order to dodge the flying missile, Lamplighter had to break off tormenting his poor whistle. You ignoramuses, he said, annoyed. You don't know a thing about music. And that's what it's been like all week, Harold, Cleekly said, taking a deep breath. And, of course, you know about Miralissa, he said. It doesn't take a wizard to see that your interest has been awakened. Lala, she is something, isn't she? Jester, you must be hallucinating. I think these wild hearts have bopped you one time too many. I hadn't noticed Cleekly reaching into my unguarded bag. Now he was holding one of the little magical bottles in his hand, one that contained a dark cherry-colored liquid with gold sparks floating in it. Put it back, I roared at the goblin, but it was too late. Cleekly nimbly dodged my outstretched arms, dashed across to the gnomes, who had finally loaded the cannon, and flung my magical purchase. The bottle tinkled as it broke against the barrel of the cannon. There was a bright crimson flash, and the weapon disappeared. What in the name of the Nameless One had possessed me to buy a transport spell from Hunchel? Does carrying a mountain of things seem too much like hard work? Nothing could be simpler. Break one little bottle against your load, and it simply disappears. Break another, and it appears again. I'd been keeping that magic for Rad Spain. Just in case I stumbled across any old heaps of diamonds or emeralds. Farewell, treasures of the dead. I've inherited the gnome's cannon instead. A shocked silence hung over the garden. Even Eel stopped twirling his swords. But the silence didn't last for long. It was shattered by the insane howling of the furious gnomes. Cleekly didn't bother to wait for their retribution, he came dashing back to me at full tilt, bells jingling. Harold, stop dawdling. Cleekly exclaimed. Follow me, I'll take you to the king. And so saying, the goblin disappeared through a door. I was seething with fury, but there was nothing I could do except follow the little blackguard.